Chapter 201 Confusion of Right and Wrong, Only Danzo. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a week has passed since the Konoha collapse plan. The dead are gone, and the living carry the will of the dead and continue to live hard. Yang Ming took time to attend the funeral of the third Hokage, and felt a thick atmosphere that made people breathless. Yang Ming couldn't stand it, and soon left and returned to the shop. At this time, it was not yet business time. Yang Ming rarely had half a day of leisure, so he took out a rattan chair and lay on it outside the door to rest for a while. Unfortunately, the sky was covered with dark clouds at this time, and the dark clouds blocked the beautiful sky, making it impossible for him to sunbathe. Yang Ming did not comment on Mei Terumi's proposal last time, and temporarily put it aside. Mei Terumi also went back to the Hidden Mist village the next day due to work. However, Mei Terumi's advice before leaving still lingered in Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming, you must be careful of Danzo, he is not the Sandame, he dares to use any despicable means. Yang Ming has never underestimated Danzo, especially his integrity, he dare not underestimate it. After all, Danzo even dared to murder his partner Uchiha Kagami's descendant, Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Kagami was once Danzo's savior, but he still dared to do this. Not to mention, in order to seize the position of Hokage, Danzo once secretly planned to assassinate the Sandame. Although Danzo has always said that everything he has is for Konoha village. Net. But what is the truth? Everything is just a cover for him to cover up his ambitions. In Danzo's view, Yang Ming's secret recipe for food is the biggest temptation. And when Yang Ming can't be a tool in his hands, according to Danzo's personality, since he is not used, then destroy him. Just like that year, Uchiha Shisui refused to use his eyes to serve Danzo's ambitions, and was immediately assassinated. Before that, when the Sandame was still alive, the Sandame had been silently helping Yang Ming in a gentle way, so that Yang Ming's shop could remain neutral. But now, the Sandame passed away, and the entire Konoha village fell into a power vacuum. As a veteran, although Danzo can't cover the sky with one hand, he can also make the whole village a mess. Thinking of this, Yang Ming pressed his fingers on his temples and felt a headache. Because Jiraiya's 1-month contract expired, he left the village yesterday and disappeared. Yang Ming's shop lacked this cage-level strongman, and Yang Ming always felt that he was not confident when facing Danzo. In particular, when Yang Ming looked at the panda Yuan lying at his feet and sleeping soundly, the corners of his mouth twitched. This lazy cat is actually Penumbra? Yang Ming didn't believe it. At this time, 2 old men came towards them on the side of the road. They were both regular customers of the shop. Yang Ming waved his hand, said hello, and said, Mr. Sato, Mr. Takahashi, where are you going? However, the 2 old men who used to greet people with a smile suddenly changed their faces when they saw Yang Ming. Afterwards, the 2 of them did not reply, but just talked to each other, pretending not to hear. The 2 of them quickened their pace, as if a plague god was chasing them from behind, and hurried past Yang Ming's shop, walking away all the way, without looking back. Seeing this, Yang Ming's heart sank. An ominous premonition, like a dark cloud in the sky, enveloped his heart. Strange, they were not like this before. Did something happen? Yang Ming was confused, so he activated the Swift Escape and secretly followed the 2 old men. Swift Escape is really a speed-type blood limit. Yang Ming only felt his feet lighten, as if the wind had blown, and walked silently behind the 2 old men without being noticed at all. The 2 old men walked through the noisy market and walked on the secluded tree-lined path. Seeing that there were few people everywhere, they began to talk about the recent changes in the village. Old man Sato's face darkened. Takahashi, it seems that you also know something about the recent rumors in the village. That's right. Old man Takahashi looked unhappy, otherwise I wouldn't have dragged you away from Yang Ming's shop. Alas. Old man Sato looked lonely. Now everyone in the village says that boss Yang Ming is obviously capable, but he didn't save Lord Hokage. No matter what, I don't want to believe that boss Yang Ming is that kind of person. Old man Takahashi patted the other's shoulder, his face was not very good. Old brother, do you still remember the White Fang of Konoha back then? Old man Sato looked puzzled. Why do you suddenly ask this? Don't you think what is happening now is very similar to what happened back then? When old man Takahashi said this, everyone, including Yang Ming, was shocked. Yes. Back then, Hatake White Fang was wise and brave, and made great contributions to the village. But in the end, he was actually accused by the villagers, forming a huge public opinion offensive, forcing this generation of legends to death. And now it is obvious that Danzo is playing his old tricks. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yang Ming thought of the advice given by Mei Terumi before she left, and felt a chill sweeping over him. Yang Ming is naturally not afraid of the truth, so he is not afraid. But the problem is that others don't know the inside story. When 3 people become a tiger, even the few people who know the truth will be covered by the voices of the masses. Even in the face of this turbulent public opinion, Yang Ming can remain calm. But what about the business of the small shop? What about the lives of all the employees? This is not a small matter. Looking at Naruto's situation, you will know that when this kind of public opinion is generally recognized, the whole village will isolate Yang Ming and his group. Yang Ming and others can find another way and find a new place to open a business. But for Ninkai and Dinkai, this is a disaster. Thinking of this, Yang Ming felt like he was falling into a cold ice cellar, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He did not stop, used the quick escape method, rushed back to Yang Ming's shop, and reported his guest share with all employees. Bang! Zabuza slammed his fist on the table, making a loud noise, and a trace of ferocity flashed across his face. Boss, why don't you just let me go and kill that old thing? Bai grabbed Zabuza, who was about to leave. Mr. Zabuza, don't be impulsive. Ninkai's face was solemn, and he also advised, Bai is right, if you go now, not only will you not be able to help, you may fall into the hands of the enemy. Hey! Zabuza clenched his fists, and felt anger overflowing in his chest. If only I became stronger. Zabuza said viciously in his heart. Dinkai looked confused, eating potato chips, and said, Boss, this matter is actually very simple, I can find Shikamaru and ask him if he has any ideas, right? Yes. Yang Ming's eyes flashed with joy, why didn't I think of it at first? Mobile users please browse M. Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 202 Storm is coming. After a while, Shikamaru followed Koji to Yang Ming's shop. Yang Ming stood up to greet him, I've been waiting for you to come. It was also the first time that Shikamaru met Yang Ming, and he couldn't help but look at this legendary chef. Yang Ming had a thin face, and his black pupils were like black gems, full of profound wisdom. Shikamaru held the back of his head with both hands, looking lazy, I can tell at a glance that there are troubles. Indeed. Yang Ming said his grievances with Danzo one by one with a serious face. After listening, Shikamaru had a headache and said with shame, I knew that this was not an easy thing to solve. Then, Shikamaru thought quickly and thought quickly. Soon, Shikamaru had an idea in his mind. Boss Yang Ming, I have 3 strategies now. Which one do you want to choose? Oh! Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Shikamaru to have such a plan. Tell me all of them. The other employees were also curious and wanted to see what ideas this wise man had. Although Shikamaru was small, he was confident that he had a lot of wisdom. The best strategy is to rely on your relationship with Gaara and Mei Terumi, and the power of the 2 major countries to protect you. However, although this method is good, it will not work for a long time. I am afraid it will cause a violent backlash, and let Danzo take risks and send people to assassinate you directly. Then, Shikamaru paused and continued. The middle strategy is that you all move away, leave the village, and start over. The worst strategy is that Boss Yang Ming will give in and hand over the secret recipe of the food. Seeing that most people present were angry, Shikamaru quickly said, but I personally don't recommend doing this. When Shikamaru finished speaking, to be honest, Yang Ming was a little disappointed. These are not what Yang Ming wants. However, when Yang Ming thought about it, even Konoha White Fang, who had made great contributions to the village many years ago, was still abandoned. At this moment, Yang Ming felt a little regretful. He should have kept Jiraiya. In this way, the shop at least has a cage-level strongman sitting in it, and Danzo dare not act rashly. Unfortunately, it is too late to say all this. At this time, there was a commotion outside the shop. A team of more than a dozen people came to the door aggressively. Zabuza's wolf-like eyes suddenly glared, and his thick arms crossed over. Stop, what are you doing? The leader of this team was a man with a rat-like head and rat-eyed eyes. He looked particularly wretched, and his slender eyes occasionally revealed a cunning look. He looked at Zabuza, who was a head taller than him, without any fear on his face. He took out a certificate from his arms. Get out of my way, we are here to check your sanitary environment. Yang Ming heard the noise and walked out, looking puzzled, saying, why didn't I know that there was such a department in the village before? The leader, Rat Eye, said sharply, we are the elders group who temporarily holds the power of the Hokage, and the department was just established yesterday. A trace of viciousness flashed in the depths of Rat Eye's eyes. According to the order of the elders group, we will conduct a one-week sanitation survey on your store. Please leave and don't interfere with public affairs. As soon as the voice fell, it caused an uproar. Seeing the lively and onlookers, a trace of pity flashed in their eyes. Who do you say is interfering with public affairs? Zabuza took a big step, and his awe-inspiring momentum was like a towering mountain, pressing down heavily on the opposite side. The Rat Eye man grinned, put on a sarcastic face, gently blocked in front, and took on Zabuza's murderous aura calmly. It was obvious that he was actually an elite jonin. After that, he did not forget to say sarcastically, tisk, 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 do you have dog ears? I said it so clearly, but you still don't understand. This was almost like confronting Zabuza-man and calling him a dog. This was simply too much. Zabuza was so hot-tempered that he clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out, he was breathing heavily like an ox, and his chest was rising and falling violently. Just as Zabuza was about to teach the other party a lesson, a steady and powerful hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. It was Yang Ming. He said lightly, let them in. Boss, but they... Zabuza obviously wanted to say something else. Yang Ming shook his head and said firmly, no buts. The other party was obviously here to provoke, just to find an excuse to attack. These days, having an excuse and not having an excuse are two different things. If a man beats a woman for no reason, he is a scumbag. But if this man is because the woman cheated on him, others will applaud. Yang Ming has rarely left the village, which makes it difficult for Danzo to attack Yang Ming directly in the village. At the same time, when the third generation was alive, Danzo did not dare to play these tricks. Therefore, after the third generation died, Danzo finally showed his fangs. Seeing that Yang Ming was still calm, a trace of cruelty flashed in the depths of the leader's eyes. You pretend, keep pretending. You will cry later. He waved his hand, and the followers behind him rushed into the store like wolves and tigers. Then, in the name of checking hygiene, they overturned the table, smashed the stools, and broke the tableware. Bang! 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 For a moment, the originally tidy store, accompanied by various loud noises of smashing and smashing, suddenly changed drastically, became a mess, and was horrible to look at. As if it was not enough, they split into two groups, one went to the second floor and the other went to the kitchen. Dinkai and Ninkai were very tough, blocking the kitchen door with their bodies. Stop it, you are not checking hygiene at all, but destroying it. Tisk. The contempt in the eyes of the leader Rat Eye became even stronger. He pointed at himself and said proudly, I followed the orders of the elders. I said this is a hygiene inspection, it is an inspection, you know what's good for you, just get out of here. Ninkai and Dinkai looked at each other. They had long regarded the store as their second home. How could they allow others to destroy it? A flash of determination flashed in their eyes. The two said in unison, if you want to go, step on our corpses. A trace of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the leader Rat Eye, you think too highly of yourself. Illusion. Fox heart technique. Before the two could react, Rat Eye quickly formed a seal and immediately pulled them into the illusion. Looking at the kitchen so close, a trace of heat flashed in Rat Eye's eyes. If he could find a little bit of Yang Ming's secret recipe in the kitchen, he would make a fortune. At this time, Bai and Zabuza had just stopped the people who went upstairs, and there was no way to stop them from entering. The only one who could stop them from entering the kitchen was Yang Ming. However, facing the provocation that was obviously from Danzo's minions, Yang Ming remained calm. What was he thinking? Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 203. Welcome to continue to smash and destroy next time. The leader glanced at Yang Ming with a hint of malice in his eyes. I want you to offend Danzo. You will see what will happen to you. He waved his hand, and the followers behind him rushed into the kitchen with him. The whole kitchen was bright and spacious, the kitchen utensils were neatly arranged, and there was no smell of oil smoke in the air. Rat Eyes looked around, his eyes swishing around, trying to find the secret of Yang Ming's food through clues. After a long time, he still didn't find anything, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. In this case, I will tear this place down. Of course, he would not say what was in his mind, so as not to fall into the trap. After all, they are now regular troops, and they are here to check the hygiene conditions. Little ones, search for me. Don't miss any corner. Rat Eyes waved his hand and said excitedly. Yes. A group of wolf-like men heard the order, grinned, showed cruel smiles, and rolled up their sleeves. Then, whatever they saw, no matter what it was, they smashed it all. Smash! 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 Bang! 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 Like robbers entering the village, they walked all the way, leaving a mess on the ground. Listening to the noises coming from the kitchen, Zabuza and Bai felt like their hearts were bleeding. They were so angry that they couldn't help but vent. They had already regarded Yang Ming's shop as their home. No one would be happy to see someone break into their home and smash everything. Compared to Zabuza's fury, Bai was more rational. Instead, he held Zabuza's hand, fearing that he would cause trouble. Because Bai knew very well that these people it was all intentional. The purpose was to find an excuse to deal with Yang Ming. In today's world, with the unfavorable public opinion spreading in the village about Yang Ming, their every word and action will be magnified by the public. Just like a modern female star, even if she accidentally posted a photo of her baby on National Day, it would be magnified by people with ulterior motives, thus putting a high hat on the other party and throwing dirty water all over him. At this moment, Yang Ming and his group were just like this female star, caught in such a whirlpool, and they must not make any mistakes to give the enemy a handle. After a period of chaos and smashing, the leader Rat Eyes walked out with a gloomy face. Then, he saw at a glance that Yang Ming was in the mess in the hall, and his face remained calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. Rat Eyes felt a nameless anger burning in his chest, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Boss Yang Ming is really patient." Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "Are you done?" Rat Eyes suddenly realized that his anger was like a punch on a marshmallow, and a feeling of frustration that he had no place to use it surged into his heart. Okay. Rat Eyes laughed angrily, "You have guts." As he said that, he found a stool to sit down, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette to smoke. The wisps of smoke made his face look a little hazy. "Boss Yang Ming, I heard that your cooking skills are good. Give me a portion and let me try it." At this time, Ding Kai got out of the illusion, and his face was full of anger after hearing this. "You smashed the shop like this, and you still have the nerve to let the boss cook for you. What's the matter?" Rat Eyes looked at Ding Kai with disdain, ignoring the anger of the crowd, pinched the cigarette butt on the table, and ironed a black hole. He pointed his thumb at himself with an arrogant look, "Is this how you treat customers? You?" Ding Kai was furious, but he was at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. Tisk tisk tisk. A trace of contempt flashed in Rat Eye's eyes, and he said to Yang Ming, "So this is Yang Ming's shop, is this how you teach your employees? It's really disappointing, you are so rude to customers." Facing the other party's aggressive accusations, Yang Ming smiled faintly. "Sorry, it's not business hours now." As soon as the voice fell, Rat Eyes was confused. He thought that Yang Ming might look ugly, or roar loudly, or order people to drive him away. But he didn't expect that Yang Ming would answer like this. So calm, so calm. Rat Eyes finally understood a little bit how the Fire Country daimyo felt when he was so angry that he vomited blood. Anyone who is cheated by Yang Ming like this will be very angry. Bah! In the angry eyes of everyone, Rat Eyes spat a mouthful of disgusting saliva on the ground at Yang Ming, and a trace of malice flashed in his eyes. "Just wait and see." As he said this, he wanted to take the people away and continue to smash and destroy tomorrow. If this is really the case, even if there are customers who are not affected by public opinion, they will be afraid of trouble and will no longer come to Yang Ming's shop. In this way, after a week of fermentation, Yang Ming's shop will lose all customers. When a restaurant loses its customers, just like an author loses his readers, it will indirectly destroy Yang Ming. This strategy is simply vicious. However, facing all this, Yang Ming's face is still calm. Because he knows that the shop is not only his, but also the system's. Yang Ming asked in his heart, "System, facing this situation, what do you say?" Detect the current situation of the host. After the detection, the host can spend 100,000 yuan to restore the store to its original state. The system said seriously and seriously. 100,000 yuan? Is it a lot? For Yang Ming's store, which is making a lot of money every day, it is really not much. Yang Ming touched his middle finger and thumb, making a crisp sound, and said in his heart, "Restore it for me." As soon as the voice fell, whether it was the people in the store or the people watching outside the door, their faces showed terrified faces. Hey! A breeze blew, and it seemed like a dream. Yang Ming's store was still the same Yang Ming's store. The things inside were exactly the same, just like in the past, neatly arranged. Whether it was the black smoke left by the cigarette butts on the table or the disgusting saliva on the ground, they all disappeared without a trace, just like after the computer was formatted. A group of employees looked at a loss. The crowd outside the gate was bewildered. The faces of the group of people with rat eyes were frozen with fear. What on earth happened? Rat eyes were filled with shock and anger. Even though he was an elite jonin, he had never seen such a miracle. Is it an illusion? Rat Eyes held a glimmer of hope in his heart and formed seals with his hands, hoping to break the illusion. A second passed. A minute passed. There was no change in front of him, and no trace of illusion. Rat Eyes looked at Yang Ming, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in the depths of his eyes. If Yang Ming used this mysterious ability just now, could he also format him? Unable to help, a great fear came over him, and Rat Eyes felt his pants wet, and he was actually incontinent. His old face turned red, and he felt that he couldn't stay any longer, so he hurriedly left with his followers. When he walked to the door, Yang Ming's faint voice came from behind him. "Welcome to continue to smash and destroy next time." Rat Eyes staggered when he heard it, and hit his head against the ground, and his head was bleeding. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, a group of employees laughed wantonly, and laughed very happily, and felt that all the previous frustrations were swept away. Rat Eyes looked back at everyone, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "Just wait and see. Danzo-sama will avenge me." Mobile users please browse M to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 204 Uchiha Itaki appears. When a group of troublemakers left, the system popped up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, attract customers. Task description: under the malicious destruction of someone with ulterior motives, the reputation of the store has been damaged. As the boss, you have to find a way to restore the reputation of the store and attract more customers. Task reward: a random item. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth curled up. The roast duck rewarded by the system before was a bit beyond the current effect. It can provide people with natural energy without side effects, which made Yang Ming hesitate. After all, to practice immortal arts, you must absorb natural energy. Yang Ming doesn't believe that the top leaders of the major villages will not know about practicing immortal arts. The first generation, Jiraiya, and the fourth generation have all learned immortal arts. They must have stored this secret in the archives for the top leaders to browse. However, it is because the risk of practicing immortal arts is too great. Not even one person out of 10,000 can succeed, so no one is willing to try. But if Yang Ming launches the roast duck, it will definitely cause an uproar. As for whether Danzo will target him? According to Yang Ming's understanding of Danzo, even if he does not do this, will the other party let him go? Obviously not. In this case, Yang Ming will increase his own value and let all the senior executives re-evaluate the situation. At worst, if Yang Ming can't make it, he will just leave the village. Yang Ming has the ability to escape quickly. If he can't beat them, can he still escape? After all, Yang Ming won the first place in the previous cooking competition and obtained a small town bordering the rain country as his fiefdom. With this confidence, Yang Ming asked a group of employees to come over and arrange publicity work for them. After receiving the order, the employees felt that time was running out, and immediately started to make leaflets, and then scattered and publicized everywhere. As expected by Yang Ming, when the term natural energy appeared, it immediately caused a sensation. For most ninjas, this is simply a subversion of their three views. It turns out that in addition to refining their own chakra, they can also absorb the free natural energy from the outside world, and even practice extremely powerful fairy arts. Although fairy arts are too far away for them, it can't stop everyone's curiosity at all, and they all rushed to Yang Ming's shop. It is said in the flyer that when the shop opens tonight, roast duck will be auctioned, and the highest bidder will win. Even if you can't eat it, you can join in the fun. Compared with ordinary ninjas, when the top leaders of Konoha village got the news, an 8-magnitude earthquake immediately occurred. Hyuga clan. In a quiet secret room, Hyuga Hayashi sat cross-legged, looking at the flyer in his hand with a serious face. Natural energy. Are there any side effects yet? Although this is not very useful to the Hyuga clan, it can be used as an exchange for the village's policy inclination towards the family. Hyuga Hayashi straightened his clothes, and a solemn look appeared on his face. It seems that I have to go there in person. Sarutobi clan. Because of the death of the third generation, Asuma has not slept well these days, and his face is extremely haggard. He took a deep puff of cigarette, looked at the leaflet in his hand, and suddenly clenched his fist. Natural energy that can practice immortal arts. Asuma's bloodshot pupils flashed a blade-like light. Power. I must have power. Avenge the old man. This roast duck belongs to me. When Yang Ming's roast duck was about to be released, it immediately attracted great attention from the whole village because of the natural energy without any side effects. Hyuga, Sarutobi, Abarame, Inoshikacha, Inyazuka, Kurama, the famous families in Konoha village, or the clan leaders or the leaders came with a group of clan members and a large sum of money. Suddenly, the situation changed suddenly, and countless geniuses gathered in Yang Ming's shop. Danzo had just created a public opinion offensive against Yang Ming in the village, and it immediately showed a tendency to collapse. Bang! Snap! A valuable vase worth 1,000 gold coins, enough to make a family rich for a year, was thrown to the ground by Danzo, and the pieces flew everywhere. Danzo's face was gloomy. He had waited for the death of the third generation with great difficulty. He originally thought that he could easily force Yang Ming to hand over the secret recipe of the food he had been eyeing for a long time. Who would have thought that the opponent's counterattack would be so sharp? He glanced at the leaflet in his hand, and his black pupils emitted a faint gaze, like a lone wolf, staring at the delicious prey. Natural energy. Interesting. Danzo thought of Jiraiya, who was obviously just a rising star, but because he learned the fairy technique, his strength was far better than Jiraiya's. Suddenly, Danzo's heart was burning, and the flame of ambition burned in his eyes. If I learn the fairy technique, my strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. By then, I will definitely become a Hokage, pacify the entire ninja world, and let all living beings crawl at my feet. Thinking of this, even though Danzo was old, his face still showed a rare blush. At this time, in front of Yang Ming's shop, there was still an hour before the shop opened, but there was already a lot of traffic, and the black crowd was endless, and more ninjas came from afar. At this time, there was a roar in the crowd, and the dark sea of people split a road to both sides, allowing a carriage to pass by. Someone was indignant. Who is this person, so domineering? His companion pulled him. SHH, keep your voice down, don't you see the Elders Council logo above? What? You said the Elders Council is here too. When they heard the word Elders Council, the people nearby took a breath of cold air. After all, the Elders Council is the top leader who holds real power, more influential than the patriarchs of the big clans. Unexpectedly, even they came. After the Elders Council, the major clans of Konoha village also appeared one by one. Each family brought a large group of people with extraordinary momentum, and their children were extraordinary. You can tell at a glance that they are good players. It can be seen how much they value this auction. Among the crowd, there were two tall figures, watching all this silently. The two of them wore black robes with red clouds and wore hats on their heads, as if they were two transparent people, without any sense of existence. Itaki, didn't you dislike joining in the fun before? Why are you in this mood today? Uchiha Itaka lifted his hat slightly, revealing a pair of deep Sharingan eyes, and a wave flashed in the depths of them. Nothing, I just came to see Sasuke. Kisame grinned, holding the flyer in his hand. Itaki, are you going to buy this roast duck for your brother? We may not have enough money. Uchiha Itaka glanced at him and said lightly, who said we must buy it? You mean? Kisame's face flashed a trace of excitement. Go grab it. Mobile users please visit M-Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 205 Danzo, give me face. Yang Ming didn't expect that the scene would be so popular in advance, and the avenue in front of the store was all crowded. In front of the dark crowd, all the big names in the village arrived one by one. Yang Ming took the microphone and walked forward. I won't say any more nonsense. I guess everyone is here for the roast duck. As he said that, he turned aside and gave way to Zabuza behind him. Zabuza was holding a large iron bucket as tall as a person. He grabbed a fragrant roast duck from it, kicking its feet in his hand and quacking. Along with the roast duck's cry, colorful gas spewed out of its mouth and diffused. Hinata Hayashi's nose moved, and he took a deep breath, and suddenly felt the fragrance, refreshing. In particular, the natural energy that was different from chakra flowed into his body, and he felt that all the cells in his body were stretched out, and he felt unprecedented comfort. Yang Ming pointed to the big iron barrel and said, "There are 20 roast ducks in here. If you eat them all, you can absorb a lot of natural energy without any side effects, which is incomparable for practicing immortal arts. Then, I declare that all the roast ducks in here will be auctioned now. The reserve price for this auction is 100,000. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, it was like throwing a bomb into the sea, causing an uproar. Those ordinary ninjas thought they had some chances, but their faces changed drastically at this moment. However, those big clans that had been prepared for a long time began to bid. Kurama clan, 200,000. Inyazuka clan, 300,000. The two clan leaders reported after the price was determined. They stared at each other, full of gunpowder. The head of the Aberme clan glanced at them and shouted confidently, 1 million. Shocked. So shocking. It's just the beginning, and the price has been called so high. Those ordinary ninjas looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It's really annoying to compare people. Seeing this, the heads of the three families of Ino, Shika, and Joe silently retracted their hands. None of their three families were big families, and only when they united together could they be compared to big families. It would be very unprofitable to offend these big families because of the rush to buy these roast ducks. Kurama and Inyazuka clans could only grit their teeth and were unable to continue competing. So, the rest of the people turned their eyes to Hyuga Hayashi. They were all very curious about what big moves the head of the largest clan in Konoha village would make. I saw that Hinata Hayashi had his hands around his chest and his eyes tightly closed. There was no abnormality on his face, as if he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, everyone felt that his eyes revealed an unprecedented demeanor, as if he was in control of everything and had already prepared everything. Hinata Hayashi turned his head and said to the follower behind him, "Take out the money we prepared." "Yes." The follower came over with a black box and handed it to Hinata Hayashi. He smiled lightly, opened the black box, and then turned it upside down. In an instant, a large amount of banknotes fell like snowflakes and scattered on the ground. The high number blinded everyone's eyes. Hinata Hayashi looked at Yang Ming, with confidence on his face, and raised an index finger, "We will offer 10 million. Wow! As soon as the voice fell, everyone was shocked. One after another, they looked at Hyuga Hayashi with shock, confusion, and admiration. They all had the same feeling, they were indeed the largest clan in Konoha village. In this ninja world full of dangers, having unparalleled strength can make people surrender, and on this basis, having wealth that rivals a country can make people work hard. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi was like a star holding the moon, emitting a shocking attraction. Countless ordinary ninjas were thinking in their hearts whether they should join the Hyuga clan and become an outer sect fighter. Anyway, completing village tasks is also making money, and working for the Hyuga clan is also making money, it's just a matter of how much each side makes. Gurgle. Gurgle. The patriarchs of the Inyazuka clan and the Kurama clan looked at each other and could see the pain on each other's faces. Really, people are so annoying when they compare themselves to others. Especially the head of the Kurama clan, he was even more miserable. If it weren't for the decline of their clan, they wouldn't be here now. Even taking out 200,000 was painful. For a moment, the whole audience was silent, as if even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Seeing this, Yang Ming cleared his throat. Is there anyone who offers a higher price? Then 10 million once. 10 million twice. Just as Yang Ming wanted to continue speaking, a figure stepped out of the crowd and said shockingly, "I'll pay 100,000. Hey! Hey!" As soon as this person spoke, he immediately caused a booing from the crowd. However, after seeing this person, the members of the big clans shut their mouths and didn't say anything. Because he is Danzo. Danzo's unscrupulous means have long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The family members who can follow him are all elites, and naturally they are not unfamiliar with Danzo. Because of this, they knew that ordinary ninjas could disrespect him, but they couldn't. After all, Danzo's vengeful character was too impressive, and they didn't want to ruin the lives of their own people because of a bad word. Hearing that Danzo actually quoted a reserve price of 100,000, Yang Ming's face sank. Danzo, what do you mean? Others have offered 10 million, you are not qualified to bid at all. Danzo smiled lightly, not ashamed at all, and said lightly, why didn't I know that someone had made an offer just now? As he said that, his one eye surrounded the surroundings, and his eyes swept over like a venomous snake, especially on those who made the offer, and paused for a few seconds. Did you make an offer just now? Suddenly, those people felt as if they were being watched by the devil, and they felt cold all over, and got goosebumps. Their throats were dry, and they wanted to tell the truth. But when they thought about how Danzo had become the only one in power after the passing of the Sandame, and how his power had soared to an unprecedented level, and how he had the potential to become the Hokage, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. They looked at each other and could see each other's helplessness. They could only admit that they were calling a horse a zebra, and said with a wry smile, no. Danzo was very proud, grinning, Boss Yang Ming, look, they all said no. That is to say, the price I quoted is reasonable. Reasonable? No way. The base price is 100,000 yuan, and 20 roast ducks are purchased, which means that each roast duck is only 5,000 yuan. For Yang Ming, it is simply a loss-making business. Or the kind of loss that makes him vomit blood. You know, this is a roast duck that absorbs natural energy without any side effects. It can be said that this is a dish that cannot be bought with money. But now, Danzo is so shameless that he buys such a precious delicacy for nothing. It's simply too much. Just when Yang Ming wanted to say something, a strange voice suddenly sounded. I'll pay 110,000. Mobile users please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 206 Why should we give Danzo face? Although everyone despised Danzo for bidding only 100,000 to bid for the roast duck in Yang Ming's shop, they dared not speak out. Originally, everyone thought that Danzo would be able to get something for nothing so easily. But who knew that a voice suddenly appeared, like a loud slap on Danzo's face. The crackling sound almost slapped Danzo's face. I bid 110,000. As soon as the voice fell, the scene exploded instantly. Everyone was in an uproar, and they all turned their eyes to see who dared to challenge Danzo, who was in the limelight. Then, they saw a tall figure with a determined expression on his weathered face. He was Asuma. In the current Konoha village, only Asuma, as the son of the third generation, had the courage to challenge Danzo. It's you. Danzo's single eye flashed with cruelty and ruthlessness. No matter who dared to go against him, there was only one way to go, death. As long as he could get Yang Ming's roast duck, he would be able to practice powerful immortal arts through the records left by his predecessors, and then ascend to the position of Hokage, unify the ninja world, and be famous forever. Thinking of this, Danzo gritted his teeth and said, I'll pay 200,000. Asuma naturally noticed the murderous intent in Danzo's eyes, but who was he? He was the son of the third generation. There was no coward in the Sarutobi clan. If you are unhappy, just fight. What's more, Asuma wanted to avenge the third generation. I must have strength. Asuma's eyes burned with a raging fighting spirit. Then, he raised his hand and shouted, 1 million. Danzo's face was gloomy, and an unsettling cold atmosphere emanated from the surroundings. As a high-ranking official in the village, he could also come up with the money. However, Danzo is the leader of the route, which is different from the Anbu. It is his private armed force, and he has to pay a large sum of money every month to maintain it. Once he spends too much money, it will be disadvantageous for him to continue to dig into the Anbu. Thinking of this, Danzo glanced at Asuma, and his eyes like a blade came straight at him, emitting a coldness like the 9 netherworlds of purgatory. Asuma, give me face and give me this roast duck. Asuma glanced at Danzo, and saw that his face was full of frosty murderous intent, and a suffocating breath came to his face, and he had the style of fighting at the slightest disagreement. Seeing this, Asuma smiled. The smile was sunny and brilliant. Danzo, when the old man was alive, he didn't fear you at all. Now that the old man has passed away, I can tell you. I, Asuma, won't fear you either. Asuma said this with absolute certainty, and a trace of extraordinary spirit flashed in his eyes, that was the ambition to become stronger. In the original work, Asuma could only stop at being a jonin because of his limited talent, and he couldn't avenge the third generation, and he seemed a little decadent. But now, the shortcut to becoming stronger is right in front of him, and Asuma will never miss this opportunity. You. For a moment, Danzo was choked, felt a tightness in his chest, and a silent anger burst out. Good. 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 Danzo was so angry that he said 3 good words in a row, and a strong murderous aura flashed in the depths of his eyes. You are worthy of being the son of Hiruzen, you are really promising. Danzo had no concern for the third generation, his partner and competitor, but only endless jealousy. Seeing Asuma now has a bit of the charm of the Sandaime, Danzo's sensitive nerves are stimulated even more. Then, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Danzo's eyes. I'll offer 5 million. Asuma was not to be outdone. 5.01 million. 5.02 million. 5.03 million. The two of them were completely at loggerheads, adding 1 million at a time, and fighting like a rage. This was no longer a simple competition. It was not a battle of wills between the two, but a battle between the remaining forces of the Sandaime and the forces of Danzo. Once Asuma obtains Yang Ming's roast duck, he will most likely be able to practice immortal arts through the practice scrolls left by the 1st, 4th, and Jiraiya generations. By then, Asuma will have the strength of a cage and will be able to compete for the position of Hokage. This is simply unforgivable for Danzo. In less than a minute, the auction price soared all the way up, easily breaking through the threshold of 10 million. Moreover, this number continues to soar. Seeing this, Danzo felt that his heart was bleeding. This is all money. For this reason, he looked at Asuma gloomily. It's already more than 10 million. I seriously doubt that your Sarutobi clan alone can't pay so much money, right? Asuma smoked a cigarette to relax his tense mood, and glanced at Danzo. You might as well worry about yourself. I'll pay 20 million. You. Seeing the sky-high price, Danzo felt a little dizzy. But for the position of Hokage, fight. Danzo's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, looked around, and said, which friend can lend me some money? I will definitely reward you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately caused an uproar. Danzo was so shameless that he asked for external help on the spot. However, no one dared to come out and accuse him. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that if there were no accidents, with Danzo's qualifications, he would most likely become Hokage. The head of the Aberame clan was confused for a while, and finally made a decision by gritting his teeth, and stepped out. I am willing to support you with 1 million. Very good. Danzo looked at him deeply. From now on, the Aberame clan is my friend. Seeing this, the head of the Kurama clan felt that his family was getting worse and worse, and was thinking about whether to report to Danzo. Seeing that someone had said it first, someone followed suit and said, I am willing to support you with 200,000. Although the amount was small, Danzo still made a happy expression. Afterwards, with the leader, other small families followed suit and began to stand in line one after another. For a time, Danzo's reputation was greatly boosted. With this money, Danzo waved his hand without hesitation. I will give 30 million. Faced with the gradually worsening situation, Asuma could not sit still. His Sarutobi clan gathered the strength of the whole clan, but only collected 30 million. So, Asuma also learned from Danzo to recruit external aid. If any friend is willing to help, I will definitely reward him in the future. After all, Asuma is the son of the Sandaime. It has only been a week since the Sandaime passed away, and many people have received the favor of the Sandaime in the past. As soon as Asuma finished speaking, many people enthusiastically supported him. Although most of them were ordinary ninjas with hundreds or thousands of support, Asuma was moved to tears. With this money, Asuma was confident and shouted, 35 million. Seeing this, Danzo was about to break his teeth. Then, he turned his eyes to Hyuga Hayashi. Now, he was the only one who had not expressed his opinion. If he could get the support of the Hyuga clan, he would be able to crush Asuma in an instant. Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 207 Kisame takes action. Danzo narrowed his eyes and looked at Hyuga Hayashi. If the Hyuga clan supports me, the Konoha police force will be fully open to Hyuga clan members. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. In the past, the police force has always been controlled by members of the Uchiha clan. After the Uchiha clan was destroyed, it was replaced by members of other clans, as well as some members of the Anbu and Root. Danzo's words were almost an announcement that he would definitely become Hokage. Sima Zhao's heart was exposed, and passers-by knew it. For Haiga Hayashi, the weight of these words is not to be underestimated. Although there are many members of the Haiga clan in the police force, they have been vigilant by the village leaders, resulting in the failure to control key departments. If the police force is fully open to the Haiga clan as Danzo said, they will have the opportunity to control this armed force. Asuma also knew it, and he was furious when he heard it. Danzo, you are so mean. You have no right to do this. Danzo grinned, revealing a sinister smile, ignoring Asuma's anger. Haiga Hayashi, tell me your choice. Silence. Silence. The silence is chilling. Haiga Hayashi thought about it for a while, and was silent for a full minute before finally opening his eyes. He first looked at Asuma apologetically, I'm sorry. Then, he handed over all the chips in his hand, the Haiga clan will support 10 million. As the voice fell, Asuma's face was ruined, and his heart was dead, as if the end of the world had come. And those family members who originally supported Asuma changed their faces, and then changed their minds and defected one by one. Danzo, we were wrong just now. We are willing to support you with 100,000, no, 200,000. We are too, please forgive our previous mistakes. Watching the defection of one family after another, Asuma felt like he was falling into the abyss and felt chilled to the bone. Asuma didn't blame them. After all, Danzo has always been vindictive. After today, Danzo's reputation in the village will go a step further, and he may even become the Hokage. In order to save the family, it is understandable that they did this. But Asuma was unwilling in his heart. The hope of revenge was right in front of him, but it was shattered by Danzo. After receiving a large amount of funds, Danzo's face showed a bright smile like a chrysanthemum. Boss Yang Ming, I'll bid 40 million for the roast duck. Seeing this, Yang Ming sighed in his heart. 40 million once. 40 million twice. When Yang Ming was still thinking about continuing to talk, Zabuza thought it was over and handed the iron bucket in his hand to Danzo. At this time, a loud voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. Water escape. Explosion of water. Water escape. Rain of 4 sharks. Everyone present was shocked to find that a large amount of liquid suddenly emerged under their feet, and then continued to rise, forming an area the size of a lake in just a blink of an eye. Fortunately, most of the people present were ninjas, and their chakra gathered under their feet, so they could walk on the water easily. Net. Then, they saw 4 sky blue sharks leaping high in the air, drawing beautiful arcs, and rushing towards them. Seeing this, everyone opened their wallets and threw tons of hidden weapons. Kunao, shuriken, and blasting talismans, like raindrops, covered the sky and the sun, and bombarded the 4 sharks together. Boom! Boom boom! However, before everyone could be happy, they were shocked to find that the 4 huge sharks suddenly exploded and split into thousands of small sharks, sweeping towards everyone like flowers scattered by fairies. For a moment, the whole scene became extremely chaotic, and everyone was in danger, busy cleaning up the sharks in the air. Taking advantage of this gap, Kisame suddenly emerged from under the lake, and before Danzo could react, he grabbed the iron bucket as high as a person in his hand. Then, he flew into the lake and disappeared. Asshole! Seeing the cooked duck fly away, Danzo was furious, and a terrifying momentum, like a landslide, like a crack in the ground, broke out. Danzo waved his hand, and several root members in black robes and masks half knelt in front of him. In Danzo's single eye, there was a wave of crazy murderous intent. He finally won the bid for Yang Ming's roast duck, but he didn't expect it to be snatched away in public. This was simply a slap in the face in public. In this way, how can he convince others in the future? How can he run for Hokage? Danzo's face was as gloomy as a volcano before it erupted, and ink could drip out. Danzo took the lead and said to his subordinates, "Chase him." "Yes, sir." Several root members were terrified and followed Danzo non-stop, chasing Kisame away. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth curled up, "It looks very interesting." He turned his head and told all the employees, "You keep an eye on the shop, I'll be back soon." As he said that, he used the swift escape, stepped quickly, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Kisame snatched Danzo's roast duck and quickly retreated. He soon left Konoha village and arrived at the forest outside to meet Uchiha Itachi. A trace of confusion appeared on his ferocious face. "Itachi, didn't you oppose my action at first? Why did you change your mind at the last minute?" I'm really tired. Uchiha Itachi stood quietly on the branch, and a trace of fluctuation flashed in his cold Sharingan. Danzo's actions this time are too out of line. Even if the Uchiha clan is exterminated, it is not the turn of others to point fingers at the police force. Uchiha Itachi said this in an unusually domineering manner, showing the unique arrogance of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Danzo and his group also followed. When he saw Uchiha Itachi, Danzo felt familiar. Especially when he saw his Sharingan, Danzo suddenly remembered the genius in the village. For a moment, Danzo's face became extremely ugly. It's you. Uchiha Itachi. Behind this name, there is a little-known legend. When Danzo said this name, the root members following him were shocked, and a trace of surprise appeared under the mask. Could it be that he is the one who killed Uchiha Itachi? The genius of the Uchiha clan who was killed overnight. Isn't he wanted by the village? How dare he show up here? Questions emerged one after another, making them confused. The name Uchiha Itachi alone made their morale drop by 30%. It can be seen how famous Uchiha Itachi is. A bunch of trash. Seeing this, Danzo yelled angrily and woke them up with an unprecedented solemnity on his face. According to Danzo's personality, he was extremely unwilling to fight with Uchiha Itachi. But before, Kisame snatched the roast duck from his hand in public. If he didn't give an explanation, how could he convince the villagers and how could he run for Hokage? Therefore, Danzo, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame must have a battle. This battle must be fought. Mobile users please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 208 Let me eat a duck leg to calm my nerves. Facing two shadow-level strongmen, Danzo did not dare to be careless at all. An invisible depression enveloped the scene, making people breathless. A light breeze blew, shaking the branches of the big tree, rustling, and a green leaf fell down. When the green leaf fell to the ground, both sides moved. Instant body technique. It happened so fast. Danzo and his subordinates were in perfect harmony, and they disappeared instantly. Ping ping. Bang bang. Above the woods, the two sides fought fiercely, and the kunai collided with each other, rubbing sparks and making crisp sounds, like a symphony. However, Danzo and his group were all stopped by one person. Uchiha Itachi. As for Kisame, he was still watching the show. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. At this moment, the root members remembered that behind Uchiha Itachi's name was engraved the loneliness of being almost invincible. Unfortunately, it was too late. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan changed, turning into a windmill-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan, and glanced over lightly. Tsukuyomi. Before that, Danzo's face changed drastically, and he felt a great fear coming. Without thinking, he pulled a root beside him in front of him. It seemed like a century had passed. All the people who were favored by Uchiha Itachi lost their fighting power in just a blink of an eye, and fell to the ground decadently, like meat on a chopping board, to be slaughtered. In an instant, except for Danzo, they were all killed. It was so terrifying. Danzo's face was extremely ugly. Is this the power of your eyes? It's really unexpected. As he said, he untied the bandages on his body, revealing his right eye and the eyes on his arm. When he saw the Sharingan on the other party, even Uchiha Itachi, whose eyes were always calm, flashed a little wave. And, that cold and bone-chilling murderous intent. Danzo, who gave you the courage to tarnish the eyes of our clan like this? Uchiha Itachi had never expected that Danzo would be so cruel as to transplant the eyes that their clan cherished as life onto himself. This is blasphemy. Blasphemy against the Uchiha clan. Absolutely unforgivable. Even Kisame felt uncomfortable when he saw the densely distributed eyes on Danzo's arms. Coincidentally, he was holding an iron bucket filled with roast duck, and the aroma kept emanating from it, which had made him craving for a long time. Well, let me eat a duck leg to calm my nerves. Kisame opened the lid of the bucket, and a strong roasted aroma came to his face and poured into his body. In an instant, Kisame felt that his body was full of aroma. Looking at the red roast duck, the color, aroma, and taste were all good. Even Kisame couldn't help drooling. He grabbed a roast duck that was still jumping around and tore off a leg. You can see that in the broken hole, a little light golden liquid flowed down, releasing a fragrant temptation. Gurgle. Kisame wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, glanced at the two people in the conversation, and said to himself, well, I just eat a duck leg, Itachi shouldn't blame me, right? Thinking of this, he opened his shark-like mouth, revealing the inverted triangle of white sharp teeth, and bit down. Swallowed it into his mouth along with the bones. Snap! Snap! The sound of sharp teeth biting off bones and meat rang out, and a burst of strong fragrance instantly spread in the tongue of Gaizami. When he ate the duck leg, Gaizami was really amazed. The biggest feature of this roast duck leg is the word crispy. Especially the duck skin, which is fresh, crispy, oily but not greasy. It makes a crunchy sound when bitten in the mouth, just like eating potato chips, which is as delicious as you want. And the duck hidden under the duck skin is the meat is even more delicious. Due to the special effect of the raw dragon pot, the roast duck has always been alive, and coupled with the special cooking method, the duck meat inside is not dry at all, but very smooth and tender. When Kisame took a bite, there was actually a rich juice inside, which splashed out, overflowing the tongue and making the mouth salivate. Ah, it's so delicious! Kisame licked his lips with satisfaction, touched his flat belly, and always felt that he wanted to have another duck leg. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. On the one hand he was afraid of attack as blame, on the other hand he couldn't help the delicious food. Ah, no, I'd better eat another duck leg. This is really the last time. With this thought in mind, Kisame stretched out his sinful hands again, tore off a duck leg, and tasted it with relish. Then, it was the third, the fourth. Every time, Kisame comforted himself in his heart that this was really the last time. If he ate it again, I would chop off my hand. However, every time he finished eating a duck leg, Kisame felt empty in his heart, feeling empty and lonely, as if something was missing in his life. This feeling was both familiar and strange. Looking back on the past, Kisame only felt this suffocating feeling when he saw his immediate superior betray the village in the hidden mist village. As Kisame kept eating, all the duck legs of 20 roast ducks fell into his stomach. When he reached into the iron bucket again, he found embarrassedly that there were no more duck legs to eat. Alas, why is there only so little? Kisame still had an unsatisfied pleasure on his face. He stretched out his tongue and licked his greasy fingers, as if doing so could make him feel the taste of the duck legs. When these duck legs entered his stomach, a vigorous natural energy suddenly erupted in Kisame's body and flowed to his limbs and meridians. As if a cat smelled fishy smell, Samehada, who had been carrying Kisame behind him, was immediately excited. Without waiting for Kisame to react, Samehada jumped out of the bandage, stuck tightly to Kisame, opened his mouth wide, and sucked the natural energy in his body into his mouth. This is it. Kisame showed a look of joy on his face. He didn't expect Samehada to like natural energy. However, before Kisame had any further thoughts, a huge roar instantly diverted his attention. Boom! At this time, Uchiha Itachi used Susanoo, and every step he took was like a small mountain moving. Susanoo's huge fist fell like a meteorite rain, carrying a powerful momentum, constantly bombarding, smashing large tracts of woods, and crushing countless creatures. Uchiha Itachi felt that he had been deceived. He destroyed the Uchiha clan, but in the end, the eyes of his own clansmen could not even rest in peace after death. What for the peace of the village? It's all bullshit. If this is true, it shouldn't be like this at all. An endless anger burned in his chest, as if he could feel the master's rage. The 100-foot-high Susanoo suddenly roared to the sky. Ang! Containing bitter resentment, the huge roar even shook the clouds in the sky, scattering into ashes, revealing the blue sky. Mobile users please browse Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 209 Danzo, Why Use Koda Amatsukami, Don't Be Impulsive. When Yang Ming arrived at the scene, he saw a 100-foot-high Susanoo, like a giant god soldier from mythology, exuding a chilling breath. In front of this giant, even Danzo couldn't eat well, and could only flee around in a panic, avoiding the opponent's bombardment like a divine punishment. In Uchiha Itachi's cold pupils, a monstrous killing intent burst out, like a hideous evil ghost crawling out of the abyss, carrying a surge of resentment. After seeing the eyes of his clansmen transplanted on Danzo, Uchiha Itachi realized. He felt so stupid and naive that he actually believed the evil of the Konoha high-level officials. For a moment, he thought of his close friend Uchiha Shisui, his majestic father, and his loving mother. And, the brother who made him love him so much that he could sacrifice his life, Sasuke. When the belief he had always held on to was broken, Uchiha Itachi was angry. Black End. Danzo, you die. In the howling wind, his hair was flying, and his face showed a rare ferocious look. At the corner of his eye, a drop of red blood suddenly fell, and along his cheek, leaving a stream of blood. As if sensing the sadness in the master's heart, Susanoo punched out, cutting through the sky, resonating with the air, and bursting with a sonic explosion, carrying the rage of destroying the world, and smashed towards Danzo. Under the fury of this fist, the terrifying fist shadow that seemed to be like the sky falling seemed to cover the entire sky, bringing endless despair and fear to all living beings. At this moment, Danzo was like an ant under the feet of a giant. All his retreat routes were blocked and completely enveloped by the huge phantom. Damn it! A trace of cruelty flashed in Danzo's eyes. In this case, we can only use that trick. Izanagi. A Sharingan on Danzo's arm lost its light forever. The next moment, a punch like the wrath of heaven slammed into the hill where Danzo was. Boom! The earth shook, and birds flew everywhere, as if it was the end of the world. Visible to the naked eye, this hill from top to bottom suddenly cracked into spider web-like cracks at this moment, and then suddenly exploded. On this hill, a deer that had no time to escape showed a human-like look of fear in its eyes, and was instantly swept into the torrent of collapsed rocks, completely buried, without even a trace of struggle. Hey! 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 In the messy ruins, broken branches and rocks can be seen everywhere, and Danzo's figure suddenly appeared in it, with a look of horror still frozen on his face. It seems that I am really old. Danzo murmured, I almost died here. However, before Danzo could celebrate his new life, a black flame, like a poisonous snake emerging from the bushes, suddenly flew over. This was Amaterasu. Just seeing this flame, the unique black color, and the breath it exuded made people feel uneasy and ominous. Go! Danzo's soul was surging, and an extreme danger stung his nerves. His invincible intuition told him that once he touched this flame, something bad would definitely happen. He didn't have time to think about it, and it seemed as if he had wings under his feet, and he fled around like flying, trying to avoid Amaterasu's attack. However, Amaterasu completely locked onto him, and kept following him from behind, never leaving him. Damn it! Danzo's face was extremely ugly, and his hands quickly formed seals. Wind escape! Vacuum great ball! He took a deep breath, his chest bulged, and he suddenly turned around, opened his mouth, and sprayed a large number of air bullets that were invisible to the naked eye, sweeping towards Amaterasu, trying to extinguish the strange black flame in one move. Puff puff puff! Puff puff puff! The dense air bullets, like a school of fish, touched Amaterasu, and then they were like a mud cow into the sea, and like moths to a flame, just making Amaterasu's flame sway for a while. Other than that, it had no effect at all. For a moment, Danzo was confused. What kind of flame is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Without waiting for Danzo to sigh, while his old strength was gone and his new strength had not yet been born, Amaterasu's blazing black flames, like a tiger descending from the mountain, carrying a great anger, enveloped Danzo with its ominous flames. Hot! So hot! Danzo felt like he had gone to the 18th level of hell, his whole body exposed in the blazing hell, and he was tortured like never before. The black flame, like the ruthless pen of the judge, turned Danzo's sins into a torture like slow slicing, burning his body, burning his clothes to ashes, then his fur, then his flesh and blood, and finally his bones. When the black flame burned the other party to ashes, Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the resentment in his chest had mostly dissipated. Then, his face returned to his usual cold and handsome appearance, and he suddenly looked back and said, Sir, you have watched such a good show for so long, it's time to come out, right? Pa! 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 Yang Ming clapped his hands and walked out from behind a big tree, with an admiring expression on his face. As expected of Itachi, you found me early in the morning. In fact, you hit it too badly, right? Uchiha Itachi complained in his heart, but his face was still cold. What can I do for you? Yang Ming pointed at the iron bucket in Kisame's hand. As a chef who cooks roast duck, why do you think I'm here? Hearing this, Kisame held the iron bucket in his hand tighter, his eyes revealing reluctance and vigilance. Don't even think about it. The crispy skin of the roast duck, the soft and tender touch of the duck meat, and the rich roasted aroma like coffee have already conquered Kisame's stomach. In particular, when Kisame found that Samehada actually liked the natural energy contained in it, he regarded it as a treasure. How could he give it up easily? Oh, is that so? Yang Ming pondered for a moment, pointed behind Uchiha Itachi, and changed the subject. What do you think of the escaped Denzo? What? Uchiha Itachi didn't believe it at first, but then he saw Yang Ming's sincere face and turned around suddenly. Sure enough, Denzo was unharmed, and while they were chatting, he quietly ran out. Even Amaterasu didn't kill him. How is it possible? Uchiha Itachi didn't believe it, and with the outstanding dynamic strength of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he soon discovered that there were two closed eyes on Denzo's arm. It turned out to be Izanagi. Denzo Zhang, you deserve to die. Seeing that Denzo had so disrespected the eyes of his people, Uchiha Itachi was filled with rage and quickly ran towards him. Not long after he left, a sinister voice suddenly sounded from behind Yang Ming. Boss Yang Ming, I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Denzo used Earth Escape to get out from underground, and the eye of Uchiha Shisui was about to activate Kota Amatsukami. That's right. Denzo's original plan was to force Yang Ming to leave the village so that he could attack him. Why did Yang Ming summon Uchiha Madara, knowing that he was not easy to mess with, but Denzo still targeted him? No one else, just because he has the strongest illusion, Kota Amatsukami, can control the other party's mind invisibly. Mobile users please visit M. Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 210 Denzo urinates in public. A hint of pride flashed in Denzo's gloomy eyes. At this moment, Denzo was very confident that no one could resist his illusion under the Kota Amatsukami in Uchiha Shisui's eyes. He looked at Yang Ming, his mouth corners grinned, revealing a cruel smile. From Shisui's eyes, a strange light emanated. Kota Amatsukami, activate. However, facing Denzo's hidden fatal attack, Yang Ming still looked calm. It was because before, when Denzo sent people to make trouble, he completed a system task. Hidden task, drive away bad guests. Task description, as a small shop owner, you will occasionally encounter people who come to make trouble. If it continues for a long time, it will definitely affect the business of the small shop, so drive them away. Task reward, D-level item rebound ninjutsu card, 1/1. This card is automatically effective without Yang Ming's activation. Of course, the effect of this card is very flexible. If you encounter a fireball or something like that, it will be wasted. I can only say that Denzo is really unlucky. In an instant, the god of the sky bounced back instantly. Then, Yang Ming roared, Denzo, you are an old dog. Buzz. As soon as these words came out, a terrible psychological suggestion was formed, rushing into Denzo's mind. However, Denzo still didn't realize it. He thought he had succeeded and thought it was just Yang Ming's last wail. Denzo's face flushed with excitement, Yang Ming, hand over your secret recipe for delicious food. Yang Ming rolled his eyes, are you stupid? Why should I give it to you? Hey, this script is wrong. Denzo was confused. Before Denzo could react, Yang Ming escaped with a quick escape. Net. At this time, Uchiha Itachi made a surprise attack, carrying a terrifying rage, and swept over. Denzo had no time to think about why the Kota Amatsukami, which had never failed, would fail. At this time, he could only run desperately towards the village. Boom! 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 Along the way, the 100-foot-high Susanoo, like an invincible god of war from mythology, cut through the thorns and shook up the flying smoke and dust, raising large tracts of forest to the ground. Outside the fence of Konoha village, a scarred figure suddenly jumped out of the forest, with a look of horror still frozen on his face. On his arm, 5 closed eyes looked creepy. The one who came was Denzo. When approaching Konoha village, Uchiha Itachi had to stop even though he was angry. After all, he was not like Kisame, who had a huge amount of chakra and could use Susanoo recklessly. Once he was surrounded by Konoha's masters, he would be exhausted to death by the round-the-clock battle. Seeing this, the gatekeeper was shocked, Master Denzo. Denzo ignored their exclamations, and continued to walk quickly into the village. Net. Hey! When he returned to the village, Denzo finally breathed a sigh of relief. When facing the godlike Susanoo, Denzo was shocked to find that he was really old and could not keep up with the development of the times. He became a cage-level strongman first, but lost to Uchiha Itachi, who was dozens of years younger than him. It was really unwilling. He dragged his tired body and strolled on the street, feeling emotional in his heart. At this time, he saw a dog, walked under a big tree, supported by one leg and raised the other leg. It was actually peeing. Gurgle. Danzo's throat moved, and the effect of the rebound of Butsuamitsu Kami began to take effect. In Danzo's subconscious, he was not a person now, but an old dog. Seeing this, Danzo felt that his bladder was pent up, so he followed suit. Danzo also came under the tree, without even taking off his pants, with one leg supported and the other leg raised high. Then, he peed. This scene is too beautiful. It's really eye-catching. It's worth mentioning that it was evening, and this place was a park. At this moment, many villagers were here for leisure and entertainment. Why do you say so much? Because this scene of Danzo was too eye-catching, and the villagers watched it strongly. A little girl covered her face with both hands, and the fingers covering her eyes loosened slightly, and secretly looked through the gap, but said, "Mom, what is this weird uncle doing, so embarrassing?" The girl's mother looked embarrassed. This uncle may be doing performance art." "Mom, you lied to me." The little girl puffed up her face and pointed at Danzo with one hand. "Mom, look, this weird uncle is chewing bones. This can't be performance art again, right?" Sure enough. At this time, Danzo actually snatched the bones that the dog had just dug out, and was chewing them with relish. If he had a tail behind him, it would definitely be swinging left and right at this moment. "Hey! Hey!" The onlookers showed contemptuous expressions, which felt so hot. Even the Inuzuka clan in the village, who always loved dogs, had not fallen to such a state. There were bursts of noisy sounds in his ears, and Danzo felt the strange eyes, like a knife tip, piercing his heart, making him feel very hurt. But what made him sad at this moment was not that he was gnawing bones, but why these people didn't cherish these bones. Look! Although this bone was just dug out of the soil, it was still very hard. The pale yellow soil could not cover the pale beauty underneath, and it also had a little green grass fragrance. What's more interesting is that there are a few black ants on it, crawling up and down, just giving him a snack. When he swallowed it into his mouth and bit it, the bone touched his teeth, and a lingering battle occurred, which made Danzo feel very happy. It really made the dog hang 3 feet. At this time, a member of the Inuzuka clan, accompanied by a husky-like dog, passed by here. When he saw Danzo chewing a bone with an intoxicated look on his face, he suddenly showed a look of shock on his face. Then, he was full of admiration and said with emotion, "I used to think that Danzo was cold-blooded and should be a cruel person. It turns out that I was wrong, totally wrong. Danzo loves dogs like his life, and he even imitates the dog's life and work. We are far inferior to him." This Inuzuka clan member was very touched. No wonder their clan has always claimed to be the companions of dogs, but the combined ninjutsu they practiced has never made any progress. It turns out that they haven't found a way. After returning, this Inuzuka clan member plans to persuade the clan leader to let all the clan members follow Danzo's example. If you want to learn ninjutsu well, start by being a dog. Whether it's peeing in public or chewing bones. Even if it means procreation with dogs, it is worth a try. This Inuzuka tribe member was full of fantasies. He stood there and saluted Danzo from a distance. This is a respectable pioneer. Master Danzo has opened a brand new door for us, and will surely go down in history. We thank you. Mobile users, please browse M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 211. A reporter interviews Danzo about his feelings as a dog. When Yang Ming returned to the shop, the sound of completing the system task sounded. Hidden task: attract customers. Task description: the reputation of the shop has been damaged by the malicious destruction of someone with ulterior motives. As the boss, you have to find a way to restore the reputation of the shop and attract more customers. Task reward: a random item. Task completed, reward issued. Still the familiar recipe, familiar taste, everything is natural. In front of Yang Ming, a roulette wheel that others cannot see appeared. Yang Ming casually pulled the wheel, and the wheel quickly turned. Soon, the pointer turned to the E-level prop. Sure enough. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. I knew the system was still as stingy as ever. However, when he saw the prop in his hand, he was suddenly shocked. Primary lucky dice: according to the number of points thrown, you get the lucky time. This is a 6-sided dice, 1 point represents a day. Although Yang Ming didn't know what the use of luck was, he threw it into the air with a try-and-see attitude. When the dice drew a beautiful arc in the air, it made a free fall, fell to the ground, and began to shake vigorously. In Yang Ming's expectant eyes, the dice finally stopped on the red dot one, and then turned into starlight and dissipated in the air. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Is this thing like this? No feeling. When this primary lucky dice, the moment when the lucky dice took effect. On the other side, at Danzo's place. Like wild cats that smelled blood, a group of reporters rushed over non-stop. When they saw Danzo chewing bones like a dog, they showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Oh my god! Is this really Danzo from the elders? Great, this is really big news. A gleam of brilliance flashed in the eyes of these reporters, and they were excited to get such a big news. If it were in the past, they would never seek death like this. After all, they were reporting on Danzo, and they must be afraid of retaliation. But now, when Yang Ming's lucky dice fell, under the influence of a mysterious force, they were all fearless. Reporter A stepped out of the crowd, took the lead and came to Danzo, handed over the microphone, and asked, Danzo, are you experiencing life now? Why do you want to learn to chew bones like a dog? Hearing this, Danzo frowned and his face darkened. Just when everyone thought that Danzo was going to scold the reporter, the situation suddenly changed. How can you talk like that? I'm not a learning dog. I'm an old dog. Puff. Puff puff puff. As soon as Danzo said this, even the most serious people couldn't help laughing. Danzo, who was always cold and cruel, actually admitted that he was an old dog? This is really big news. Reporter A seemed to be encouraged and asked, Danzo, why do you think you are an old dog? Is there something you can't say? Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes actually showed some tears. Looking back to the past, the first Hokage came out of nowhere, swept away the evil spirits in the ninja world, and leveled the universe. I often wonder what contribution I can make to the village to be worthy of my teacher and the first Hokage. Finally, I understand that I want to be a dog and loyally protect the village. After Danzo's emotional words fell, he aroused thunderous applause and rave reviews. Danzo tried hard to squeeze out a drop of crocodile tears. Thank you everyone, as an old dog, I will do my best to protect Konoha village. I hope everyone can support me to become Hokage in the near future. Okay. Even if he was rebounded by Kota Amatsukami, Danzo is still the same Danzo in his bones, always thinking about the position of Hokage. Reporter A was also moved by Danzo and choked up and said, it's a blessing for Konoha village to have Danzo in the village. Reporter B didn't see the situation clearly and asked, then Danzo, why did you pee in public? Faced with this question, others would be embarrassed. However, Danzo didn't. He straightened his chest and said proudly, as an old dog, in order to thoroughly implement my will, I am practicing being an old dog, so as not to forget my original intention at all times. As soon as the voice fell, Danzo received a wave of applause again. Even the little girl who questioned Danzo before had little stars in her eyes. This weird uncle turned out to be so great. Reporter B still didn't see the situation clearly and continued to ask, then may I ask Danzo, you have been single all the time, are you planning to find a female dog to carry on the family line? Wow! This question is too sharp. Even his colleagues beside him broke out in a cold sweat. Originally, everyone thought that Danzo would show an angry expression this time. However, the facts were unexpected again. Danzo's face was solemn, and he said seriously, of course. I have been looking for the destined bitch. Puff. Puff puff puff. If Danzo's previous explanation was acceptable, then the information this time was really explosive. Soon, all the reporters scattered and wrote reports one by one. A wretched uncle appeared in the park. It turned out to be Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama said that he wanted to be an old dog. Why has Danzo been single? Is it the decline of morality or the degeneration of human hearts? 3 lives 3 worlds 10 miles of peach blossoms, a bitch is waiting for Danzo. The office of the elders. Kohara Yuta Annie looked at the latest newspaper in front of her, her eyebrows twitching, her palms clenched, she felt her stomach churning, and a wave of nausea kept coming to her heart. Especially when she noticed that Danzo's last words were actually waiting for the destined bitch. She felt sick. Danzo, I misjudged you. She sighed slightly in her heart. Once, when she was young, she still had some good feelings for Danzo. But now, she finally recognized Danzo's true face. When Yang Ming sat in the shop in the rare leisure moment, when he saw the headline of the latest newspaper column, he immediately sprayed out the tea in his mouth, Oh my god! This time it's a big deal. Yang Ming broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if he should have changed his line when he bounced back against the god of war. At this time, due to the effect of the lucky dice, the main task 2 that had not been prompted for a long time finally appeared. Task: become the most famous chef in the land of fire. Task prompt: as the future supreme god of food in the Naruto world, you must learn not to fear any enemy, forge ahead bravely, and climb to the top. Task reward: a week tour of the Little Chef's world. Little Chef's world? Yang Ming's eyes lit up, he could actually go to another world? System: how is the time flow rate of the 2 worlds calculated? Yang Ming asked in his heart. Host: the time of other worlds will not have any impact on the Naruto world. In other words, if I stay there for a week, it will remain the same here. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, host. The system said seriously and earnestly. It's time to write about food. If the subscription decreases, I will judge that you don't like me to open a copy. Mobile users please browse Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 212 Yangchuan Restaurant. The darkness in front of him receded like a tide, and what appeared in front of Yang Ming was a scene of another world. On the bustling streets, people came and went, all of them were yellow-skinned people, wearing coarse linen clothes and speaking fluent Cantonese. Yang Ming looked left and right, still feeling a sense of shock. I'm in the world of Chinese chef boy now. Yang Ming walked leisurely on the street, looking at the flat-roofed tiled houses and stepping on the yellow mud, always having the illusion of a dream. Unconsciously, Yang Ming came to a very popular restaurant. On a plaque in the middle, the 4 characters Yangchuan Restaurant were written in a flamboyant style, which looked magnificent. At this time, the system popped up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, Chef Advancement Test. Task description: as a leading restaurant, if the host can pass the test of the master in Yangchuan Restaurant, he can successfully advance. Task reward: a random chef talent. At the same time, a letter of introduction to Yangchuan Restaurant suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's hand, signed by Admiral Li, and stamped with an official seal. To be honest, when Yang Ming saw the system task, he really felt amazing. This is the first time that the system mentioned the chef level advancement. Not to mention, there is also the mysterious chef talent as a reward. With excitement, Yang Ming stepped into the Yangchuan Restaurant. Boom! The moment Yang Ming stepped into the door, a clamor of clinking glasses and toasting turned into a whirlpool and suddenly swept over. Everywhere he looked, the tables were full of people, and the atmosphere was very lively. The delicious food with good color, fragrance, and taste filled the tables. The diners' faces were filled with happy expressions in the fragrance. Is this the famous Yangchuan Restaurant? Yang Ming was shocked and took a breath of cold air. At this time, seeing the guest Yang Ming enter the door, a waiter came towards him with a flattering face. Guest, I'm so sorry, the hall is full. If you want to eat, there are different levels of private rooms available. Yang Ming shook his head, took out the letter of introduction provided by the system, and said, please give this letter of introduction to Master Jitty. A trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the waiter. He thought he could earn more tips. However, when he heard Master Jitty mentioned, the waiter did not dare to be careless and hurriedly took the letter of introduction into the kitchen. Not long after, a tall chef with a serious face and a strong aura came out. He walked in front of Yang Ming like a Himalaya, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. He was Master Jitty. Since Yang Ming was only 12 years old, he was half a head shorter than the other party, and was looked down upon by the other party. Net. Are you the Yang Ming mentioned by Admiral Li? Do you want to join Yangchuan Restaurant? Yang Ming had not read the letter of introduction, and only then did he know that the content in it was to recommend him to join Yangchuan Restaurant. So Yang Ming said, yes, I want to join Yangchuan Restaurant. Master Jitty looked Yang Ming up and down, and his cold brows tightened. To be honest, as a chef, how can he not be big and strong? But seeing Yang Ming's thin appearance, more like a scholar than a chef, this first impression made Master Jitty feel very unhappy. However, Master Jitty didn't want to offend Admiral Li. Anyway, when Yang Ming came in, there was still an entrance test was waiting for him. If he couldn't even pass such a simple test, he could justifiably drive Yang Ming away. Even if Admiral Li had any complaints, Master Jitty at least did a good job on the surface. Master Jitty basically sentenced Yang Ming to death in his heart. He looked at him coldly and said indifferently, then follow me into the kitchen. Yang Ming didn't care about the other party's attitude at all. He followed him and looked around curiously. To be honest, the decoration of Yangchuan restaurant is very unique. The hall is magnificent and can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. There are screens in the middle with mountains, rivers, birds and animals painted on them, which makes people feel relaxed and happy, as if they are in nature. Those boxes, Yang Ming just glanced at them quickly, and only saw a part of them. They were named after spring, summer, autumn, winter, sun, moon, stars, etc., and the layout was elegant but not stereotyped, decent but luxurious. Along the way, Yang Ming was shocked and felt unprecedented shock. Yangchuan restaurant is really better known than heard. It is truly the #1 restaurant in Guangzhou. When Yang Ming came to the kitchen, a bustling scene appeared in front of him. Hurry up, the green pepper and pork shreds are ready, take them out. That person took my oil, give it to me. A wave of heat from the kitchen came over him. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and his hair was blown up, looking very messy. In the kitchen, boiling smoke rolled and was sucked out by the range hood. The crisp sound of the spatula colliding with the black pot, the muffled sound of chopping meat and cutting vegetables, and the shouting between the chefs formed a symphony that was fascinating. Seeing Master Jitty leading a young man in, the other chefs just glanced at him and stopped paying attention, as if they regarded Yang Ming as a transparent person. They didn't even say hello and continued to focus on the things in front of them. Master Jitty pointed to an empty stove and said indifferently, "You can cook a dish of vegetables there later." He looked at Yang Ming seriously, "Don't blame me for saying it in advance. If you can't even cook a dish of vegetables, then you should pack up and go back." Yang Ming nodded. Even if Master Jitty didn't warn him, Yang Ming would not allow himself to fail just for the reward of the system task. When Yang Ming left Master Jitty and walked towards his own stove, suddenly, a leg suddenly crossed out and blocked Yang Ming's way. At this time, the distance between the two sides was very close. If it were someone else, they would definitely be tripped by this leg and make a fool of themselves in front of many chefs. In addition, the kitchen floor was very dirty. If he really fell, his whole face would be covered with greasy dust. At that time, Yang Ming would become a joke. However, to the surprise of the owner of the leg, Yang Ming grinned and smiled lightly. He used a quick escape, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if shrinking the earth into an inch, and then appeared in front of his own stove. "Hey!" A slightly young voice sounded. Yang Ming turned his head and saw the instigator, a young man who looked like a scoundrel. The young man wiped his eyes and made a face at Yang Ming, as if he was playing a prank and was acting like a gangster. Yang Ming didn't care, smiled lightly, and looked calm and indifferent, as if he was pointing out the world for a moment. Suddenly, a serious look flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. "If I can't even fry a plate of green vegetables, what's the difference between me and a salted fish?" Mobile users, please browse and read for a better reading experience. Chapter 213, If you can't fry vegetables, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? Yang Ming said in his heart, "System, can I use 2 hidden task rewards as a price to exchange for this cooking method?" Host, this is a test of your chef level, the system will not provide any help. The system said seriously. Well, since the system said so, Yang Ming had to roll up his sleeves and do it himself. Although Yang Ming's chef level was only entry level, he didn't think it was difficult to fry vegetables. Yang Ming picked the fresh vegetables picked today, washed them in cold water, and picked off the bad parts. After filtering twice, Yang Ming put the firewood under the stove and started to heat the iron pot. When the dark red pattern spread under the black pot as black as charcoal, Yang Ming poured the oil along the edge of the black pot, and then used a shovel to spread the oil, sticking a thin layer of oil on the bottom of the pot. At this point, the red-hot bottom of the pot quickly heated up the oil, and a light aroma of oil spread. Taking advantage of this brief interval, Yang Ming quickly smashed the garlic, washed and peeled the ginger, and flattened it, and then poured it into the pot together. Sizzle! Crackling! Because they still had some moisture on them, as soon as they entered the red-hot black pot, a fierce conflict broke out like Mars hitting the earth. You can also see that the minced garlic at the bottom of the pot kept jumping up and down, and in just a short moment it had been stained with a touch of yellow. Then came a strong garlic aroma mixed with ginger, which turned into a light smoke. It happened in a flash. Yang Ming picked up the basket of green vegetables with one hand and quickly poured it into the pot. Crack! Crack! This time, when the green vegetables with more water were put into the pot, it seemed to explode the pot, and a burst of dense crisp sounds like beans were scattered. Yang Ming grabbed the handle of the pot with one hand and the spatula with the other hand, and quickly stir-fried it. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, and the green vegetables on the pot kept rolling. After stir-frying several times, Yang Ming poured a bowl of water into it, then covered the pot and waited for it to simmer. After a few minutes, a steaming hot air came out from it, and kept lifting the lid on the top. Thick white smoke escaped from the gap, carrying the fragrance of green vegetables mixed with garlic, filling the surroundings. Yang Ming lifted the lid of the pot, shoveled a handful of salt, stir-fried it for a while, and then poured the vegetables into the plate. Master Jitty, I'm done. Yang Ming placed the stir-fried vegetables in front of Master Jitty's table. The vegetables were sitting quietly on the table, looking green and pleasing to the eye, and a fragrance spread with the steaming heat. However, facing Yang Ming's work, Master Jitty didn't even look at it, and ate lunch with other chefs. On the table, they were full of lunch they had just made, with a dazzling array of colors, aromas, and flavors. Yang Ming's stir-fried vegetables were in one of them, but like an isolated island in the city, no one cared about it. Net. Silence. Still silence. No one looked at the dishes cooked by Yang Ming, let alone tasted them, as if this plate of stir-fried vegetables was a pile of garbage, and looking at it would taint their eyes. Master Jitty, please give me a definite answer. Yang Ming felt hurt and asked. Master Jitty put down his chopsticks unhappily, sighed slightly, raised his cold eyebrows, and put on a serious expression. Yang Ming, you should go back to where you came from. With your current cooking skills, you are not qualified to enter Yangchuan restaurant. Boom. It was like a bolt from the blue, blasting Yang Ming inside and out. Bang. Yang Ming put his hands on the table, still in disbelief. You haven't eaten it, how do you know I can't? Master Jitty looked at Yang Ming indifferently, pointed at his nose with one hand, and said indifferently, because of the nose. Your stir-fried vegetables are very standard, but you overlooked a detail, that is the smell. Do you think it's okay to put some minced garlic and ginger slices? You are wrong, very wrong. Even so, there is still an unendurable mud smell in the stir-fried vegetables. Boom. Master Jitty's words, like a sharp arrow, pierced Yang Ming's heart fiercely. Yang Ming didn't believe it, put his nose close to the vegetables, and kept sniffing. Sure enough. In that fragrance, there is really a hint of mud smell, which is really hard to smell if you don't distinguish carefully. But many chefs from Yangchuan restaurant present smelled this mud smell from afar. Their noses are so extraordinary. Is this the strength of Yangchuan restaurant, the #1 restaurant in Yangcheng? Yang Ming felt dazed and said in disbelief. At this time, a thin hand patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Yang Ming was startled, and turned back without any expression on his face. It turned out to be the boy who wanted to trip him before. He had a frivolous look on his face, shrugged and said, You look so pitiful, do you want me to teach you? But he showed a cunning smile, you have to teach me the method that seemed to teleport just now. Yang Ming shook his head, I really can't teach you that. Is that so? The boy's big eyes rolled around, and suddenly thought of an idea, then if you promise me to use your ability just now to help me do something, I will teach you how to pass the test. Ahem. Master Jitty glanced at the boy, Silang, I'm still here. Silang had a dead pig's expression on his face, what's there to be afraid of, anyway, I'll just tell him the reason. Didn't the little chef master get tricked by you guys back then? Ahem. When Silang mentioned the little chef, everyone coughed and felt a little ashamed. After all, the little chef was too dazzling at the time, and all the chefs were overshadowed by him. Unfortunately, there has been no news from Xiao Dangjia since a year ago. Only his apprentice Si Lang returned to Yangchuan restaurant, but he kept silent about Xiao Dangjia's whereabouts. Yang Ming thought about it and decided that he would not lose anything in this matter. Well, as long as I don't do anything illegal if you go against my principles, I will help you. Then, deal. Silang laughed, like a little fox, with a sly look in his eyes. Then, Silang told the story of the muddy smell in the green vegetables. These green vegetables are usually irrigated by the water in the Pearl River. Where the Pearl River flows, there is mostly red acidic soil, carrying a lot of mud along the way. Therefore, no matter how much you wash these green vegetables with clean water, or remove them with minced garlic and ginger slices, there will still be a muddy smell in them. Silang shrugged, looking helpless, sorry, I can only tell you this, otherwise I will be punished by Master Jiti. Yang Ming looked quite solemn. If that's the case, then how did the chef of Yangchuan restaurant remove this fishy smell? If others can do it, I can do it too. Yang Ming clenched his fists and encouraged himself. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 214, New Chef Talent. Yang Ming was thinking hard, and at this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. Net. Because the memory was too old, Yang Ming almost forgot about the entrance examination of Xiao Dejia at first. According to his vague memory, Yang Ming took out the chicken oil and peanut oil and began to mix them. Next, according to the experience of Xiao Dejia, he made a plate of stir-fried vegetables according to the map. This time, Yang Ming did not rush to serve it on the table, but put his nose up to smell it first. After the chicken oil and peanut oil were mixed, there was a light fragrance, giving people a refreshing feeling. However, under this fragrance, the muddy smell was like a vine wrapped around a tree, and it was always lingering. On the side, Silang watched Yang Ming do this, a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he curled his lips. Yang Ming, you got the wrong ratio of chicken fat and peanut oil. Yang Ming's body trembled, and he looked at Silang expectantly. Then do you know what ratio to use? Silang shrugged, God knows. Silang looked like he deserved a beating, and Yang Ming was almost mad at him. Since the method of following the map doesn't work, we can only trace the source and find the core of the problem from the method of the little chef. After all, in Yang Ming's vague memory, the method of the little chef came from Juxialu, which is different from the method of Yangchuan restaurant to remove the mud smell. There are 3,000 ways, but they all lead to the same destination. Although there are some differences in details, the essence is still the same. Yang Ming propped up his chin and thought carefully. Mixed chicken fat and peanut oil can cover up the mud smell to a certain extent, but this is just the surface. But Xiao Dejia has blanched the vegetables before, and wrapped them with oil to avoid direct contact with water. Logically speaking, this is the fundamental thing, and it should be able to remove the muddy smell. What is missing? Yang Ming walked around. At this time, he heard a shout from the kitchen. Damn it, who used up my salt? Boom! Like a flash of lightning across the sky, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, it's salt. The chef of Yangchuan restaurant entertains so many guests every day, it is impossible for him to always have so much time to mix chicken oil and peanut oil, and the oil used must be ordinary cooking oil. Then, they must use the most common method to remove the muddy smell. With this in mind, Yang Ming boiled water again. Unlike the previous oil, this time, Yang Ming also put a spoonful of salt and used this pot of water to blanch the vegetables. Adding salt and cooking oil can make the green vegetables in a physiological saline solution, which can slow down the diffusion of soluble nutrients in the green vegetables into the water. At the same time, it can also make the green vegetables greener after cooking, and can also remove the muddy smell of the green vegetables. Yang Ming quickly poured the washed green vegetables into the boiling water, picked them up immediately after cooking, and put them into another pot full of cold water to cool them down quickly. Because the nutrients of the vegetables are still lost after the high temperature of blanching, cooling them down immediately can reduce the loss of nutrients and add a refreshing taste, so that they will not be too soft and deflated. Finally, the vegetables are stir-fried, which I will not go into detail here. When the hot vegetables are served, they are placed in front of Master Jiti. The vegetables are green and juicy, and their tight bodies are not soft at all. In the steaming hot air, they are like a forest in the mist, exuding an attractive fragrance. This time, Master Jiti's eyes can no longer move away, staring at the plate of vegetables tightly, and his cold brows loosen for the first time towards Yang Ming. He picked up the chopsticks and gently put a vegetable into his mouth. Suddenly, Master Jiti's eyes widened. Delicious! It's really delicious! At this moment, Master Jiti only felt that he was standing in front of a lush green vegetable garden, through the winding path to the secluded, feeling the spring breeze blowing in your face. When the greens enter your mouth, the refreshing taste explodes instantly, without any soft feeling. This is authentic Cantonese cuisine. Seeing this, other chefs joined in one after another. Not long after, a plate of greens was divided up by everyone, leaving nothing but the empty plate. Hey! For the first time, Master Jiti looked at Yang Ming straight in the eye, the ice on his face melted, and he smiled. Yang Ming, from today on, you are the fourth-class chef of Yangchuan restaurant. The fourth-class chef is the lowest-level chef. But Yang Ming still felt encouraged. It's not easy. Thanks to Yang Ming for practicing cooking after getting the system, otherwise this time it would be really dangerous. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Yang Ming glanced at the system column and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Hidden task, Chef Advancement Test. Task description, as a leading restaurant, if the host can pass the test of the master in Yangchuan restaurant, he can successfully advance. Task reward, a random chef talent. Chef talent, 10% chance of making glowing dishes. At the same time, the long-lost personal attribute column has finally been updated. System goal, help the host become the supreme chef god in the Naruto world. Host, Yang Ming. Gender, male. Age, 12. Chakra cultivation, Genin, as the chef god in the Naruto world, future food will definitely require chakra, young man, work hard. Cooking talent, chef's heart, 10% chance of making glowing dishes. Skills, disguise, clone, outside body, substitute, shadow clone, fire phoenix. Props, none. Cooking, primary knife skills. God of Cooking set, Wanbao Purple Sand Pot. God of Cooking overall rating, first level, the road to God of Cooking has just begun. Follow the system's footsteps and become the man at the top of the food chain in the Naruto world. It is worth noting. This time Yang Ming successfully advanced from the entry level to the first level. This made Yang Ming curious, if it was the little chef, what level would it be? Yang Ming could not think too much. Silang's eyes flashed with cunning. He put his arm around Yang Ming's neck and said in a friendly way, Yang Ming, this is all thanks to my reminder. Don't forget what you promised me before. Yang Ming said calmly, tell me, what do you want me to do? Silang curled his lips, you just got in today and will start working officially tomorrow. Now let's go to a place. Seeing the other party's mysterious look, Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and an ominous premonition came to his heart. Sure enough. When Yang Ming followed Silang, he left Yangchuan restaurant, walked through the busy downtown, and passed through the winding alleys, and came to a secluded place. In front of them, a small shop was quietly open, with a sign outside with the word soup written on it. What's even more speechless is that this is clearly a bathhouse opened by a Japanese. At this time, foreign forces were entering the world of Xiaodejia. In Yangcheng, a coastal city, there was nothing surprising about having such a bathhouse. But the problem was that this was a bathhouse specially opened for women. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Silang, why did you bring me here? Silang rubbed his hands obscenely, and a cunning look flashed in his eyes. Mobile users please browse Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 215 I must have walked into the wrong set. Standing in front of the bathhouse specially opened for women, Yang Ming just felt a person in the wind. He looked at Silang unhappily, don't tell me, what you want me to do is to sneak in. Snap. Silang made a crisp finger snap, with an expression that you guessed it right, I'm going to have to work hard for you next. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Although he knew that Silang was unreliable, he didn't expect that the other party was so shameless. Seeing Yang Ming's confused look, Silang's eyes flashed with cunning, okay, don't think wrongly, I just asked you to go in and steal an account book. What account book? Yang Ming continued to be confused. When it comes to business, even Silang, who is always careless, puts on a solemn expression. In the past year, a large number of Japanese people have poured into Yangcheng and opened many Japanese restaurants. If it were just that, it would be fine, but I secretly investigated and found that these Japanese people actually added poppy pollen to the food. When people eat dishes with poppy pollen, they will become addicted from then on. If they don't eat it for a day, they will feel uncomfortable all over their body, and in the long run, it will cause serious damage to their health. Yang Ming listened a little confused, what does that have to do with the account book? How did you know? Silang rolled his eyes, I have half of the Japanese in my body. The blood of the Japanese, isn't it easy to get in? After I followed the clues, I finally found that they hid the account book of the purchase of poppy flowers in this bathhouse. Silang clenched his fists tightly, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes. Please, the happiness of the people of Yangcheng depends on you. So that's it. Yang Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. He didn't expect that Silang, who usually looked careless, was such a responsible man. Yang Ming patted his shoulder heavily and said solemnly, you have found the right person. Then, Yang Ming used the transformation technique in Silang's shocked eyes, and transformed into a middle-aged Japanese woman in a puff of smoke. Silang's eyes widened, and the finger pointing at Yang Ming kept shaking. You. Are you a human or a ghost? Yang Ming grinned, guess? Then, Yang Ming left Silang, who was confused, and entered the bathhouse. This bathhouse was very quiet, with almost no one coming. After entering the door, there was a cashier inside, and a fierce-looking man was holding his chin in a daze. Seeing a customer coming in, the man said lazily in a Japanese accent, "A bath is $1, no bargaining." Yang Ming's mouth twitched. No wonder no one came here. Only ghosts would come if $1 was so expensive. However, Yang Ming was originally a drunkard who was not interested in wine, so it didn't matter. He secretly tore off a piece of cloth on his body, used the transformation technique to turn it into the dollar circulating in this world, gave the money to the other party, and easily mixed in. The whole bathhouse is very Japanese style, clean and bright, with a corridor for scrubbing before bathing, and a pool full of hot steam. However, there was no one inside. Yang Ming looked around and thought to himself, where is the account book hidden? Yang Ming was a little distressed. If he could roll his eyes, he could just glance at it and it would be easy. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Yang Ming approached the wall and knocked on it with his hands, making a dull bang 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 sound. Yang Ming frowned, it doesn't look like it's here. So he walked along the corridor, knocking on the wall, trying to find something. But in the end, he still found nothing, even if he even felt the floor, it was still the same. Yang Ming frowned, if I were a Japanese, where would I hide? The most dangerous place is the safest. Suddenly, Yang Ming remembered this sentence. So, Yang Ming walked into the pool, and after draining the water, he walked down and knocked. Soon, a slightly crisp sound was heard, and Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He pried open the tiles on top and saw a sealed safe hidden inside. In response, Yang Ming directly used violent demolition to open the box. When he saw the dense data in the account book, which recorded a pile of ironclad evidence, Yang Ming couldn't help but suffocate. Damn Japanese, how did they smuggle so many contraband in? Yang Ming didn't think much about it, he quickly cleaned up the scene and left immediately. Not long after Yang Ming left, the inspectors from Japan who came on time found that their account book was missing. In an instant, everyone present was panicked. This account book was related to the dealings between their superiors and the senior officials in Yangcheng. If it was disclosed, they would definitely commit suicide to apologize. Soon, these people reported the matter to the higher levels. The Japanese leader attached great importance to this incident, mobilized the potential forces in Yangcheng, and began to search in all directions. Under the offensive of money, the Japanese leader received a strange piece of information. Before the account book disappeared, 2 men passed by the bathhouse. Baga. The leader was a traditional Japanese man with a pair of 8-point beards. When he was angry, he shook up and down, which looked a bit funny. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he shouted at the other end of the phone, I don't care what means you use, check it for me. You must find them out for me, or you will commit suicide by disemboweling yourself. Yang Ming and Si Lang had no idea that they had accidentally opened Pandora's box, and a crisis would soon sweep across Yangchuan restaurant. Si Lang flipped through the account book out of boredom, and rolled his eyes at the data that looked like a heavenly book. He nudged Yang Ming with his elbow, I say, why don't I hand the account book over to the government, maybe there will be a reward. Yang Ming said calmly, then go by yourself. If I had gone, I would have gone long ago. Si Lang rolled his eyes, even a fool would know that this matter involves a lot of things, and if I had gone, I would have been arrested. A trace of cunning flashed in Si Lang's eyes, Yang Ming, but you are different, with your tricks, isn't it easy? Yang Ming flicked the other's forehead with one finger, and said in a shocking way, why do I need money? What is pretentiousness? Invisible pretentiousness is the most deadly. Yang Ming's indifferent attitude towards money deeply stimulated Silang. While the two were talking, Yangchuan restaurant welcomed a group of uninvited guests. This group of people was led by a Japanese, followed by a group of Ronin, carrying something covered by a black cloth. This group of people came in aggressively, and the waiter suddenly found something wrong and quickly asked Master Jitty to calm the situation. Master Jitty's tall figure stood across the door of the store, looking at the group of Japanese coldly, what are you doing here? Mobile users please visit M Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 216 Give you a plaque, the sick man of East Asia. What for? A gleam of light flashed in the narrow eyes of the Japanese head, and he said loudly, I am Sasaki from Japan. You Yangchuan restaurant are really amazing. You actually sent people to steal things from us. This Japanese man spoke Chinese in a clear and melodious voice, without any awkwardness, which showed that he had put in a lot of effort. Master Jiti frowned coldly, his face full of frost. Words are not enough, don't criticize me. Sasaki sneered and said confidently, I knew you would say that, so I came here today to challenge your Yangchuan restaurant. In the past year, the Japanese have opened many restaurants in Guangzhou, and quickly opened up the market by putting poppy pollen in the food. However, when the Japanese wanted to conquer the food industry in Guangzhou, they suddenly found that there was a natural barrier in front of them. That is Yangchuan restaurant. Pa pa pa. Sasaki clapped his hands, and the Ronin behind him understood and lifted a plaque covered by black cloth. When they saw the words written on it, everyone present was angry. Because it said, Sick man of East Asia. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Sasaki's gloomy eyes, and he said loudly, We Japanese restaurants have always admired Yangchuan restaurant, and today we are here to issue a challenge. If we win, you will obediently hand over the stolen things. If you lose. Sasaki grinned, revealing a half-smile, and pointed at the plaque, from now on, use it to replace the signboard of your Yangchuan restaurant. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Sasaki's provocative words quickly angered the chefs of Yangchuan restaurant. Assholes, who gave you Japanese the courage? You bastards, your grandfather is worth 10 of you. Facing the tide of abuse, Sasaki smiled coldly, oh, it seems that you are very confident. A chef of Yangchuan restaurant puffed out his chest and said proudly, Humph, just based on you Japanese, any one of us here is better than you shorty. Japanese people are always short, so they are nicknamed dwarf winter melons or radish heads by the locals. Sure enough, when these words came out, Sasaki's face darkened, as dark as the bottom of a pot. Since you are so confident, do you dare to let me appoint one of you to compete? The chef before said disdainfully, if we don't dare, we are grandsons. Very good. Sasaki laughed angrily, pointing at Yang Ming, then I will choose him to compete with us. Wow! For a moment, all the chefs of Yangchuan restaurant looked ugly. Why choose him? It's over, he is only a 4th-class chef. Sasaki was very proud. Before coming, they had done their homework and knew that Yang Ming was the lowest-ranking chef in Yangchuan restaurant and the culprit who stole the account book. Therefore, in order to achieve their goal, even the chef who spoke just now was a hired helper they secretly paid heavily. Sasaki looked at the people who were arguing in a mess, smiled coldly, and said inwardly, they are indeed a group of sick men of East Asia. One person is a dragon, and a group of people are just worms. They are really rubbish and deserve to be inferior people. Only our great Japanese empire is the future of the world. These sick men of East Asia should kneel down and lick our feet. Looking at the messy scene, Master Jiti frowned coldly and shouted, Shut up! It was like a roar of a lion from the east of the river. In an instant, the whole world was suddenly quiet. The chefs of Yangchuan restaurant, like children who had done something wrong, did not dare to look directly at Master Jiti. Master Jiti looked at Yang Ming seriously, in this battle, our Yangchuan restaurant cannot lose. Do you have confidence? Yang Ming did not expect that Master Jiti really wanted him to play. It makes sense. No matter what, the opponent is challenging Yangchuan restaurant face to face. If he is timid, his reputation will be ruined. However, everyone has his own responsibility. This matter was caused by him, so Yang Ming nodded, I will definitely teach these Japanese people to be human again. Haha. Sasaki stared at Yang Ming with gloomy eyes, what a big tone, Ziti, I hope you won't be scared to death when the time comes. Facing the opponent's provocation, Yang Ming said calmly, let's talk about how to compete and who will be the referee. Sasaki smiled sinisterly, for the fairness of the competition, we invited Admiral Li to be the referee. As for the competition, in Yangcheng, a land of fish and rice, of course it's cooking seafood dishes. Sasaki was very proud. Japan lives by the sea. Most chefs have been dealing with seafood all their lives. They are skilled in cooking and their seafood dishes are very well known in the world. He just didn't believe that in this increasingly dilapidated country, there could be someone better than them in this aspect. What's more? Sasaki smiled grimly. In order to regain the account book and strike against Yangchuan restaurant, he made a lot of preparations in private. Those preparations were enough to destroy a dish. Not long after, in the aisle in front of Yangchuan restaurant, a group of officers and soldiers marched in with a heroic spirit. They were divided into 2 columns, lined up on both sides of a low-key and luxurious sedan chair. From a distance, they looked very imposing. "Admiral Li is here." A slightly sharp voice came from the leading officer. At this time, pedestrians on the road, including those from Yangchuan restaurant, all half knelt on the ground to show respect. The only exception was the Japanese. They folded their hands in front of their chests, with a defiant expression on their faces, looking at others half kneeling on the ground, with a superior look in their eyes, looking at others as if they were lower animals like pigs. When the sedan stopped, a pair of crystal jade-like beautiful legs stepped out. Looking up, it turned out to be a red cheongsam with a split skirt. Yang Ming was stunned. "Isn't Admiral Li a man?" Then, he saw that in a burst of laughter, a middle-aged man with a slightly flushed face, supported by a beautiful woman, walked down the sedan. The woman was dressed enchantingly, showing every inch of her beauty. Almost her whole body was attached to Admiral Li, looking like a little bird. When she passed by Sasaki, the two looked at each other, and there was a silent understanding between them. That's right, this beautiful woman is the first trick prepared by Sasaki. Even if Yang Ming's cooking is delicious, so what? For a normal man, it goes without saying whether food is more important or beauty is more important. What's more, this is a beauty who is as beautiful as a country. In ancient times, it would be Daji who ruined the country and Yang Guifei who caused chaos in the government. Before the game started, Yang Ming had already lost half. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 217 Despicable is the motto of the despicable, return to Naruto tomorrow. With the help of the beautiful woman, Admiral Li walked with a slightly frivolous step, and his face still had a blush of satisfaction, and came to the door of Yangchuan restaurant. At this time, he was no longer as handsome and courageous as in the original work, and looked like he was hollowed out by wine and sex. He glanced at everyone and said in an impatient tone, "Hurry up and start the game." At this time, the system popped up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, defeat the Japanese with ulterior motives. Task description: the Japanese poisoned the people of Yangcheng. The host must not only defeat them in the game, but also destroy them physically. Task reward: a random knife skill. Knife skills also have skills? My system is amazing. Yang Ming secretly said, it is worthy of being a world of food, the task rewards are different. Afterwards, the two parties borrowed the kitchen of Yangchuan restaurant. Soon, the ingredients were divided, and the delicious seafood was spread on the tables on both sides, dazzling and dazzling. The one who faced Yang Ming was a very traditional Japanese man, wearing a white kimono, a red ribbon wrapped around his forehead, a crew cut, a stern face, unsmiling, muscular, arms as thick as legs, more like a karate master than a chef. He looked at Yang Ming calmly, his black eyes as calm as the sea, and said confidently, "Chinese, you can't beat me." Yang Ming grinned, "Don't worry, I will teach you to be a good person again." Humph. The other party looked unhappy. "I will let you see that the most delicious food in the world is the food of our great Japanese empire." He took out a dragon boat that was as tall as a person and as long as a table. The dragon head was ferocious, the hull was spacious, and there were vivid pictures of beauties painted on the sails. Then, he picked out some seafood, fish, and lobsters. The fish he chose had more meat and less bones, and the lobsters were large and fresh. He took out a series of knives specially made for sashimi, some long and some short, shiny and sharp, to deal with different types of ingredients. Once facing the ingredients, he entered a state of selflessness. Nothing in the outside world could interfere with him. Every cut he was extremely careful and serious. Although it looked slow, he was very efficient. After a while, the dragon boat was filled with neatly stacked dishes. Finally, he also prepared the sauce for the dishes and added something that could decide the outcome. Poppy pollen. As for Yang Ming, he was standing in front of a pile of ingredients, in a daze. It was because Yang Ming found that all the ingredients distributed to him were expired and spoiled. Of course, this was all done by the insider who was paid heavily by Sasaki. Although these ingredients looked the same, they were only 2 or 3 days past the fresh date, but the disgusting fishy smell inside was as conspicuous as a crane among chickens. Yang Ming didn't know whether he could do it well. After all, the dragon pot he had was to keep the ingredients alive all the time. This time, Yang Ming did not rely on the system, but decided to cook a bowl of seafood porridge with Cantonese characteristics by himself. He poured clean water into the raw dragon pot and boiled it, then put the prawns and crabs in it and scalded them. Sure enough, not long after, the spoiled ingredients that once emitted a disgusting fishy smell, under the strange effect of the raw dragon pot, returned to the freshest moment. Then, Yang Ming began to prepare. Yang Ming soaked the rice, drained the water and set it aside for use. Then, he picked up the crabs and prawns after blanching, chopped the crabs and set them aside for use, and cut the prawns in half with a knife, so that it would be easier to taste when cooking porridge. Yang Ming took out the Wanbao purple sand pot from the system, put the raw rice into the pot, poured boiling water into the pot, soaked all the rice, and poured a spoonful of salad oil and lard respectively, then added the chopped crabs and boiled over high heat. Cooking porridge requires careful preparation, so during the cooking process, Yang Ming was not idle. Instead, he picked up a spoon and stirred it properly to prevent the rice from sticking to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, Yang Ming could not let the water boil dry, and he added hot water to the pot from time to time. When the rice grains gradually began to expand, the seafood porridge was almost done. Yang Ming added prawns, ginger slices, radish strips, chicken essence, salt, etc., and mixed them with a spoon. When Yang Ming finally took the pot off the stove, he also added chopped green onions and dripped a few drops of sesame oil. In this way, a pot of delicious and refreshing seafood porridge was successfully cooked. At this time, Yang Ming's opponent had already prepared the food and moved the dragon boat as tall as a person to the table of Admiral Li. Admiral Li did not pay attention to the food at all. His salty hands were under the table, wandering on the body of the beautiful woman next to him from time to time, touching her until she gasped. Admiral Li looked at the beauty beside him with a smirk. "Come on, beauty, feed me with your mouth." "Hate it." The beautiful woman gave him a charming wink, and although she didn't want it with her mouth, her body was very honest. She dipped a piece of sashimi in mustard with poppy pollen, slightly opened her red lips, bit it with her white teeth, and shyly put it into Admiral Li's mouth. This piece of sashimi is actually very ordinary, from the public, with average knife skills and average thickness. But once it entered Admiral Li's mouth, it was suddenly different. In an instant, Admiral Li took a breath of cold air, as if he was in a demon barrier, and even the beauty beside him didn't care about it. He picked up the chopsticks impatiently and ate desperately. As more and more dishes with poppy pollen entered his mouth, Li Ti's back was covered with hot sweat, and his whole face was intoxicated, as if he had fallen into heaven. The whole person was floating, with the kind of pleasure of being in the world, but in the bliss of the gods. The food on this dragon boat is enough for 10 people to share, but now all of it is eaten by Admiral Li alone. Burp. After eating, Admiral Li touched his swollen stomach, with a trace of confusion in his eyes, unable to tell whether it was a dream or reality. That was the effect of poppy pollen, which was equivalent to casting an illusion on people, giving them a virtual pleasure. When Yang Ming presented the cooked seafood porridge to Admiral Li, the other party had already lost his appetite. He frowned and said impatiently, "It's just a competition. I'm full. Just treat it as Sasaki's win." What? The people of Yangchuan restaurant had never thought that Admiral Li would make such a hasty decision. This is pushing them into the fire pit. Just as Admiral Li stood up and prepared to leave, a hand like an iron claw grabbed his arm. "Sir, taste it first, and then make this decision," Yang Ming said lightly. "I said you." Admiral Li wanted to say something, but when Yang Ming opened the lid, he was stunned. How is this possible? Mobile users please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 218 Glowing Food. When Yang Ming opened the lid of the pot, a beam of light suddenly burst out, radiating in all directions. Boom! Like a pillar of heaven, this beam of light broke straight into the sky, scattering dazzling brilliance. At this moment, whether it was the chef of Yangchuan restaurant, the Japanese, or Admiral Li, they were all shocked. This is... At this moment, all those who were familiar with Xiao Dejia recalled that this scene was so similar to that of Xiao Dejia back then. Admiral Li's steps, which had been taken, suddenly stopped. At this moment, his heart, which was becoming increasingly decadent due to the incompetence of the court, actually had a throbbing heart. Admiral Li looked at Yang Ming with a complicated look and returned to his seat. Seeing this, the beautiful woman who had been sticking to him was not happy. She almost stuck her whole body to him, clinging to him like a vixen, and made an intoxicating and coquettish voice. "Sir, let's go. It's so boring here." If it were in the past, Admiral Lee might have really obeyed her. But now, Admiral Lee's face has a little more style, and he is not depressed at all, and he is full of capable spirit. He shook off the woman beside him and frowned, saying, "Stay aside." At this moment, Admiral Lee exuded an official aura as majestic as the sea, which frightened the beautiful woman and she dared not say anything. When the light column dissipated, what appeared in front of Admiral Lee was a seafood porridge that could swim. Even if it was cut in half, the prawns were still full of vitality, floating up and down in the porridge, swimming around, and actually gave people an inexplicable sense of joy. Admiral Lee was immediately interested, picked up the spoon and scooped a mouthful. The porridge was not white, but a slightly turbid yellow. When it approached the mouth, a fragrant seafood fragrance came to the face, with a little salty and humid smell from the sea, making people feel as if they were there. When Admiral Lee drank this porridge, he was suddenly stunned. "Oh my God! What a delicious dish!" Admiral Lee's eyes lit up. The porridge is light with the freshness of seafood, and the deliciousness of seafood makes it a perfect match. In particular, this dish is cooked in a wanbao purple clay pot, which has the wonderful effect of healing the body. When Admiral Lee drank this porridge, a warm current gathered in Danshan, and then rushed to his limbs and meridians. Admiral Lee's body, which had been gradually deteriorating due to alcohol and sex, was originally full of hidden diseases. At this time, it was like a dead tree coming back to life, and it regained its vitality. Bang! Wonderful! It's really wonderful! Admiral Lee clapped his hands and praised it. He didn't care about his stomach that was just full. Even if he was full to death, he would continue to drink Yang Ming's bowl of porridge. Drink, drink, drink! Including the remnants at the bottom of the pot, Admiral Lee greedily licked them clean, leaving no one behind. Hey! Admiral Lee touched his swollen belly, feeling the warm current flowing through his body, expelling the poison from his body. He couldn't help but stretching his body, looking more comfortable than ever before. "I declare that Yang Ming won this competition," Admiral Lee concluded. This time, the Japanese were furious. Sasaki angrily said, "Sir, you just declared that we won." Admiral Lee glanced at him coldly, "This is my territory, it's not your turn to point fingers." "You." Sasaki was so angry, "Just wait, I will report this matter to the embassy truthfully." Humph. Admiral Lee was still the cold-faced judge, not giving the other party any face. "If you talk too much, believe it or not, I will arrest you all." When eating the dishes cooked by Yang Ming, Admiral Lee recalled the original intention of his becoming an official. If an official does not serve the people, he might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes. At this moment, Admiral Lee swept away the past haze and restored his past heroic and decisiveness. How could he give these Japanese people a cold shoulder? These Japanese people lost face and heart, and were ready to leave in a miserable state with resentment and anger. However, Yang Ming was not going to let them go. He threw the plaque sent by the other party in front of them and said coldly, "I think you Japanese are more suitable for the title of Sick Man of East Asia." "You." Sasaki was furious, but because of Admiral Lee beside him, he had to hold back his anger. Before leaving, Sasaki glanced at Yang Ming, and that was a look full of murderous intent. They had decided not to play by the rules. They wanted to send someone to assassinate Yang Ming and take back the account book. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Yang Ming had the same idea. It was a dark and windy night. The whole city of Yangcheng fell into silence, and the occasional sound of the night watchman shouting made it even more lonely. At this time, a figure, like a cunning rabbit, quickly weaved through the winding alleys and headed towards the Japanese base camp. Due to the current world background, these Japanese people huddled together for warmth and lived in nearby concessions, so Yang Ming only had to ask around during the day to find this place accurately. Due to this is the concession, and these Japanese people are very relieved, without any security forces at all. Yang Ming stood in front of these western buildings, took a deep breath, poured the prepared oil outside, and added a bunch of flammable items outside. It took nearly an hour to finish this busy work. "Japanese people, blame you for poisoning the people of Yangcheng." Yang Ming made a seal with his hands and took a deep breath. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. From Yang Ming's mouth, a red and hot fireball suddenly erupted, expanding rapidly in mid-air, carrying a high temperature that could melt iron, and exploded. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the flames touched the oil, spreading instantly, turning the Japanese residents into a hell. For a while, wailing, painful sounds, exclamations, and curses were heard, like a symphony, playing a song of death in this silent night. It's not that there were no Japanese who risked jumping out of the window to save themselves, but unfortunately, Yang Ming had been keeping an eye on them. When he saw one, he used swift escape to teach him a lesson. When the Japanese were completely trapped in the sea of fire, a cry came from afar, and the security personnel of the concession came late. Unfortunately, with the current level of technology, they were helpless in the face of the raging sea of fire. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Hidden task: defeat the Japanese with ulterior motives. Task description: the Japanese poisoned the people of Yangcheng. The host must not only defeat them in the game, but also destroy them physically. Task reward: a random knife skill. Task completed, reward issued. Yang Ming glanced at the system and saw an extra item in the attribute column. Knife skill: birds pay homage to the phoenix. Afterwards, Yang Ming returned to Yangchuan restaurant and spent the remaining time honing this knife skill. After 7 days, Yang Ming returned to the world of Naruto again. But as soon as he came back, he saw something that made him laugh. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 219 Danzo is on the news again. In Konoha village, there is an unknown organization called Root. They are the roots of the towering tree of Konoha village, doing all kinds of shameful things. And the man who can lead this organization has an iron face, hawk-like eyes, and iron-fisted means. He is at a high level. After the death of the Sandame, he frequently appeared in the eyes of the villagers and actively sought the position of Hokage. He is Danzo. However, today, perhaps because the effect of Yang Ming's lucky dice has not completely subsided, not far from the door of Yang Ming's shop, Danzo actually lay on the ground and tasted a pile of shit with relish. The color of the dung is dark, the grains are full, and it is piled up like building blocks, emitting a disgusting stench, attracting flies in groups of 2 or 3, circling around it. After Yang Ming bounced the other gods back, Danzo subconsciously regarded himself as an old dog, not a human being. As the saying goes, dogs can't stop eating dung. Danzo ignored the surprised eyes of passers-by and ate with relish. Black and yellow saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth, which made people feel sick. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Although Yang Ming knew that the nutrients in the dung that were not fully digested and absorbed were very tempting to dogs. For example, the dung of herbivores often contains some vitamins and trace elements that dogs lack, and dogs will supplement their nutrition by swallowing dung. But Yang Ming never expected that Danzo would be so thorough as a dog. Soon, a group of reporters came from a long way away like cats smelling fishy smell. Microphones were handed to Danzo, and questions were asked one after another like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Excuse me, Danzo, are you going to carry out your belief of being a dog to the end? Danzo, I heard that the Inyazuka clan has announced that they will learn your style from all angles and in depth. Does this mean that the Inyazuka clan has completely surrendered to you? Danzo, I heard that you and the elder group's Kohara Yudatan had an affair when you were young. Is this true? Looking at the almost endless questions from these reporters, Yang Ming glanced at the shit under their feet, which was trampled everywhere, and ignored the stench on Danzo's body. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to their professionalism. Ahem. Danzo coughed in a mature manner, but unexpectedly, a few drops of saliva with shit sprayed out of his mouth, drew a disgusting arc in the air, and fell on the face of a very short reporter. For a moment, the reporter was stunned. But he couldn't get mad on the spot, so he could only be angry secretly. Danzo, you bastard, wait and see how I will confuse right and wrong. If I don't discredit you, I will write my name upside down. Danzo didn't care at all after hearing these details. He showed a rare smug look on his face after hearing that the Inyazuka clan might completely surrender to him. He said seriously, I have always wondered why our beloved third Hokage was killed at the Chunin exam site where many masters gathered. I thought hard day and night and couldn't sleep all night. Finally, I found the reason. That is that our Konoha village has become accustomed to peace and has forgotten the painful experience of being surrounded by several major ninja villages. In order to stay vigilant at all times, I have to eat shit to make me feel disgusted and painful, and then one day, I will definitely lead the army to attack Orochimaru and avenge Sarutobi. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. When Danzo's impassioned speech ended, there was a wave of applause. Even the villagers who had previously shown contempt for Danzo's eating shit showed admiration on their faces. In the eyes of these villagers, our Konoha village is the largest village in the world, but it is a shame that their beloved Hokage was killed by a mere Orochimaru in a bottom-ranked sand village. They need to vent. They hope to see a powerful person come to power and wash away the humiliation imposed on them. Just at this time, Danzo, the hawk, gave such a speech, and immediately won the approval of the vast majority of villagers present. It's like the United States in reality. If a master of the Korean country assassinated their president, their people would definitely hope that the new president would show a domineering counterattack. Soon, the dispersed reporters wrote the latest news one after another. Approaching Danzo and reading his daily records of eating shit. Shocked. The purpose of Danzo eating shit is actually this. Who else can be the Hokage except Danzo? For a time, the whole public opinion actually began to lean towards Danzo being elected as the new Hokage. The villagers were shocked. The ninjas were shocked. The high-level officials were shocked. No one expected that Danzo would actually fight his way through and successfully establish an image of a man who had endured hardships in the hearts of the villagers. Yang Ming watched the whole scene of Danzo's shamelessness, and his mouth twitched fiercely. Sure enough, even if Danzo thinks of himself as an old dog, he is still so thick-skinned. Yang Ming now regrets that he shouldn't have called the other party an old dog at the beginning, and should have changed to a more ruthless line. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. As the voices in the village shouting for revenge for the third Hokage grew louder, the hawkish members headed by Danzo became more and more popular among the people. Even if Danzo peed in the village now, he would be regarded as an idol. This is terrible. Even Yang Ming was not sure. If this trend continues, will Tsunade, who has always been a pacifist, return to Konoha village as in the original novel? Even if she returns, can she defeat the popular Danzo? Yang Ming expressed deep doubts. Yang Ming flipped through the latest newspapers with a heavy heart. He originally thought that they would all lean towards Danzo, but unexpectedly, he saw some interesting reports. My brother is awesome. The secret of Danzo's 3-day and 3-night battle with Koharu Udaten. Surprisingly. The book of Danzo and the Sandame, you will suffer if you don't buy it. Danzo teaches you the secret of being single for a lifetime? Who else can be the king of masturbation? Yang Ming raised his lips and smiled in an unfathomable way. Maybe we can find this reporter to make things difficult for Danzo. Just as Yang Ming was thinking about how to trip up Danzo, Bai hurriedly ran out of the store, his face flushed due to the intense exercise. Bai, what's the matter that makes you so fuss? Yang Ming said indifferently. Hey! Hey! Bai took a few quick breaths and handed the latest issue of Intimate Paradise to Yang Ming. His face was not good. Boss, you can see what Jiraiya wrote and you will know. Oh! Yang Ming opened the novel indifferently. He originally thought that nothing happened, but... Fuck! Jiraiya, your uncle. Mobile users please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 220 I don't recognize this CP. In the latest version of Intimate Paradise, Jiraiya has completely changed his past style. Even the chapter names are very different. The page Yang Ming opened was called The Devil Boss's Favorite Concubine. And it was because Yang Ming saw this chapter that he became furious. A long time ago, there was a shop called Yang Ming's Shop. The owner was a chef with superb cooking skills, but he had a very strange temper and was called the Devil Boss. One day, a woman named Orochimaru came to this shop, but was unexpectedly favored by the Devil Boss, and something happened. Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and he closed the novel. He said to Bai, whose face was slightly red, this book should have been published not long ago. While not many people have bought it, let's buy these books and burn them. Bai lowered his head and said in a low voice, but boss, this book has been sold out. What? Yang Ming looked at Bai in disbelief. How could it be? It's because you are very famous now, boss. Bai whispered, but Yang Ming still heard it clearly. Yang Ming's eyes went dark and his head hurt. I am famous, is there anything wrong with that? Goddamn Jiraiya! Yang Ming shuddered when he thought of everyone in the village holding a copy of the Intimate Paradise. Especially the description in the novel is as vivid as if you were there in person, as if it were a live broadcast, which makes people imagine more. Yang Ming was furious in his heart, but on the surface he had a calm expression. Bai, do you know where Jiraiya is now? Boss, I heard from Ino that Naruto and his team went to Tansho Street not long ago. Bai said. Tansho Street? Hearing this name, long-lost memories emerged in Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming never thought that even if the roast duck snatching incident happened in the middle, the inertia of the plot remained the same and developed in the established direction. Yang Ming supported his chin and thought to himself, that means, Team 7 will meet Uchiha Itachi and his team. Of course, there is also Jiraiya. Yang Ming's eyes lit up and he said anxiously, did Ino say how long ago they went there? Bai recalled and said, they went there about 3 hours ago. At this time, the system also popped up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, the boss's majesty. Task description, as a boss, how can you not have majesty? Teach a lesson to the employees who dare to make fun of you. Task reward, shop decoration level 4. This task of the system is really enough. Yang Ming actually wants to teach Jiraiya a lesson? This joke is a bit big. Think about who Jiraiya is. He is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and a great figure who has successfully practiced fairy arts. Yang Ming is just a genin, can he really teach him a lesson? However, Yang Ming touched a card in his hand, but a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a prop he obtained when he completed a task before Xiao Danjie left. With it, Yang Ming has enough confidence to teach Jiraiya a lesson. Since he has made up his mind, Yang Ming handed over the work to the clone who stayed in the kitchen. Before leaving, Yang Ming glanced at the sleeping giant panda, and remembered that Jiraiya also knew spiritualism, so he decided to take Yuan Yuan with him. Yang Ming kicked the panda with his foot, Yuan Yuan, wake up, we're leaving. Facing the call of the master, even if Yuan Yuan was sleepy, she still opened her cute eyes and looked at Yang Ming blankly, with a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth, which unexpectedly gave her a cute feeling. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Why are other people's spiritual beasts so majestic, but his spiritual beast is only cute when eating, drinking, defecating and urinating? Yang Ming looked at Yuan Yuan seriously and said seriously, do you know that being cute is shameful? Yuan Yuan tilted her head, with question marks all over her face, Master, what is shameful about being cute? Well, facing such a natural spiritual beast, Yang Ming almost covered his face and burst into tears. But the system's introduction to Yuan Yuan clearly stated that it has a penumbra-level combat power. Yang Ming, with the idea that the system's products must be high quality, still kept it by his side and went to Duan's Street. Along the way, Yang Ming clearly felt the strange looks of passers-by. Although Yang Ming often became a prominent figure on the street due to his fame in the past, Yang Ming still noticed that the looks this time were very different. But if you ask what is different, Yang Ming can't tell clearly, he can only feel that there is a big fire burning behind these looks. After Yang Ming left, several women who were obviously shopping together gathered together and chatted. That was Yang Ming just now, I didn't expect him to get together with Orochimaru. What do you mean by getting together? This is true love, do you understand? The woman rolled her eyes at her companion, you are Yang Snake Party, so supportive. Her companion puffed out her chest, of course. The woman pinched her nose, sorry, I am Yang Bai Party, I still like Yang Ming and Bai to be together. Yang Ming didn't know that the latest version he watched was outdated, and Jiraiya had changed his style before. This also led to readers' love for each character, and they were divided into different groups. Even the Yang Xiang Party, that is, Yang Ming and Yuan Yuan, had people who liked them, which showed how strange their tastes were. However, Yang Ming didn't know all this. At this time, it was late, the moon was dim, Yang Ming and Yuan Yuan were walking on the road under the stars, and it was half an hour before they reached Duan's Street, when a thunderous sound came from Yuan Yuan's stomach. Gurgle. Yuan Yuan suddenly stopped and looked at Yang Ming with difficulty, tears in her cute eyes, Master, I'm hungry. Yang Ming stumbled and almost fell to the ground. But seeing Yuan Yuan's face that was so cute that it was deadly, Yang Ming sighed in his heart. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten dinner, so he said, wait, I'll go get some ingredients. This place is a distance away from Duan's Street, surrounded by dense forests, with rolling hills in the middle, and there are many wild game in the forest. With the help of swift escape, Yang Ming came back with a few fat rabbits not long after. When walking outside, Yang Ming carried a tactical bag with him, which contained several kunao and some seasonings. Yang Ming took out a kunao, and moved it suddenly as if he was holding a knife. Knife skills. Birds pay homage to the phoenix. Accompanied by a bird cry, a knife aura splashed out, turned into a bird the size of a sparrow, and passed through the rabbit in Yang Ming's hand. A magical scene happened. Swish! Swish! In an instant, the rabbit pierced by the knife aura had its entire fur peeled off intact. Yang Ming selected a few branches of suitable thickness in the forest, passed them through the mouth of the washed rabbit, and then smeared a layer of honey on it, sprinkled some salt, and opened his mouth. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. The flame snake licked angrily, gradually roasting the rabbit, and a rich fragrance spread. Suddenly, Yuan, who had a silly face, stood up and looked in one direction vigilantly. There was an uninvited guest coming. When Yang Ming saw the other party, his face was full of confusion. How could it be him? Mobile users, please visit M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 221 Invitation from Xiao. Sizzle. Sizzle. The sesame oil dripped on the hot flames, making a drunken sound. Net. Under the high-temperature flames, the pierced rabbits were all red and gorgeous, exuding a charming fragrance. In addition, Yang Ming smeared a layer of honey on the rabbits, which had a sweet smell, lingering at the tip of the nose, refreshing the heart. However, Yang Ming did not focus on the roasted rabbit, but looked solemnly at the uninvited guest sitting opposite, and teased Yuan naturally and familiarly. He was wearing a black robe, hiding his face under the vortex-shaped mask, and a mysterious aura enveloped him, adding a touch of ghostly charm to him. He is actually Uchiha Obito of Akatsuki. At the same time, he is also the spokesperson of Uchiha Madara in the human world, carrying out his grand plan, hiding his true self in front of people, and walking in the ninja world under the name of A-Fei. As if he noticed Yang Ming's gaze, A-Fei said frivolously, "Hey, Yang Ming, don't look at me like that, it's really annoying." As he spoke, A-Fei also raised his orchid finger, showing that he was a sissy. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he had to admire A-Fei's acting skills. He was obviously one of the black hands behind the entire ninja world, but he pretended to be like this. Before that, Yang Ming met A-Fei. After a conversation, A-Fei stayed familiarly, saying that he wanted to try Yang Ming's craftsmanship. Yang Ming turned the branch in his hand, sprinkled some cumin powder on it, and then handed it to A-Fei. "Here, it's yours." A-Fei jumped up exaggeratedly and took it away. Even though he was wearing a mask, Yang Ming could still hear him swallowing his saliva. He gently lifted the mask, without blowing it, and bit into the hot rabbit meat. Ouch! It's so hot! A-Fei fanned his red lips with his palms, but he couldn't resist the rich fragrance of the rabbit and bit into it again. The tender rabbit skin was roasted crispy and delicious, but it was not burnt at all, and there was no smell of barbecued coal. It was very pure. When you bite it, there is a crisp sound. A scent of cumin mixed with honey arched into A-Fei's nose, making him feel that every breath he took exuded a fragrance. So, he greedily held his breath, as if doing so could lock the fragrance in his mouth. Especially when he ate the rabbit meat under the skin, A-Fei suddenly shuddered, staring blankly at the roasted rabbit in his hand, and couldn't believe that there was such a delicacy in the world. Originally A-Fei thought that the rabbit meat would be very tough after roasting, but Yang Ming's was not like that. Because Yang Ming used fire escape to roast, he could control the temperature very well, and the heat penetrated into the meat through the skin, only letting the rabbit meat reach 70% done, so the meat was tender, smooth, and fragrant. Net. As if a country bumpkin saw a high-end city, A-Fei was stunned by the food, with an expression that it was worth it even if he died today. To be honest, A-Fei hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Because A-Fei's body had been severely injured, nearly half of his body was permanently destroyed, and he could only be reborn with the help of the white Zetsu body born from the 10 tails. In addition, in order to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, A-Fei hid his true self, and it was even more impossible for him to eat in a human restaurant. Most of the time, he hurriedly ate some dry food to fill his stomach. But now, A-Fei found that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. At this time, A-Fei came here to find Yang Ming's purpose, which became more and more important. A-Fei almost wolfed down the roasted rabbit in his hand, and at the end, he was still unsatisfied and bit the bones to pieces. Burp. A-Fei burped contentedly, touched his slightly bulging belly, and praised, "Yang Ming, the rabbit you roasted is so delicious." Then, he pretended to say casually, "Seeing that your cooking is so delicious, why don't you come to my house to be a chef? I will give you a very high salary." Fei was afraid that Yang Ming would not agree, so he took out a check from his pocket with a long string of numbers written on it. If you come, the salary is 1 million a month, how about it? Before this, Fei had used 1 million to ask the immortal duo of the Akatsuki organization to assassinate Yang Ming. At that time, he never thought that one day he would use the same price to ask Yang Ming. However, Fei had no choice. In Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha, Yang Ming was reincarnated as Uchiha Madara. If the battle hadn't ended too quickly, only 5 minutes, and most people didn't know Uchiha Madara, and Konoha's top brass also prohibited the news from leaking out, I'm afraid the entire ninja world would be in turmoil now. What's more, Fei had previously used the name of Uchiha Madara to play tricks and fool many people. Fortunately, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, who were responsible for intelligence work in the Akatsuki organization, stood on his side, so that no one in the organization knew the truth yet. However, Fei didn't want to see Yang Ming, an unstable bomb, stay outside, but he was worried that Yang Ming could continue to reincarnate Uchiha Madara, so he had to use this euphemistic way to get the ninja world back on track. Yang Ming was stunned when he heard that Fei actually invited him. If he didn't know the other party's background, he might have been fooled by the other party's high salary. Yang Ming shook his head, blocked the check and said, "You should take it back." Fei was confused. He didn't expect that there was someone who could resist the temptation of $1 million monthly salary. Although this amount of money is a lot, for Fei, as long as he can solve Yang Ming, this time bomb, it is worth it. But he never expected that Yang Ming would refuse. According to his previous analysis, the food in Yang Ming's shop is so expensive, Yang Ming should be a person who values money. Why is the script wrong? Fei was anxious and spoke quickly. Yang Ming, do you dislike the low salary? It doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to be my chef, even if it is 10 million a month, I can still pay it. Facing this black hand hidden behind the scenes of the ninja world, even if he is still alive, he still can't do anything in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming grinned, revealing a faint smile, and waved his hand, "Sorry, I appreciate your kindness. I know you are a good person, but my ambition is not here." Fei felt a pain in his heart when Yang Ming gave him a good person card. Why is this? He looked at Yang Ming speechlessly, and there was something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say. "I don't help the old lady, I only obey you." Fei had failed to negotiate many times, so he had to leave with a heavy heart. Since he had eaten a full meal, Yang Ming couldn't wait and took Yuan to Tansho Street overnight. "Asshole Jiraiya, you wait for me." When Yang Ming said this, Jiraiya was peeking at others taking a bath in the bathroom. Suddenly, his nose twitched and he sneezed. In an instant, Jiraiya exposed his position and was chased out of the street by a group of women. Why do I have a bad feeling? Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 222, Eating Takoyaki with Kisame in the middle of the night. It was late at night. The cold wind blew, whistling, and the forest swayed like waves, scattering fallen leaves all over the ground. Yang Ming took the summoning beast giant panda and traveled overnight, and finally arrived at Tansho Street. Compared with Konoha village, even in the early hours of the morning, there were still lights here. On the stalls on both sides of the street, the red lanterns exuded a soft blush, and there were many men and women in kimonos walking together on the street, filled with a warm atmosphere. It was a rare trip, so Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Together with the panda Yuan, he strolled in the downtown area to appreciate the local customs here. Through the conversations of passers-by, Yang Ming learned that there was a 3-day lantern festival recently, so it was so lively so late today. How can shopping be complete without eating? Although Yang Ming had just eaten roasted rabbit not long ago, he had consumed a lot of food on the road. He could not help smelling the aroma wafting from the late-night canteen on the street. Soon, Yang Ming noticed a small shop selling takoyaki. Speaking of which, takoyaki is also a very famous dish in the Naruto world, and it is not inferior to 3-color meatballs at all. "Boss, how much is a serving of takoyaki?" Yang Ming asked greedily. The boss is a middle-aged man with a gentle face. 99 yuan. A serving of takoyaki is not one, but a box. This small shop puts 8 takoyaki in a box, which is relatively fair. Net. Yang Ming is not short of money now, so he gave the money directly to the other party. Then, Yang Ming saw the other party start cooking takoyaki. The main production equipment of this small shop is the oven. 56 balls are dug on 2 baking plates, which are often kept hot. The boss fills the empty balls with cooking oil from time to time, and then starts to bake octopus balls. After collecting the money, the boss spreads a layer of thick black sauce on the surface of the baked octopus balls on the balls, then grabs them, puts them in a box, adds a little mustard on them, and then hands them to Yang Ming. I saw that each octopus ball is the size of a ping-pong ball, big and round, golden and tender. The thick black sauce mixed with the strong aroma of barbecue is intoxicating and appetizing. In fact, the quality of octopus balls depends on whether the raw materials used in its production are fresh. If the materials are not fresh, then even if the seasoning is good, its taste cannot be reflected. Also, when eating, don't think that the skin is not hot and put it in your mouth at once, you will definitely get burned. Eat slowly and taste its unique freshness and deliciousness. Yang Ming picked up an octopus ball with a toothpick, blew it gently to cool it down, and then ate it in one bite. Crisp. When Yang Ming ate this octopus ball, the first feeling was crispness. Then, he could feel the tenderness of the meat inside the octopus ball. Net. A smell of flour mixed with vegetables and octopus exploded in the tongue instantly. The octopus ball originally had no taste, but the layer of sauce on it was the finishing touch, making the octopus ball alive, with a sweet and spicy taste that made people love it. However, the only drawback was that the work of removing the fishy smell from the octopus ball was not thorough enough. When the teeth slowly chewed it, the innermost part released a trace of fishy smell, affecting the taste. Perhaps it was because of this that the boss added a little mustard on it, hoping to cover up the fishy smell with the help of the pungent smell of mustard. Unfortunately, if it were in the past, Yang Ming really couldn't taste it. However, after Yang Ming went to the little chef world and was trained by the chef of Yangchuan restaurant, his nose and tongue became much more sensitive than before. If it was the master chef in the little chef world, he would not even need to eat it. He could smell the fishy smell of takoyaki with his nose. Just as Yang Ming was thinking about this, a shadow blocked the light beside him. Yang Ming turned his head in surprise and saw a tall and strong figure standing beside him like an iron statue. The person who came was actually Kisame. Perhaps because of the huge height difference, Kisame did not notice Yang Ming for a while and asked the boss for a takoyaki. When doing business, the boss had seen all kinds of people, but he had never seen a man with a shark face, and his face was so hideous and terrifying. He was stunned for a while. Kisame looked impatient, and slapped a handful of banknotes on the table. Hurry up. The boss's face changed drastically as if he was struck by thunder, and beads of sweat dripped down. He hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Please wait." Soon, Kisame got the takoyaki, opened his bloody mouth, and threw 8 takoyaki into his mouth without caring about the heat. Snap! Snap! Kisame is worthy of having a shark face. So many takoyaki didn't even support his face, and he tasted it with ease. Well, this takoyaki is great. While eating, Kisame gave a heartfelt praise. Seeing this, Yang Ming looked down at his takoyaki, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The takoyaki that he rated as unsatisfactory actually received such a high evaluation in Kisame's mouth? If Kisame eats the food he cooks, wouldn't he be astonished? At this time, Kisame finally noticed Yang Ming's presence. Hey! Isn't this the boss who cooks roast duck? When he saw Yang Ming, Kisame's eyes lit up. Just like a man seeing a stunning beauty, his small eyes burst into a fiery light. If the takoyaki he just ate was really delicious, Kisame would be very surprised. If he gives 80 points, then the roast duck he stole from Danzo before would be 800 points. Whenever he eats, Kisame always thinks of the charm of the duck legs, and their fragrance seems to remain in his mouth. Kisame will never forget the duck legs he has eaten. Kisame suddenly found that the takoyaki he ate was like chewing wax, not delicious at all. He looked at Yang Ming eagerly, like a great white shark that had awakened, facing the prey that he was determined to catch. The fiery light in his eyes was even stronger. For a ninja of his level, the rules between the world can no longer restrain him. Even if he kills people in the street, as long as Kisame is willing, he has no scruples at all. Perhaps sensing Kisame's hostility, Yuan, who had been silently beside Yang Ming, suddenly stood up, stood in front of Yang Ming, posed an attacking posture, and stared at Kisame with a vigilant face. However, even though Yuan tried hard to act like someone who was not easy to mess with, her cute face made her look even cuter and not threatening at all. A fierce light flashed in Kisame's eyes, and her sharp teeth, which were full of inverted triangles, opened. Boss Yang Ming, come with me. Mobile users please visit mread for a better reading experience. Chapter 223, Fighting Kisame. It was late at night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Net. Kisame's hideous and terrifying face seemed even more frightening. Boss Yang Ming, come with me. Kisame said with a chill, as if it was an invitation from the god of death in the world of the dead. Kisame's original intention was to ask Yang Ming to make him a midnight snack, but when the words came to his mouth, they suddenly changed their meaning, giving people a threat as oppressive as Mount Tai, which hurt people's hearts. The giant panda Yuan opened her cute eyes and shouted in a baby voice, "Don't even think about it, you crazy maniac." As she said that, it seemed to want to prove its worth in front of Yang Ming. In order to defend Yang Ming, it stood up and waved its huge fist. The fist wind whistled and exploded, like a tiger out of a cage, with the force of thunder, and it blasted towards the face of Gaizami with thunder. It should be said that Yuan is worthy of being a cute giant panda. Even Gaizami did not expect this attack. He was hit head-on without any defense. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and in an instant, Yang Ming and Gaizami were stunned. Gaizami only felt that, accompanied by the wet nosebleed, a burning pain suddenly surged into his heart. Asshole! Kisame's shark-like face ripped open his bloody mouth, exposing his inverted triangle-shaped teeth, and exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. However, even though he was extremely angry, Kisame still kept a clear mind and looked at Yang Ming coldly. Boss Yang Ming, let me help you teach your disobedient subordinates a lesson. As he said that, Kisame looked at Yuan with contempt. He was once a member of the Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village, and his physical skills were also quite powerful. Kisame didn't even pull out the same hata behind him, but raised his iron fist, punched out like a dragon, blew up a gust of wind, and slammed towards Yuan fiercely. Who knew that Yuan looked chubby, but her skills were not bad at all. She moved her feet, twisted her waist, folded almost 90 degrees behind her, and posed a kung fu of iron bridge to dissolve the opponent's offensive. At the same time, Yuan used one foot as a fulcrum to support the whole body, while the other foot was like a whip axe, drawing a sharp curve in the air. The high-speed movement even made a loud noise due to friction with the air. Rumble! In a flash, Yuan's lightning-fast attack was not as cute as it usually was. Instead, it was like a martial artist. Whether it was physical reaction or vision, it was all first class. It just hit Kisame at the awkward time when his attack was old and new moves were not yet available. Bang! One move. Yuan's whip kick hit Kisame's side face, and the huge impact like a rhino's collision directly kicked the tall and strong Kisame out, and threw him far in the air, and hit a house heavily. With a thunderous sound, the neat wooden board was smashed and broke into the room. Kisame was a little confused for a moment. He had never expected that a giant panda that could only act cute could suddenly burst out with such strength and make him so embarrassed. For a moment, a burst of anger burned in his chest. Who cares what midnight snack he has? Beat him first. Kisame crawled out of the mess, glanced indifferently at the owner who was awakened in the house, patted the dust on his body, and cracked his mouth full of sharp teeth. I'm so sorry to bother you. The owner of the house saw such a vicious guy and thought he was an unforgivable guy who would do cruel things to them. But they never thought that Kisame would actually say sorry to them, and they looked at each other in silence for a while. After that, under the bright moonlight, Kisame's devilish blue skin was so conspicuous. He quietly pulled out the entanglement behind his back. The bandaged same hata, a murderous aura, suddenly surged up from the breeze, forming a cold and arrogant aura that swept in all directions. Whoosh whoosh! The red lanterns on the nearby streets began to shake violently in this strong wind, and the red lights inside flickered from time to time, reflecting this section of the street like a ghost domain, cold and chilly, icy and piercing. Seeing that the enemy actually used weapons, the giant panda Yuan's cute eyes turned. Bamboo escape. Under the thought, a long bamboo drilled out from the ground and stretched into its hand. Although this bamboo looks ordinary, it is 2 meters long, but it has a metallic color on it. You can tell at a glance that it is not inferior to metal in terms of strength. Yuan played a gunflower, raised her chubby face, and looked at Kisame provocatively. Come on! How arrogant! Kisame was furious in his heart, and he smiled coldly. Kisame didn't make any moves. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only a deep footprint. Instant body technique. Once he didn't care, Kisame completely let go, suddenly appeared in front of Yuan, waving his heavy samjiga, blowing a piercing wind in the air, whirring, carrying the momentum of a thunderous strike, and slashed wildly, trying to cut Yuan in half. Ada! Yuan screamed strangely, as flexible as a spirit ape, stepping out butterfly dance steps, not affected by her body size at all, as light as a swallow, easily avoiding Kisame's powerful blow. Then, Yuan's spear came out like a dragon, and the bamboo spear in his hand stretched forward, like a spirit snake out of a cave, stabbing Kisame's little brother like an antelope hanging on a horn. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. Sure enough, since ancient times, cute people, whether male or female, or spiritual beasts, all have a dark heart. Once Kisame is hit by Yuan's gun, the lightest is to rub his skin, and the worst is to say goodbye to the happy life in the second half of his life. At this moment, the feeling of danger is like a needle piercing his back, and Kisame's pupils suddenly shrink. Yuan's move has the essence of fast, accurate and ruthless. Even if Kisame wants to use the substitute technique, there is no time. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Samehada took the initiative to protect its master, and suddenly turned a corner in Kisame's hand, and blocked in front of the bamboo spear. Ding! A sharp sound of metal collision suddenly rose, as if it was going to pierce people's eardrums, making people feel sick after hearing it. But the man and the beast in the battle didn't care at all, and started a close fight again. Sensing that Yuan was using a skill that was totally inconsistent with her body, Kisame used his Samehada to sweep in all directions, forcing Yuan to walk into a narrow space, while slowly forming seals with one hand. That's right. Kisame followed Uchiha Ataki and learned to form seals with one hand. Although compared to Uchiha Ataki, Kisame's one-handed seals were extremely slow, and one ninjutsu actually took 10 seconds. But it was all worth it. When Yuan was forced to walk into a narrow alley, Kisame showed a ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth. Go to hell. Mobile users, please visit mread for a better reading experience. Chapter 224. Sorry, I have a 40-meter long spear. The chilling chakra flowed out of Kisame along the predetermined track, turning into a terrible killing weapon. Water escape. Great Samadhan technique. The dark blue liquid burst out and gathered into a bloody and ferocious great white shark. In a ferocious posture, it opened its bloody mouth that could swallow many people, and wanted to swallow Yuan alive. At the same time, the Samehada in Kisame's hand showed no mercy at all, and drew a straight line in the air, as if tearing the night sky in half, and exploded in the air, and slashed it in the waist. At this moment, Yuan was in a small alley. The narrow space could only accommodate 5 people at the same time, and there was no extra space to hide. Seeing that it was going to be torn into pieces in the next moment, Yuan's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Ada! Yuan let out an ambiguous whistle, propped up the bamboo in his hand, and used it as a fulcrum. His round body was unexpectedly light. He jumped up and stepped on Samehada with one foot. Then, it sank its body, put force on its feet, and flew out like a cannon. Facing the great white shark as huge as a truck head, it suddenly clenched its fist, turned it into an iron fist that destroyed everything, and punched it with a passionate fight. One is a cute giant panda. The other is a bloodthirsty and cruel great white shark. When the round fist hit, it was like an egg hitting a stone, and it looked so stupid. However, when the result fell, it was so shocking. Boom! The great white shark, which was as huge as a truck head, exploded under the fist that was countless times smaller than it, and turned into raindrops of water, which fell in all directions, covering the walls and ground of the alley. The face was soaked. Kisame is called the tailless beast, and has chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast. The water escape technique he used is filled with chakra equivalent to that of a normal A-level ninjutsu, so its power is naturally extraordinary. It would be difficult for an ordinary jonin to take this move. But it was just one punch. Yuan resolved Kisame's long-planned attack. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief in the distance. To be honest, after getting Yuan, the giant panda, for so long, this was the first time he saw it take action, and he was a little nervous. But now it seems that the system's products must be top-notch, and it is really true. After solving the threat of the great white shark, Yuan somersaulted in the air and landed gently on the ground. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, full of the style of a martial arts master. After that, it hooked its finger at Kisame provocatively, with an expression that it hadn't fought to its heart's content yet. Of course, Kisame never used his full strength from beginning to end, but looking at the giant panda opposite, he had an unknown fire burning in his heart. This kind of anger was just like when he faced Akai, a master of physical arts, not long ago. And unfortunately, Yuan, the giant panda, was also a master of physical arts. Kisame glanced at the same hata in his hand coldly. It seems that we have to get serious. Flying chain slash. Kisame originally held the same hata diagonally against Yuan, and at this time, something strange happened. The handle of the same hata suddenly stretched out more than 10 meters, and the same hata was like a spirit snake, winding in the air, like a running lightning, dazzling people's eyes. Quick! In just a blink of an eye, same hata was as fast as lightning and had already arrived in front of Yuan, allowing people to see its hideous thorns exposed from under the bandage. Net. Once you are hit by same hata, it is not just a simple injury, but it will also absorb the chakra in your body. By that time, it will be too late to regret. Just like a battle instinct, even if Yuan did not expect Kisame to do this at first, the intuitive reaction from her body made her react in advance. The bamboo stick in Yuan's hand suddenly raised, turning into a sky full of stick shadows, stirring up the wind and clouds, forming a terrifying crazy stick method. Without madness, there is no life. This sentence just describes the stick method Yuan used at this time. There is no defense at all, and she is completely in danger. The stick method is full of madness that no one else can do it but me. Ding ding ding. Dang dang dang. The bamboo stick collided with same hata, producing dazzling sparks and bursts of iron collision sounds, which echoed back and forth in this narrow alley, deafening. Then, in the horrified eyes of Kisame, the bamboo stick in Yuan's hand began to stretch as time passed, and it was getting faster and faster. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yuan thrust the bamboo stick forward again. This time, the bamboo stick stretched longer than before, turning into a 40-meter-long spear, like a bullet shot out, cutting through the dark night, like a meteor, rushing towards Kisame's head. This is going to be a headshot. A terrifying sense of crisis pierced Kisame's nerves crazily. Even though he had been through hundreds of battles, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar and was cold all over. He will die. He will definitely die. The round thrust came too fast, and Kisame had no time to seal. Just like when he fought with Might Guy, he had no chance to use the substitute technique. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a kunao flew out from the darkness, with a ghostly speed, and hit the bamboo spear before it pierced Kisame, moving it to the side. Swish! However, even so, the bamboo spear still touched the edge of Kisame's face, cutting a shallow scarlet cut on his dark blue skin. Kisame touched the scar on his face, looked at the bright red blood in his hand, and was a little stunned. He didn't expect that he, a cage-level master, would almost die here because of his carelessness. After the surprise, there was a crazy killing intent. Just when Kisame wanted to untie the bandages on Kisame's body and start a complete killing spree, a pair of cold eyes stared at him from behind, and a cold voice followed. Kisame, how long are you going to make trouble? Da. A sound of footsteps came from the depths of darkness without haste. It can be seen that its owner is very confident, as if walking in a garden, and he doesn't care about the two strong men in the field at all. Kisame turned his head hard. No matter how angry he was before, he was embarrassed at this time. Ah, it turned out to be Ataki. Uchiha Ataki glanced at Kisame with his cold Sharingan indifferently. You forgot what you promised me before. Kisame put away same hata, embarrassed. Well, I didn't make trouble, I just said goodbye to this. Let's have a fight with the giant panda. Kisame had a headache. Once Uchiha Ataki got serious, even he would be afraid. At this time, he saw Yang Ming coming from a distance, and his eyes lit up. Itaki, if you don't believe me, you can ask Boss Yang Ming. I just want him to make me a midnight snack. What? Yuan was upset when she heard this excuse. She tilted her head and her cute eyes were blank. So I made a mistake. Mobile users please browse M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 225 Midnight Diner, Part 1. Uchiha Ataki's eyes flashed with a wave, and he turned to look at Yang Ming. Is Kisame telling the truth? Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he wanted to complain about Kisame. But when he glanced at it, he unexpectedly found that Kisame rarely showed a begging expression, and said inexplicably, "That's right. Hey." Kisame secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he might not be able to beat Uchiha Itachi, the long-term cooperation had already made him admire Itachi, and he didn't want to fall out over such a small matter. Kisame couldn't help but cast a grateful look at Yang Ming. Uchiha Itachi's cold Sharingan turned, and he saw Yang Ming's little action just now, but he didn't mean to expose it, but took over the topic. "I have heard of the name of Boss Yang Ming for a long time. It is my luck to be able to eat the food you cook." As he said, Uchiha Itachi invited Yang Ming to make him a midnight snack for some unknown purpose. So, the group walked towards the residence of the duo. It was late at night, and the Tansho street was still brightly lit, and people were coming and going on the road, so lively. When passing by a fish stall, I only heard the boss shouting, "Don't miss it if you pass by. Fresh and delicious horse mackerel, as long as you can catch it, it's yours." Horse mackerel? Got it. Yang Ming was having a headache about what to make for midnight snack, and when he heard the word horse mackerel, he suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the rest of the group cast doubtful eyes at him. Yang Ming said apologetically, "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." As he said that, he walked to the fish stall. There was a sign in front of the fish stall, which said 100 yuan for 5 chances. At this time, there was already a group of men and women around a small pool, playing happily, and occasionally heard the sound of men and women laughing. Generally, this kind of fishing game is a sure win for the boss. Sure enough, when Yang Ming looked at the fishing tools provided by the boss, he felt speechless. It was made of paper. It's simply a black market. However, for this kind of game, people who come to play are not aiming to catch fish, but to have fun with their companions. Yang Ming paid the money happily, took 5 fishing tools, and came to the crowd. Yang Ming looked around. Basically there were couples wearing kimonos, and they naturally didn't have any particular way of fishing, just put the tools in the pool and put them on the fish. Naturally, with the paper fishing tools, you can imagine how tragic it was. With just a little effort, the paper net broke. Not to mention, the horse mackerel in the pond is relatively long, at least the length of a palm, and they come to fish to give money to the boss. The horse mackerel in the pond is slightly flat, spindle-shaped, with a relatively large head, a conical tip at the front, large eyes, a large mouth, and equal length upper and lower jaws, each with a row of fine teeth in the upper and lower jaws, and arrow-shaped vomer teeth. There are long and thin tooth bands in the center of the palatine bone and tongue. The back of the horse mackerel is dark blue or dark blue, with irregular dark blue worm-eaten patterns above the horizontal line of the pectoral fins on both sides of the body, white with a slight yellow belly, deep forked tail fin, light black pectoral fin, light pink anal fin, and light yellow other fins. Just looking at the appearance of the horse mackerel, you can tell how difficult it is to mess with it. If you touch it with a paper fishing tool, it will be scratched by it. However, this is a problem for others, but not for Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming has not had any related ninjutsu since he got the ice escape, it seems a bit useless, and it is usually only useful for carving rose-shaped ice cream. But now it is also wonderful to use it in this occasion. Yang Ming moved his mind and activated the ice escape. Suddenly, a cold breath came from his hand, spreading along his arm, covering the paper fishing tool with a layer of ice film. Then, Yang Ming aimed at a horse mackerel swimming in the pool and suddenly caught it. Facing the fishing tool, the horse mackerel seemed a little fearless, still with a complacent attitude, without changing direction, and fell into Yang Ming's fishing net. Then, something happened that frightened the horse mackerel. The fishing net that was originally crushing was unexpectedly hard. That's fine, but what's more terrifying is that as the two collided, a chill came, and quickly freeze it and the fishing net together. Splash! With the sound of water coming out, Yang Ming calmly released the ice escape, placed the horse mackerel in the bucket, and then continued to work hard, and soon caught a total of 5 horse mackerels. Seeing this, the men and women around were stunned, looking like they had seen a ghost. Yang Ming ignored the eyes around him, and under the horrified eyes of the fish stall owner, he returned the fishing net intact to the other party. Seeing this, Kisame opened his mouth and said to Uchiha Itachi beside him, "Itachi, this looks very interesting, do you want to try it and see who catches more?" Kisame thought Uchiha Itachi would refuse. But who knew that Uchiha Itachi looked at this scene, and his cold Sharingan actually showed a soft look. He recalled that he had fished with Suzuki in the past. Although he was in the Anbu at that time, seeing Sasuke's joyful look, he felt that the heavy mission on his shoulders was worth it. As if by some strange coincidence, Uchiha Itachi said, "Okay, let's go have some fun." Under Kisame's stunned gaze, Uchiha Itachi took a step, exchanged 5 fishing nets from the fish stall owner, and began to fish. When it comes to fishing, especially with paper-made tools, it is very skillful. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Itachi is the kind of man with supernatural skills. Like picking flowers and leaves, he dropped the fishing net along the wave trajectory of the water surface, attacked from behind the tail of a horse mackerel, and scooped it up with lightning speed. At this time, the fishing net in his hand suddenly split in mid-air, and the horse mackerel fell from it, just falling into the bucket that Uchiha Itachi had prepared below. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, as if it had been rehearsed countless times, and it was pleasing to the eye no matter how you looked at it. Especially with his cool and handsome face, he secretly captured the hearts of many crazy girls. Kisame was a little unconvinced, and he inserted the fishing net into the pool with rough hands and feet. As a result, an embarrassing scene happened. The fishing tool was originally made of paper, and it could not withstand the brute force of Kisame, a big man, and it broke in midair and fell into the pool. Puff! Puff! Seeing this, the people around him immediately covered their faces and laughed. If they hadn't taken care of his face, they would probably have laughed out loud. Kisame looked around viciously, "What are you looking at?" Then, he became petty and simply smashed the remaining fishing nets, threw them on the ground, and stepped on them hard to vent his anger. Uchiha Itachi met Yang Ming with a bucket of horse mackerel and handed the bucket to Yang Ming. "Next, I'll have to trouble boss Yang Ming." At this time, it was Yang Ming's turn to have a headache. How to cook horse mackerel better. Mobile users please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 226 Late Night Diner, Part 2. Yang Ming followed Uchiha Itachi and the others to where they lived. Should we say that they are indeed rich people, even the place where they live has a separate bathroom and kitchen, which is simply unimaginable. In the kitchen, Yang Ming propped up his chin and began to think. Speaking of deliciousness, the deliciousness of horse mackerel varies slightly depending on the season. Generally speaking, horse mackerel in summer is the most oily, and when made into sashimi, it tastes sweet and mild. Among them, the fat content of horse mackerel in midsummer reaches more than 10%. The sashimi cut according to this standard, the feeling of melting in the mouth, is the real taste. Generally, in flavor shops, sushi or sashimi made with horse mackerel are pickled in vinegar to prevent spoilage. However, this is actually a wrong practice. In fact, flavor shops that really know the business will not use vinegar to pickle horse mackerel, because horse mackerel is more delicious when eaten raw. If it is pickled in vinegar, it can only mean that the horse mackerel used in this store is not fresh. Yang Ming looked at the horse mackerels in the 2 buckets. They were plump and full of vitality. Even in the buckets, they still bumped around restlessly, making clanging sounds. To make sashimi, the fish must be fresh first, and this one has been satisfied. Yang Ming grabbed a large horse mackerel. Even though it was slippery with scales, Yang Ming used ice escape to stick it to his palm, making it unable to move. Speaking of sashimi, even if the system did not provide the method, Yang Ming had eaten it many times in Konoha village, and had learned it by osmosis. Yang Ming picked up the kitchen knife and cut the fish tail on both sides. He did not cut the fish tail. After cutting, he put the fish in a basin of water and let the fish bleed slowly for a while. When the fish blood was almost drained, Yang Ming took it out and turned the kitchen knife in his hand. Knife skills. Birds pay homage to the phoenix. A touch of knife energy splashed out, turning into a small sparrow, piercing the horse mackerel. A magical scene happened. In just a blink of an eye the scales on the whole horse mackerel fell off, as if it was raining lightly, and the scales flew down and fell on the chopping board. Then, Yang Ming took out the internal organs of the horse mackerel and cleaned the fish head. Then, it was the highlight. Next, Yang Ming needed to separate the fish meat from the bones, including the bones on the belly, and then separate the fish meat from the skin. It was very difficult with only elementary knife skills. Yang Ming grabbed the kitchen knife and chopped it 10 times in a row. Knife skills. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. Ying. Bird calls suddenly sounded. Then, 10 knife-like birds of the same size flew out. This time, it no longer just flew along the surface of the horse mackerel, but went deep into the body of the horse mackerel. Just like dicing a cow, in just a blink of an eye, the horse mackerel was split apart, and the pure fish meat was separated and clearly separated from the other parts. Although Yang Ming can only release 10 knife-chi birds at most now, this skill is still very sharp. Then, Yang Ming wrapped the divided fish meat with a white towel and used the towel to absorb the little blood on the fish meat. Because fish meat with blood is very unpalatable and will have a very strong and pungent fishy smell. If it is not removed early, it will affect the final taste. Yang Ming cut the separated fish meat into very thin fish slices with his elementary knife skills. The fish pattern on it is clearly visible and even a little transparent. Then, Yang Ming used ice escape to create a large ice platform, which is square and partially concave on both sides, which is convenient for holding it with hands. He put the sliced fish meat on the ice separated by insurance film, so as to keep the fish meat fresh. After the chopped horse mackerel is cut, it can be eaten directly. Next, Yang Ming followed the same method and cut all the remaining horse mackerel. Finally, Yang Ming prepared several seasoning plates, each containing ginger, minced garlic, vinegar, mustard, chili sauce, and other condiments, and served them out together. Gulp! Gulp! Looking at the full of horse mackerel sashimi, everyone present couldn't help swallowing. In particular, Yang Ming followed Master Jitty in the world of Little Chef and made up for the plating skills. He turned the sashimi into petals, stacked them up in a circle, like a blooming peony, which was very beautiful and added a bit of appetite. It can be seen that each piece of sashimi has its own unique fish pattern. When they are combined together, it is like a masterpiece of an abstract master. The tortuous white silk pattern looks philosophical and gives people a strong visual impact. Gaizami had a fierce conflict with the giant panda Yuan before, and now he was already hungry. He had no table manners at all. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed a handful of sashimi without even touching the seasoning, and threw it directly into his bloody mouth. Yang Ming cut a thin layer of horse mackerel with a sharp knife and placed it on the ice. The stimulation of the frost made the fish slices quickly covered by heat when they entered Gaizami's mouth, which immediately gave him a feeling of rebirth in his mouth. Just like the slippery nature of horse mackerel when it was alive, when the sashimi entered his mouth, Gaizami felt that it was slippery and tender, like the skin of a young girl, making people love it. In particular, the horse mackerel was very fresh. When it was chewed, a unique sweetness of fish meat would burst out from it, rich and delicious, great. As for Kisame's previous opponent, Yuan also swallowed the food whole like him, forcing a large pile of sashimi into her mouth, stretching her mouth uncomfortably. The only difference was Uchiha Itachi. His waist was as straight as a pine tree, like a well-educated nobleman. He first wiped his hands with a wet towel, then picked up a piece of sashimi with chopsticks, let the edge be dipped in ginger and wasabi, opened his mouth slightly, and chewed it slowly. Every move he made was noble, not impatient, and with that cool and handsome face, he looked like a handsome prince. If there were women here, just seeing Uchiha Itachi eating would be enough to make him faint on the ground intoxicated. Compared with the barbaric eating of other idiots, Uchiha Itachi ate very slowly and carefully, as if he wanted to taste every inch of the sashimi. With every bite, the surprise in Uchiha Itachi's eyes became more intense. This sashimi doesn't even have a slight fishy smell. It's amazing. What surprised Uchiha Itachi even more was that in such a short time, it was not enough to pickle it with vinegar. This was entirely due to the excellent texture of the sashimi itself. He had eaten sashimi so many times, but this was the first time he had eaten such delicious food. While they were eating supper, the members of Team 7 finally found the location of Uchiha Itachi and his group through Kakashi's summoning beast Parker. Mobile users please browse and read for a better reading experience. Chapter 227 My Stupid Brother. Slightly different from the original, the members of Team 7 who came at this time were all present. Under the leadership of the summoning beast Parker, they angrily found the residence of Uchiha Itachi and his group. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was smashed, and broken wood chips flew everywhere. At this time, Yang Ming and his friends were enjoying their meal, and they never thought that someone would ruin their mood. Especially Kisame, who immediately pulled out the same hata from behind after a disagreement, with a horrified and ferocious look on his face, like a shark ready to go, exuding a suffocating breath. Whoosh whoosh! The fierce momentum was like a rainbow, and a strong wind blew towards the uninvited guest. If someone was a little timid, he would definitely be scared. But this time, the leader was Kakashi. He stood in front of the students like a reef hit by the waves. No matter how painful the strong wind was, he remained unmoved. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and when he saw Uchiha Itachi, he shouted, Finally found you, Itaki. But when he glanced over, he suddenly found that Yang Ming was also here, but he had his back to him at first, so he didn't recognize him immediately. Suddenly, Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? Could it be that Boss Yang Ming and Uchiha Itaki are in cahoots? Feeling uneasy, Kakashi asked in confusion, Boss Yang Ming, why are you here too? Kakashi lowered his posture very low, as if he was meeting the third generation. Net. In the Chunin exam, Kakashi witnessed the whole process of Yang Ming summoning the arrogant Uchiha Madara to defeat the first and second generations. Kakashi would have to give in to such a ruthless man even if he had 100 guts. Yang Ming seemed not to have noticed the tense situation. He used a toothpick to pick at the gap between his teeth and said lightly, "It's late now. Do you want to have a midnight snack together?" Kakashi. Team 7 members. Hey. Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yang Ming's answer was very strange, it at least showed his position. Then, Kakashi looked at Uchiha Itaki and Kisame with a vigilant look. However, before Kakashi could say anything, Sasuke beside him had already been impatient. His eyes glared, and his pair of Sharingan were like a bloodshot beast, revealing deep hatred. "I came here today just to kill you." Facing Sasuke, who was like a mad dog, Uchiha Itaki calmly picked up a tissue, gently wiped his mouth, and chuckled. "Hat. You are too weak." When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous, especially when they see the enemy who killed their own clan, actually eating in front of them like an elegant noble. That condescending attitude deeply hurts Sasuke's sensitive nerves. "Ah! I'm going to kill you." Accompanied by a crazy and resentful roar, a blue ball full of lightning gathered in Sasuke's hand, like a ball of thunder. Thunder escape. Chidori. Like a flash of lightning, Sasuke was still in the same place the moment before, and disappeared the next moment, leaving only a series of phantoms and the dazzling ball of lightning on the way. Even Gaara, who is known for his absolute defense, dare not pat his chest to guarantee that he can withstand Sasuke's shocking and angry attack. However, facing Sasuke's thundering blow, Uchiha Itaki very leisurely smoothed his slightly wrinkled clothes, and then slowly stood up. For ordinary people, Sasuke's speed is as fast as thunder, but in Uchiha Itaki's eyes, it is as slow as a snail. When Sasuke approached, Uchiha Itaki moved. His speed was so fast, much faster than Sasuke, and others couldn't even see clearly, only Kakashi saw a clue. I saw Uchiha Itaki stretched out a claw, shaking and turning his hand, like a dragon claw, and grabbed Sasuke's wrist with a lightning speed, and then suddenly kicked with a knee, hitting Sasuke's abdomen. It's a long story, everything happened in a flash. When everything settled, what was shown to everyone was Sasuke half kneeling on the ground, with severe pain coming from his abdomen, making him spit out bile, and his whole face was pale and colorless. Oops! Kakashi couldn't bear to see his beloved disciple suffer an unexpected accident, so he rushed forward and tried to snatch Sasuke back from him. Uchiha Itaki's cold Sharingan turned and instantly turned into a rapidly rotating windmill, forming a Mangekyo Sharingan. "Kakashi, you're too annoying." With Uchiha Itaki's murmur, even Kakashi, an elite Jonin, was stunned as soon as he came into contact with the ghostly Sharingan, as if he had lost his soul. Tsukuyomi. There was endless darkness here, with only a waning moon hanging high in the sky. And on this dark land, a wooden stake was erected high, and a figure was tied to it. Kakashi opened his eyes tiredly. "Where am I?" Suddenly, Kakashi was horrified to find now, there are countless Uchiha Itaki in front of him, each of them is like an executioner, looking at him indifferently. "Kakashi, please feel it well next." As if the judgment of the god of death fell, so, in this vast world, Kakashi's miserable screams rang out. In the eyes of others, Uchiha Itaki just glared at Kakashi coldly, and Kakashi immediately collapsed on the ground, looking like he was played badly. How could it be? Even Kakashi teacher. Sasuke's heart was in turmoil. It was understandable that he was completely defeated by Uchiha Itaki, after all, the opponent was very strong. However, when Kakashi, who had been teaching him, also fell to the ground, especially the scene of being killed instantly, Sasuke was deeply hurt. You know, Kakashi is an elite Jonin. He actually killed instantly. Strong. It's really too strong. At this moment, Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itaki's figure, as if he was facing an unparalleled demon god, and felt only a great fear and powerlessness. At the same time, Sasuke's persistent heart was twisted into madness, and he roared in his heart, "Why is he so strong? I am not willing." Uchiha Itachi looked down at Sasuke from a high altitude, with no joy or sadness on his face. No one could see the rich emotions contained in the depths of his cold eyes. He was like a high god, looking down at the weak human in front of him. "My stupid brother! You are too weak." As he said, the windmill in his eyes turned again. Tsukuyomi. At this moment, Sasuke once again experienced the scene of his family being massacred. Silent night, quiet streets, bloody moon, and corpses all over the ground. A devilish whisper sounded in Sasuke's ears. "Your hatred is not deep enough." As the voice fell, Sasuke collapsed to the ground like a broken leather. At this time, a slightly frivolous voice sounded. "Sure enough, the protagonist in the novel is better to appear at the end." Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 228. You know nothing about power. It was just a moment. Under Uchiha Itachi, even the elite ninja Kakashi was killed instantly in just one round. Net. In this situation, Jiraiya could no longer observe calmly in secret and jumped in from the window. At this time, seeing Sasuke limp on the ground, as if he had lost his soul, Naruto was completely angry. A terrifying and frightening red chakra rippled out of his body, like layers of waves, covering the entire room, and the ominous red filled the entire field of vision. What a huge chakra! Is this the Nine Tails chakra? Kisame grinned, revealing a strange smile, waving the same hata in his hand and swiping it into the air. Chakra swallowing. Suddenly, a shocking scene happened to Naruto. The red chakra that originally filled the entire room seemed to be absorbed by a black hole, and same hata turned into a vortex, absorbing all the surging Nine Tails chakra. Before, Kisame faced the giant panda Yuan, but his opponent was a master of physical skills, and same hata could not play any role at all, until now it showed a trace of power. But with such a little power, it swept away the huge chakra that Naruto was proud of. "What on earth did you do?" Naruto said in shock. Jiraiya stood behind Naruto, holding his shoulders with his big hands to prevent him from doing stupid things impulsively. "If I remember correctly, Same Hata, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, has the ability to devour other people's chakra." Naruto showed a trace of horror on his face. How can there be such a disgusting ability? That's right, for Naruto, who has almost endless Nine Tails chakra, Same Hata is simply a weapon specifically designed to restrain him. Disgusting. Kisame smiled coldly, glanced at the tall Jiraiya, and the fighting spirit in the depths of his eyes was burning. "It's great to be able to fight against the legendary 3 ninjas." As if sensing the fighting spirit rising from Kisame, Jiraiya changed his previous frivolity and his face was full of murderous aura. "Today, I will clean up the 2 wanted criminals." After that, Jiraiya quickly formed a seal with his hands. Toad mouth binding technique. As soon as the words fell, in just a blink of an eye, the surrounding scene changed drastically. The original furniture disappeared, the ceiling disappeared, and what was replaced was a thick layer of stomach wall, which looked extremely disgusting. While Uchiha Itachi was observing the situation, under the feet of Kakashi and Sasuke, the stomach wall suddenly loosened, sucking the 2 of them inside and sending them out of the danger zone. The stomach and intestines of the Miyaboku mountain rock toad are also known as a copper wall and iron wall. Even an A-level ninjutsu like Chidori can't open a hole in the stomach wall. Jiraiya has every reason to believe that his hand will prevent the 2 people on the opposite side from escaping by drawing a prison on the ground. However, facing this iron wall, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were calm, and his face was still indifferent to praise or criticism. Unlike the original work, this time he did not plan to leave immediately, but to compete with Jiraiya. Because, after the previous battle with Denzo, Uchiha Itachi, who was quick-witted, had discovered that he had been deceived, and his original desire to protect Konoha village began to waver. The cold Sharingan was like the eyes of a god, revealing a cold light that was frozen 3 feet. Uchiha Itachi stood there indifferently, looking at Jiraiya coldly. "Jiraiya, you know nothing about power." A tear of blood dripped from the corner of his eye, and the black windmill in his pupil turned into a whirlwind of the god of death. A suffocating black flame seemed to come out of hell, sweeping away the darkness of the world and sweeping away the injustice in the world. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the black flame appeared, it soared in the air against the wind, and rushed towards Jiraiya like a fierce beast. Amaterasu. This was Uchiha Itachi, the proud skill of the Manjiki Sharingan. The speed of the pitch-black flame was not very fast, but it had a great power. Just looking at it could make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Jiraiya looked solemn. This unprecedented flame even frightened him. Fire style. Flame bomb. As Jiraiya sprayed out a stream of slippery toad oil, a flame followed closely behind. The two combined to burst into a blazing flame, like a stunning fire dragon. Even Yang Ming, who was far away, could feel the scorching heat, and the hair on the surface of his skin curled up. The entire space seemed to be affected by the high temperature and looked distorted. At this moment, the red flames and the dark cold flames seemed to divide the world into two completely opposite worlds, and suddenly collided with each other. There was no imagined conflict, no loud noise, only a fight in silence. In Jiraiya's shocked eyes, his flame that could melt aluminum alloy was burned out silently. That's right. Jiraiya's fire style was burned by Amaterasu. If someone had told Jiraiya before that fire could burn fire, he would have scoffed. How could it be possible? But now, when he saw the ironclad reality, Jiraiya was completely stunned. This black flame should not exist in the world at all. It is a punishment from the gods, used to judge sinful humans. In the midst of his shock, the pitch-black flame was intact and continued to fly towards him along the previous trajectory. Seeing this, Jiraiya looked particularly solemn and said to Naruto and Sakura beside him, "You two hold each other back and buy me some time." After that, he took out a sealing scroll from his arms and began to make a complex seal. Even if Naruto was a stubborn person, he knew that something was wrong at this time. "You lecherous sage, watch me." Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! 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 Puffs of white smoke exploded, and Naruto's clones appeared one after another with fighting spirit on their faces. "Everyone, come together!" With Naruto's loud shout, hundreds of thousands of people rushed up like a surging wave. Even if the opponent in front of him was a cage-level strongman, Naruto would never retreat, even if it was just one step. He. You really know nothing about power. Kisame laughed, and he was too lazy to even use ninjutsu. He casually waved Samehada, which was as high as a person, and it swept like a hurricane, cutting the whole world in half. In the vast sea of people, Kisame was like a peerless god of war. The Samehada in his hand turned into an invincible artifact, sweeping through thousands of troops, just like cutting leeks. Wherever Samehada swept, a large area was cleared. One rider is worth 1,000, unparalleled in the world. This sentence aptly reflects Kisame's horror at this time. Who dares to draw his sword and mount his horse? Only I, Kisame. Mobile users please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 229 Nearly Invincible Figure. While Naruto used the shadow clone to hold Kisame, Jiraiya finally completed the seal. Net. Sealing technique. Fire sealing seal. For a moment, even Amaterasu, who was known for burning everything, was pulled over, without any of the previous imposing momentum. Uchiha Itachi took all of this in, knowing that the Amaterasu was sealed, and the black windmill in his eyes suddenly turned. Under the control of the Mangeki Sharingan, Amaterasu turned a corner in midair and crashed into the stomach wall of the rock toad. Sizzle! A dissolving sound exploded, and the stomach wall that could withstand the high temperature of the magma suddenly, a big hole was burned open. Then, Uchiha Itachi stopped controlling Amaterasu and let it be sucked into the seal scroll. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Kisame who was fighting fiercely. "Let's go out and fight again." As he said that, he took the lead and went out with the crowd. After all, in this narrow space, he couldn't fight with his hands and feet at all, and always felt restrained. "Okay." Kisame's hideous shark face cracked open, revealing his sharp white teeth, and glanced at Naruto. "Boy, keep coming, my Samehada hasn't eaten enough." In Kisame's view, Naruto, who has a huge chakra, is simply a mobile treasure house that can provide food to Samehada continuously. Damn it! Just wait and see. Being despised like a cat with its tail stepped on, Naruto's hair stood on end. At this time, the moon outside the house was exceptionally bright, covering the earth with a layer of silver-white gauze. In the dark night wind, Uchiha Itachi stood like a statue in the cold wind, his red clouded black clothes rustled, and the cold breath of loneliness and coldness suddenly swept over, like a proud dark king, overlooking this disappointed land. Outside the body of Uchiha Itachi, a hideous skeleton was revealed, followed by a body composed of chakra, and then a majestic armor. Susanoo. Under the cold and bright moonlight, it was like the giant god soldier in the Legend of the Night, with an indifferent face and no worldly fireworks, and his hands brought the terrifying power to purify the world. At this moment, everyone looked up at this terrifying giant with horror on their faces. Not to mention, the people in Tansho Street, one by one, fled the area in a cry and scream as if the end of the world had come. Uchiha Ataka's cold eyes were devoid of any emotion, and he looked at Jiraiya and his party indifferently. "You, all of you, go to hell!" As if sensing the resentment in his master's heart, Susanoo howled to the sky. "Ah!" The oscillating sound formed a circle of ripples, spreading out in all directions, and even the dark clouds in the sky were swept away, revealing the bright stars. Then, Susanoo waved a fist as big as the front of a car, carrying the momentum of destroying everything, and punched out under the roaring wind. One punch, destroying all living things. Oops! Jiraiya's face changed. "Naruto, Sakura, protect Kakashi and Sasuke." As he said that, he quickly formed a seal. Summoning technique. Bang! In a puff of light smoke, an equally huge figure suddenly appeared. Boss Toad. Bunta. "Oh, Jiraiya, you've found me a very troublesome thing." After saying that, Gamabunta took a puff of cigarette, half-closed his eyes, and looked like a middle-aged man. "Stop talking nonsense, get started." Jiraiya and Gamabunta have cooperated more than once or twice. With just one sentence, they used ninjutsu together in tacit understanding. Fire style. Toad oil flame bomb. Gamabunta gushed out endless toad oil from his mouth, and the slippery grease covered the sky and the sun. Then, Jiraiya's fire bomb followed closely, instantly turning a large area of toad oil into a blazing sea of fire. The fleeing people in Tansho Street were shocked to find that the entire night sky was bright, and the dark sky was dyed with crimson. This scene was deeply engraved in their minds. Even if they survived the disaster, they still dreamed of this moment every night when they went to bed. Boom! The giant fist collided with the sea of fire, and a thunderous roar sounded. Then, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, the giant fist tore apart the blazing flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea, and with a fierce momentum, it slammed into Gamabunta. Boom! A dull collision sound suddenly rose, and the huge Gamabunta, who was as big as a tall building, was seen. Under this blow, the whole body of the cannon was ejected, drawing an arc in the air, and heavily smashed in the distance. How could the layers of wooden houses withstand such an impact? Just like the falling of domino cards, the densely packed houses collapsed, raising clouds of flying dust. It was so terrifying. Of course, Susanoo's attack was very powerful, but the arm was also burned by the flames, and the arm made of chakra was full of pits and bumps. If it weren't for the continuous support of Uchiha Ataka's chakra, it would have been broken long ago. Salalala! A burst of smoke and dust flew up, and Gamabunta climbed up from the mess. His whole face looked dusty and extremely embarrassed. Cough cough cough. "Jiraiya, you really know how to find things for me to do." Gamabunta said unhappily, his voice was full of energy, and it didn't seem to have suffered much trauma. "I think that's right, for a summoned beast of its size, ordinary attacks really can't cause serious injuries to them." Gamabunta's half-closed eyes suddenly opened, like a sword unsheathed, emitting a sharp edge. "Just treat it as exercise before going to bed." Gamabunta drew out the samurai sword on his waist, and the coldness was revealed. It was obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. "I don't know how many people's blood was stained on it." "Jiraiya, stand firm." After saying that, Gamabunta's body sank, and his feet suddenly exerted force, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground, like an arrow from a bow, whooshing and suddenly flying out. Gamabunta held the samurai sword tightly with both hands, and his eyes were sharp. Hidden weapon technique. Toad short sword slash. Accompanied by a loud shout, a blade of light streaked across the sky, like a sword from a fairy, about to cut the dark sky in half. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blade was moving at a high speed, rubbing violently with the air in the air, and a blaze of flames suddenly appeared on it. However, facing this shocking sword, Susanoo opened his palm, and the rolling chakra turned into a long sword. 10-fist sword. Then, Susanoo waved his hand casually, and the 10-fist sword was passed forward lightly. Bang! The samurai sword and the 10-fist sword collided, causing a gust of wind, sweeping in all directions, and the big trees on the ground of Tansho Street were uprooted and rolled into the sky. Then, in the shocked eyes of the crowd, the samurai sword was shattered. Mobile users please visit reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 230 The Charm of That Sword. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled in the dark night, blowing Uchiha Itachi's red cloud-black robes rustling. His eyes were calm, like a king in the dark, standing evilly and awe-inspiringly in the world subversion. With a thought, he cut off Gamabunta's samurai sword, and Susanoo swung the ten-fist sword in his hand again. Swish! Under this sword, Jiraiya was horrified and felt a great terror shrouding him. This was a feeling more terrifying than death. Jiraiya always believed in his intuition and hurriedly shouted to Gamabunta, "Jump!" One man and one beast, in countless battles in the past, had long developed the habit of trusting each other, and they were both able to give their backs to each other. Without even thinking, Gamabunta's body suddenly sank, and his legs kicked, and his body jumped into the air like a cannon. Fast. Very fast. Even if Gamabunta jumped up in time, he couldn't avoid Susanoo's shocking sword. Tear. A sound of muscle tearing rang out, and the ten-fist sword cut a deep gash in Gamabunta's stomach. A large amount of scarlet blood seemed to be free, and it splashed on the ground like water, mixed with broken internal organs, filthy and smelly. Then, the ten-fist sword was unstoppable. After slashing through Gamabunta's body, it slashed into the sky with a sword and fell on Tansho Street. Boom! A shocking scene happened. Starting from the place where the ten-fist sword fell, a crack spread forward like a long snake, thousands of meters away, as if it was going to cut Tansho Street in half. Then, the ground cracked, covered with spider web-like cracks. With a rumble, the ground suddenly sank, and with the crack as the center, it tore apart in both directions. One sword, a natural moat is formed. The entire Tansho Street was torn apart like a piece of white paper, revealing a deep black abyss as wide as a person. This is... what kind of power? Naruto and Sasuke, who had woken up, looked at each other in surprise when they saw this blow, speechless for a moment, and could see the undisguised horror in each other's eyes. A trace of persistent madness flashed in Sasuke's black pupils. This scene not only did not make him retreat, but made him more eager for power. Naruto looked at Yang Ming in confusion. "Brother, why don't you stop these people? They are all wanted criminals." Yang Ming stood there with a calm face, as if the attack in front of him was nothing but a passing cloud, which could not move him at all. Hearing Naruto's question, Yang Ming smiled faintly. "In my eyes, there are only customers or not. As for wanted criminals, sorry, that doesn't exist." Yang Ming's answer made sense. Naruto was speechless. At this time, Yang Ming was full of admiration, quietly watching the huge Susanoo, but thinking about other things in his heart. It would be great if Uchiha Itachi came to work for me. Now the shop is in need of a delivery boy. When Yang Ming thought of Uchiha Itachi came to the guest with a box of delicious food. As soon as he opened the door, he handed the food to the guest and said, "Hello, your home delivery." Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. This picture is so beautiful. Of course, if he wants to achieve this goal, Yang Ming knows that it will be a difficult task. At this time, Uchiha Itachi is like the master in the dark, his cold eyes exude a compelling edge, and his aura like the abyss and the sea makes everything fall for him. He grinned, "Jiraiya, you are lucky." Although Gamabunta suffered a serious injury, in Uchiha Itachi's view, it was a great fortune. After all, the real horror of the ten-fist sword is not the killing, but the terrifying sealing ability. Even Orochimaru and Nagato, once pierced by the Tenka sword, could not avoid the fate of being sealed in. Bang! As soon as Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, Gamabunta's mountain-like body fell from the sky, smashing a deep pit on the messy ground, raising a cloud of dust and flying debris. "Sorry, Jiraiya. It seems that I can't continue to fight side by side with you." Gamabunta opened his eyes weakly, looking like he was about to die. Jiraiya's face was solemn, and he said in a low voice, "Don't say anything, you should go back to Myaboka Mountain for treatment." In the last few seconds before returning, Gamabunta said very solemnly, "Be careful of this enemy, I feel that there is a terrible power in his body, don't die." Hearing this, Jiraiya's body shook, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He had never expected that the power that had just exploded was not the full strength of Uchiha Itachi. Although Gamabunta didn't know that Uchiha Itachi also had a crow with Shisui's eyes, it still felt the vague threat by instinct. Jiraiya's expression was particularly solemn, and he whispered, "It seems that I have to use that trick. Sage mode." With Jiraiya's shout, a few more oil lines appeared on his face. At the same time, a pure and huge chakra instantly poured into his body to replenish the chakra that had just been lost. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Kakashi, who was lying on the ground. "Don't play dead, help me." Then, the huge chakra spun wildly in his hands, and under the continuous compression, coupled with the change in nature, it formed a spiral flame vortex, as wide as a palm, which contained extremely terrifying power. Fire escape. Big ball explosion raise Nan. This time, Jiraiya intends to break through the defense of Susanoo with a point, and go straight to the dragon, and kill Uchiha Itachi hiding inside in one fell swoop. Quiet as a virgin, moving like a rabbit. Jiraiya knows the taste of it very well. With one step, he is like a tiger descending from the mountain, as powerful as a flood, raising the vortex containing terrible power, and suddenly flying out. Quick! 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 In just a blink of an eye, Jiraiya crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and came to Susanoo. Only when standing at the feet of this giant, human beings will feel their insignificance. But now, there is an ant-like existence, provoking the giant standing at the top of the world. Jiraiya's eyes burst out with cold and piercing murderous intent. "Go to hell." He suddenly pressed his hand forward. At this time, Kakashi, who was lying dead, suddenly opened his Sharingan. "Although I'm not very skilled yet, I'll fight this time." With Kakashi's murmur, his Sharingan suddenly turned, forming a strange pattern of Manjiki Sharingan. Kamyu. Just as Uchiha Itachi calmly welcomed Jiraiya's attack, a palpitation suddenly hit him. I saw that the space in the body of Susanoo that Jiraiya attacked was twisted violently. Mobile users please browse M. Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 231 The Blue Beast Participates, 2+. When Kakashi used Kamui, a sharp pain came from the Manjiki Sharingan, and it returned to the state of Sharingan. Kakashi had already suffered the mental shock of Tsukuyomi, and now he felt an abnormal pain in his head, a kind of mental fatigue that made him want to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. At the last moment before falling, he forced his eyelids to see a happy scene. Kamui was activated, and the power was overwhelming. The space around Susanoo's body twisted violently, creating a gap in its rock-hard body. Opportunities are rare, and they will never come back. Jiraiya knew the truth well, and he took the lead and rushed into the gap, attacking Uchiha Itachi with the hot raised nan in his hand. At this moment, even though Uchiha Itachi was always calm, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that there were people in this world who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan's ability is so strange. However, Uchiha Itachi is worthy of being Uchiha Itachi. When Jiraiya broke through the defense, his single hand hidden in his sleeve had already completed the seal silently. Boom! With a roar, Jiraiya made rapid progress, and the raised nan in his hand just hit Uchiha Itachi. However, the feeling of the hand made Jiraiya's face change drastically. Bang! A burst of light smoke came out, and what was left in the original place was actually half a tree stump. This is a substitute technique. ZZ. 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 At this time, Jiraiya suddenly discovered that there were dozens of detonating talismans hidden under the tree stump, which had already burned to the end. Rumble. The dazzling flames shot up into the sky, and the place where Jiraiya was engulfed by the flames, and even the earth was blown into a deep pit. The power of a detonating tag is equivalent to that of a grenade, which is equivalent to the detonating tags of dozens of grenades bombed together. Its power can be imagined. Ahem! A white figure flew out from the flames, wrapped in white hair, with a few sparks still attached to it, but it did not pose much threat to him. Ninjutsu. Needle Jizo. This is Jiraiya's protective ninjutsu. At this time, Uchiha Itachi covered his eyes, put away Susanoo, and came to Kisame with a tired face. Today, he has used Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu many times, which is too much for his eyes. In addition, his chakra is only at the ordinary level of Kage, and he is no longer able to fight. Kisame looked at him worriedly. "Are you okay?" Even though he was tired and sleepy, Uchiha Itachi still straightened his waist, like a sword piercing the sky. "I'm fine. Let's retreat." Kisame's lips moved. He was so excited just now. If he didn't know Uchiha Itachi's temper and didn't like others to interfere in his battle, he would have left the battle long ago. Kisame grinned, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, shrugged and said helplessly, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Want to leave? Have you asked me?" At this moment, a green figure turned into a whirlwind, coming from far to near, like a wild horse, flying over. The one who came was Might Guy. When he saw his good friend Kakashi lying on the ground, his face was extremely pale, and his life and death were unknown. It deeply hurt his nerves. Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the strong reinforcements coming. Just dealing with Uchiha Itachi alone gave Jiraiya a headache, not to mention that there was Kisame who was watching him covetously and his strength was not damaged at all. Uchiha Itachi also knew that the situation was not good, and looked at Yang Ming tiredly. "Boss Yang Ming, I have an unwelcome request." Yang Ming's face was still calm. "You say? I hope you can help to resist the opponent." Uchiha Itachi really didn't stop until he said something shocking. When he finished speaking, the whole audience was shocked. Kisame pouted, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Itachi, are you looking down on me? Even if there are 10 elite jonin on the opposite side, I can beat 10 by myself." Kisame said arrogantly, but he had the capital to be arrogant. Kisame is known as the tailless-tailed beast, has a huge chakra, and has extremely wide-ranging ninjutsu. What he is least afraid of is fighting group battles and protracted battles. "No." Uchiha Itachi looked at Kisame firmly. "This time, you must listen to me." Uchiha Itachi had worked in the Anbu for a period of time and had heard of many secrets in the village. This includes Might Guy's father, Might Guy. At that time, Might Guy was still a 10,000-year-old genin, but he defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen alive with the help of the 8 gates. Each of the 7 ninja swordsmen has the strength of an elite jonin, and the 7 of them can even assassinate a cage-level strongman when they join forces. But such a powerful ninja was defeated by a 10,000-year-old genin. How can it not make people stunned? However, Uchiha Itachi didn't know why the village buried the truth and didn't let more people know. It only recorded this matter in the scroll and sealed it in the archives. Through this incident, it can be imagined that even Might Guy is so strong, as his son. How powerful will Might Guy be? Uchiha Itachi is absolutely unwilling to take risks for this. At this time, the system jumped out. "Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, help Uchiha Itachi. Mission description: want to recruit Uchiha Itachi? The host should know how to play the long game and try to win Uchiha Itachi's favor step by step. Mission reward: a random ninjutsu." When Yang Ming saw the system mission, his eyes lit up. Plus, why did Yang Ming come here? Isn't it to settle accounts with Jiraiya? It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Originally, Uchiha Itachi saw Yang Ming bowing his head and thinking, and thought that the other party would refuse. Although he didn't hold hope in his heart, he was more or less disappointed. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming suddenly raised his head. "Okay. I'll help you once." Hearing Yang Ming's affirmative reply, Uchiha Itachi looked at him gratefully and said solemnly, "Thank you." Might Guy's eyes widened, and he happened to see Kisame. It's a little different from the original work. Before this, it was not Asuma and Ui Kurane who confronted Kisame first, but Might Guy met them in the forest training ground. At that time, Uchiha Itachi just went to the forest to recall the scene of training to the west, and he didn't expect to meet Might Guy. When the two sides met, there was naturally nothing to say, so they had a conflict. Now, enemies meet, and their eyes are full of jealousy. For his friend Kakashi, Might Guy's eyes burst with a fiery fighting spirit. "That shark face! Let's fight again!" Kisame's face twitched. He hated this kind of physical arts master the most. He grinned, revealing his white inverted triangle teeth, and his eyes were full of cruelty. "This time, I must tear you apart." The second update added today. Mobile users please visit M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 232. Jiraiya was scared to death. It was late at night. A messy land was covered with rubble, and a natural moat that was more than 1,000 meters long divided Tansho Street in half. At this moment, a dull atmosphere, like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, pressed heavily on everyone's shoulders. Suddenly, a raging fountain splashed out from the natural chasm. In just a short moment, it filled the chasm and turned it into a blue ember. The lake rippled. Kisame stepped on the lake, grinned, revealing a ferocious expression, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Spiritual summoning technique. Thousand-eating shark. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of great white sharks as tall as a person flew out from under the lake, like a torrential rain, filling a large area of space, and rushing towards Might Guy densely. Facing the surging offensive, Might Guy's eyes burst into brilliant fighting spirit. 8 gates, open! A majestic aura suddenly emerged from him, and his eyes seemed to have lit a fire and were burning. Bang! Might Guy stepped on the ground, and spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground. The whole person rushed up like a flying sword with great momentum. Might Guy is indeed a master of physical skills. He doesn't have any superb moves. In the sea of sharks, his ordinary punches and kicks have the power to collapse mountains and break jade. He easily swept the whole field, and thousands of great white sharks became the corpses of his peak. Seeing that Might Guy killed all his summoned beasts effortlessly, Kisame's face was indifferent, and he immediately launched the ninjutsu that he had prepared for a long time. Net. Water escape. Water prison same dance. As soon as Kisame finished speaking, the chasm that stretched for thousands of meters suddenly moved. Splash! Splash! The lake was full of raging waves, rushing towards the center. Before Might Guy could react, it suddenly closed up and turned into a water-colored cage. Oops! A terrifying water pressure swept over, causing Might Guy's face to change drastically. Unlike marine life, humans cannot fight for a long time in the water, otherwise they will die from lack of oxygen. Might Guy never expected that Kisame would be so crazy. At this time, Kisame merged with Samehada and became half man and half fish, with a smug look on his face. Might Guy, this will become your grave. Might Guy didn't say much. He has always been a man of action, and his chakras surged wildly. Then, he suddenly punched towards Peacock. Like Pegasus' meteor fist, Might Guy punched forward hundreds or thousands of times in a second. What is this concept? This is the ultimate physical skill. The punching speed exceeds the speed of sound, and even produces shock waves. Even the pressure in the water cannot stop it, and the high temperature generated by the intense friction evaporates into water vapor. The shock waves covered with flames, like a meteor shower, spread across the entire field of vision, announcing to the world in a wild posture, the charm of the physical skill. Seeing this scene, Kisame's face twitched fiercely. Damn, this pure physical skill ability again. Kisame hates this kind of physical skill master the most. This is simply his nemesis, which has abolished his greatest advantage, the ability to absorb the enemy's chakra. Water escape. Water prison technique. In this lake, even if it is just an ordinary water escape, can get a huge increase, not to mention the water prison technique. Boom. 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 The water prison wrapped around Kisame, bearing millions of tons of damage, began to vibrate violently, and even the entire lake was shaken violently, with waves on the surface. Just when the two of them were fighting fiercely, Yang Ming moved. He walked towards Jiraiya step by step, his face was neither happy nor sad, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a strange smile. Seeing that Yang Ming really stood on the side of Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya still felt creepy, sweating profusely, and his heartbeat accelerated even if he turned on the sage mode, as if he had encountered a predator at the top of the food chain, and a great fear surged in his heart. It's not Jiraiya's fault for being timid. It can only be said that Yang Ming left him with a huge psychological shadow. On the day of the Chunin exam finals, Jiraiya witnessed with his own eyes that Yang Ming defeated the arbitrary first generation. Even if it was a rebellious Ichibai, it would take him a while to deal with it, but the moment he saw Yang Ming, he turned into a well-behaved kitten, just to ask for a piece of food. Jiraiya asked himself if he could do this one after another. But Yang Ming did it. In addition, according to the news circulating in the village, Yang Ming is a hidden master, and no one has ever seen him reveal his trump card. Because those who saw his trump card died or disappeared. Thinking of this, Jiraiya retreated in panic. Boss Yang Ming, let's talk about it, don't be impulsive. I am impulsive. Yang Ming showed a weird smile, took out the latest version of the Intimate Paradise from his arms, and slapped Jiraiya in the face. Bang! Jiraiya was so confused that he didn't even dare to hide, and let the novel hit his face. Jiraiya never thought that Yang Ming came for this matter. For a moment, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as if they were free. Naruto was very puzzled and said anxiously, "Lecherous immortal, big brother, do you have any misunderstandings?" Misunderstanding? Yang Ming suppressed his anger. Naruto, you will know after reading that novel. Naruto was full of doubts, picked up the Intimate Paradise from the ground, opened it and was stunned instantly. The story that the devil boss and Orochimaru have to tell. The flexible body has very great plasticity. Orochimaru successfully unlocked 360 postures with the help of body transformation techniques and gained a place in Yang Ming's shop. As the story progressed, Naruto's mouth twitched fiercely, and he couldn't bear to watch it anymore. It was too spicy. This time, Naruto looked at Jiraiya with strange eyes. As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Jiraiya is seeking death himself, and there is no reason for others to help him. Naruto asked himself, if he was written into Jiraiya's novel and had an intimate relationship with Sasuke, he would definitely be the first to kill him. Gurgle. Feeling the temperature around him gradually drop, Jiraiya swallowed hard and slowly stepped back. In his heart, Jiraiya was secretly thankful. Fortunately, Boss Yang Ming only read the latest version. If he saw that I wrote him and Bai together, I'm afraid I would die miserably, right? Yang Ming grinned and smiled coldly. Little guy, are you afraid that I can't cure you? He flipped his palm and a card appeared in his hand. This was the reward he got for completing the task before leaving the little chef world. Hidden mission: destroy the Japanese fleet that invaded Yangcheng port. Mission description: although the Japanese plot to release poppy pollen through food has been shattered, their invasion has never stopped. In order to protect Yangchuan restaurant, the host will destroy the invading army. Mission reward. Mobile users please browse Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 233 Yang Ming, Jiraiya, be my mount. Hidden mission: destroy the Japanese fleet that invaded Yangcheng port. Net. Mission description: although the Japanese plot to release poppy pollen through food has been shattered, their invasion has never stopped. In order to protect Yangchuan restaurant, the host will destroy the invading army. Mission reward: transformation card, 1/1. Transformation card: specify a target and randomly transform into an animal, valid for 5 minutes. Yang Ming picked up the transformation card in his hand and pointed it at Jiraiya. Transform. At this moment, Jiraiya felt a great fear, as if the god of death had come and put the death sickle on his neck, and the chill turned into a whirlwind and swept over. Jiraiya moved his lips and wanted to say something, but when the words came out, his body trembled and he felt unwell. Me. A distant and low sheep cry sounded, immediately shocking everyone present. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his slightly blurry eyes, his face no longer calm. What's going on? How come Jiraiya turned into a sheep? Uchiha Itachi believed in his Sharingan very much. Even if his eyesight was rapidly declining, he could not have seen it wrong. Jiraiya, he really turned into a goat. In just a blink of an eye, Jiraiya turned into a tall goat, with a confused expression on his face, awkwardly walking back and forth, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Naruto, the naughty kid, curiously walked behind Jiraiya, grabbed his goat's tail, and pulled it out, causing Jiraiya to shiver, but he was powerless and could only make soft cries in vain. Meh. Naruto was confused. He knew that there was a transformation technique in the 3 body techniques. He often failed exams before, but what was going on with Jiraiya? Naruto walked in front of Jiraiya and looked around curiously. Lecherous sage, you are still playing at this time, change back quickly. Fuck you. Jiraiya roared in his heart, he was innocent and helpless. At this time, Yang Ming came to Jiraiya with big strides, still with a weird smile on his face. Jiraiya, I gave you a big gift, do you like it? Jiraiya's sheep face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Me. Yang Ming deliberately put his ear close to him. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Speak human language. Damn you. Jiraiya was almost crying because of Yang Ming. When he turned into a goat, he felt that the powerful chakra in his body disappeared, just like an ordinary goat. In other words, he was now meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at any time. Yang Ming sat on Jiraiya's back, almost crushing him to death. Yang Ming patted Jiraiya's head and said in a negotiating tone, Jiraiya, you know, I'm a chef, right? I'm very curious now, if I kill you, I wonder if the meat will taste good. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, Jiraiya's sheep head shook vigorously from side to side, and a series of bleating sounds came out of his mouth. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Jiraiya rejected Yang Ming's proposal. But Yang Ming pretended to be confused, with a look of realization on his face. Oh, so Jiraiya, you also want to know what your meat tastes like? Don't be impatient, wait for me to take out the butcher knife first. As he said that, Yang Ming reached into his arms. Butcher knife? Oh my god! Jiraiya wanted to cry but had no tears, so he had to shake his body desperately to get Yang Ming off his back. Yang Ming sat on Jiraiya's back, like riding a roller coaster, up and down violently, so he had to get off. He slapped Jiraiya's head hard, shaking him so much that he saw stars and felt dizzy. Yang Ming glanced at him, raised a bad arc at the corner of his mouth, and showed a weird smile. Jiraiya, I heard that there is a dish that is very suitable for you. You often go to places of love and romance, your body must be very weak, how can this be possible? After all, you have been my employee for a while, how can I treat you badly, right? Then, Yang Ming changed the subject. Jiraiya, let me roast a sheep's penis for you. Jiraiya was almost knocked unconscious by Yang Ming. He blinked his big eyes and showed a confused expression on his face. Then, Jiraiya got goosebumps all over his body, as if he was washed from head to toe by a basin of cold water. He is now a sheep. That means that the sheep's penis that Yang Ming wants to roast is his. In an instant, Jiraiya felt a chill in his lower body and subconsciously closed his legs tightly. Jiraiya was now regretting his actions, and his face looked like he was about to cry. If I had known, I would not have offended Yang Ming. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with water, and he looked at Yang Ming pitifully. Me. Jiraiya made a series of noises, begging Yang Ming to let him go. He really didn't dare to commit suicide. God knows what Yang Ming will do to him if there is a next time. If the area of Jiraiya's heart shadow can be calculated, it is infinite. Yang Ming pretended not to understand, and touched the mutton on Jiraiya's body, observing seriously. Well, the muscles are very strong and healthy. It should be delicious if stewed. Jiraiya stumbled and fell to the ground when he heard this. His face was full of despair and he had seen through the world. Me. Jiraiya was so desperate that he murmured, I will never do stupid things again, really. Seeing this, Yang Ming also knew that he should stop. Otherwise, Jiraiya will be broken. What should I do? What's more, the time for the transformation card to end is very close. Yang Ming patted Jiraiya's head and showed a smile that he thought was very friendly. But little did he know that this smile was like a devil's smile in Jiraiya's eyes. He thought Yang Ming was thinking of some way to mess with him again. He felt uncomfortable and shivered vigorously. After all, according to the current situation, Jiraiya thought that he had no hope in his life and would be a sheep for the rest of his life. And for Yang Ming, who had such unpredictable abilities, Jiraiya felt even more awe in his heart. Yang Ming ignored Jiraiya's desperate eyes and said to himself, you know, I am very considerate of you employees. As long as you promise to work for me for another month, I will forgive you. What? Just like that? Jiraiya thought he had heard it wrong and looked at Yang Ming seriously. This amused Yang Ming. Why? Don't believe it. How dare Jiraiya not believe it? Even if there was a pit ahead, as long as he could escape from the sea of suffering, he would be happy. At this time, the system prompted the completion of the task. Hidden task, the boss's majesty. Task description, as a boss, how can you not have majesty? Teach the employees who dare to make fun of you a lesson. Task reward, shop decoration level 4. At the same time, another task was also completed. Hidden task, help Uchiha Itachi. Task description, want to recruit Uchiha Itachi? The host should know how to play the long game and try to win Uchiha Itachi's favor step by step. Task reward, a random ninjutsu. Yang Ming's mouth curled up. What kind of ninjutsu is it? Mobile users please browse and read for a better reading experience. Chapter 234 Flying Thunder God, 3+. Just as Yang Ming was educating Jiraiya, the battle between Might Guy and Kisame was coming to an end. In the blue lake, Might Guy's fiery fists whirred and stirred up the waves, and the strong shock wave evaporated a lot of the lake water in front. However, even with such a fierce impact, it still couldn't break Kisame's defense, but only blasted the lake water around him, setting off waves of shocking waves. Kisame's ferocious eyes burst out with endless coldness, and the corners of his mouth slightly grinned, revealing a sneer. Water escape. Big Samadan no Jutsu. At this time, unlike the original Kisame and Might Guy's life and death contest, Kisame had no mission and had not experienced a big battle before. His strength was at the peak and he could use ninjutsu without scruples. Driven by the abundant lake water around, a large amount of liquid condensed in front of Gisha, forming a huge great white shark. It was as tall as a building. When it opened its huge mouth, the sharp inverted triangle teeth were clearly visible. Each one was as tall as a person. If you were bitten by such sharp teeth, you could imagine the fate. Then, it moved. The huge body swayed, and then waves were created, spreading to both sides of the body. The strong water pressure in the lake seemed to have no resistance at all. The great white shark rushed to the enemy at a speed that was inconsistent with its size, like an arrow from a string, and rushed to the enemy like a flood, splitting its big mouth and tearing the enemy apart. Before it arrived, a surge of pressure swept over, and the powerful momentum even suffocated people. Facing such a strong enemy, Might Guy was shocked. Thinking of Kakashi, whose life or death was still unknown, a burst of anger rose to the sky. Accumulate power and punch. A blow with a burst of anger turned into a shock wave that was as strong as the sky and the sun, and the power of destruction seemed to break the sky. Daytime Tiger. One punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The invisible shock wave turned into a ferocious tiger. The tiger was out of the cage, carrying an indomitable momentum. Even if a god came, he would dare to kill you. A tiger and a shark, meeting on a narrow road. Either you die or I die. Boom. The two collided violently, and the shock caused by the sensation was so strong that even the shape of the water prison was a little unstable and on the verge of collapse. The two were like prehistoric beasts, neither of them gave in to the other, and fought each other fiercely, using the most primitive movements, biting, clawing, and constantly suppressing the enemy. What a pity! The most powerful trait of the great white shark, the ability to absorb the enemy's chakra, was restrained by Might Guy and had no effect at all. In this life and death tug-of-war, it gradually lost the upper hand. The giant tiger composed of shock waves aimed at the moment of weakness of the great white shark and took this opportunity to devour it in one fell swoop. Then, with a proud attitude after victory, it burst out with a fierce momentum, and in the horrified eyes of Kisame, the energy of destruction burst out to the sky. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the water prison like an asteroid suddenly exploded, and endless water arrows were sprayed in all directions, leaving a series of small pits on the ground. Puff! A wave of spray emerged, and Kisame emerged from the puddle in a mess. If it weren't for Samehada's resistance, he would probably be seriously injured now. However, even so, Kisame was weak at the moment, looking at the man emitting blue gas in the field in disbelief. This man! So strong! Kisame has always been unruly and rarely surrendered to anyone. But today, Might Guy made him have to write the word submission. Hey! Might Guy released the 8 gates, his feet softened, and he almost fell to the ground. He looked at Kisame tiredly, and his eyes also showed admiration. Unexpectedly, there are still people who can survive the attack of the day tiger. Uchiha Itachi frowned, feeling that the situation was a bit tricky. While Jiraiya had not recovered yet, he said to Kisame, "Let's retreat quickly." Okay. Kisame grinned and made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Might Guy. See you next time, I will definitely kill you. Although Might Guy's body was overdrawn, he did not show it on the surface. He said forcefully, no matter how many times you come, the result will be the same. After that, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame disappeared in the wind of the night. As far as the sight could see, the red cloud and black bottom robe gradually disappeared. At this time, Yang Ming finally took the time to check the random ninjutsu he had obtained before. It was also a lottery disc. After pulling it, the disc rotated quickly. After a while, the pointer stopped. Originally, Yang Ming had already given up hope on the stingy system, but he didn't expect that the system would give him a big surprise this time. The place where the pointer stopped was the area of S-level ninjutsu. When Yang Ming saw the ninjutsu he got, his eyes lit up. This is actually the Flying Thunder God technique. My system is amazing. Back then, the 4th generation Hokage relied on the Flying Thunder God technique to show his prowess in the Ninja World War and won the title of Golden Flash, thus laying the foundation for becoming a Hokage. But now, Yang Ming has obtained this ninjutsu. This is not one of those disposable props, but a genuine ninjutsu controlled by Yang Ming. Ahem. At this time, accompanied by a burst of light smoke, Jiraiya changed from a goat back to a human, his face full of indescribable embarrassment. Well, boss, can I come to the shop to work later? Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. Why? Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, a little afraid to look Yang Ming in the eye. I have been commissioned to bring Tsunade back to the village to succeed the position of Hokage. On the side, Might Guy couldn't help but raise his thick black eyebrows after hearing this. Jiraiya, are you sure? What's wrong? Jiraiya asked puzzled. Might Guy looked confused. Before I rushed here, I heard from the people in the village that only those who defeated Orochimaru are qualified to become the 5th generation Hokage. Danzo has announced to the villagers that he is about to launch a plan to hunt Orochimaru, and has received the support of most villagers in the village. What? Jiraiya was confused. After the Konoha collapse plan, he set out to find Tsunade, but recently heard that Tsunade appeared in the area near Tansho Street, so he came here. But Jiraiya never expected that Danzo, who could only hide in the corner and make some conspiracies, would be so bold this time. Hunting Orochimaru. He really dared to say it. Yang Ming was also stunned. He didn't expect that Danzo would unexpectedly get the support of the villagers after the Old Dog series. This was really beyond his expectation. However, this is also easy to understand. At this time, Konoha village was invaded by other countries, and the people were boiling with resentment. They eagerly hoped that an iron-fisted figure would come to power to vent their anger. However, if Danzo really became Hokage, it would not be a good thing for Yang Ming. He must be stopped. Mobile users please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 235 A Bowl of Laba Porridge, 4+. The next day, early in the morning. The dawn light broke through the darkness, illuminated the world, and covered the suffering earth with a layer of clouds. The people of Tansho Street were frightened all night, and the sparse crowds rushed back from outside and began to rebuild their homes. Not to mention the shocked expressions of the civilians, who looked like they were in a natural disaster. At this time, Yang Ming and his party found a relatively intact hotel to stay in. Early in the morning, Yang Ming entered the kitchen and began to prepare today's breakfast. Due to the overnight battle, Kakashi and his party were lying on the bed weakly. In order to let them recover, Yang Ming prepared a special breakfast. That is, laba porridge. Laba porridge, again 8 treasures porridge, Buddha porridge, is a kind of porridge made with a variety of ingredients during the Laba festival. A long time ago, there was a record in Woolen Jushi, porridge made with walnuts, pine nuts, milk tansy, persimmons, chestnuts, etc. is called laba porridge. Laba porridge has the effects of strengthening the spleen and stomach, eliminating stagnation and losing weight, replenishing chi and calming the mind, especially for Kakashi, who has fatigue caused by overload use of the Sharingan. It has a significant effect. The ingredients of laba porridge are very common, and even the poorest families can afford it. Yang Ming soaked the red dates in warm water, rinsed them, removed the cores, washed the chestnut meat and cut it into small pieces, soaked the lotus seeds in alkaline water to remove the green heart, washed the peanuts in hot water and peeled them, chopped the longan meat, and then steamed them in a wanbao purple sand pot for half an hour for later use. Then, he continued to wash the glutinous rice and japonica rice and put them in the pot, and cooked them over high heat for about half an hour. When the glutinous rice became sticky, he switched to low heat and simmered until the rice soup was thick and tough, and the rice grains bloomed. Then, Yang Ming added the above ingredients and boiled them, then added sugar and a small amount of salt to avoid being too sweet. When the delicious laba porridge was cooked, the porridge surface was sticky, dark red, and turbid, and the rice grains were plump. The ingredients mixed in between were like nebulae, performing a colorful scene like the movement of the galaxy. Naruto was originally exhausted, and his snoring was like thunder, resounding throughout the room. But when Yang Ming cooked the laba porridge, a thick fragrance drifted into the room along the wind direction and entered his nose. Naruto's nose twitched, and his eyes suddenly opened. What a nice smell! What are you doing? Naruto followed the sweet smell and walked out of the room, but suddenly found that he was not the only one in the corridor. Hey, Sasuke, why are you here so early? Sasuke turned his head away coldly, none of your business. As he said that, Sasuke ignored Naruto's complaints behind him and strode towards the kitchen. If he was late, there would be no food. Hey, wait for me. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly followed. When they walked into the kitchen, their faces suddenly changed. Because at this time, Kakashi and his friends had already got there first. Obviously, there is only one explanation for how they could get here so quickly from the room to the kitchen: they all used the instant body technique. So cunning. Naruto gritted his teeth and thought, but he could only stare blankly at this, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Kakashi looked like he was losing energy and blood, half opened his sleepy eyes, and said weakly, "Oh, you are late, I ate your share." Ate. For a moment, Naruto and Sasuke were struck by lightning, and the whole person was stunned. They only felt the cold wind and there was no place for them to stand. As he spoke, Kakashi drank a spoonful of porridge, making a slurping sound, and sighed, "It's delicious. This porridge is sticky and sweet, and it tastes delicious. It's a perfect match for breakfast." Gurgle. Naruto stared at Kakashi's bowl, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and looked eager. "Teacher Kakashi, just give me a taste." Under Naruto's expectant eyes, Kakashi handed a full spoonful of porridge to Naruto. Just when Naruto thought Kakashi was being kind, Kakashi pulled his hand back with lightning speed, and drank it all in one gulp in front of Naruto. "You!" Naruto was so angry that he pointed his finger at Kakashi and trembled with anger. Facing Naruto's questioning, Kakashi shook his head secretly, and was about to use this opportunity to lecture Naruto. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, with sky blue electric sparks flashing in his hands, trying to snatch the bowl from Kakashi. He was actually Sasuke. Seeing this, Kakashi was secretly surprised. Sasuke actually learned to stimulate the body with lightning. No, it seems that he has only just started to touch it. But even so, Kakashi was surprised by Sasuke's progress. Perhaps it was the stimulation of Uchiha Itachi that made his understanding of ninjutsu advance by leaps and bounds. Taking advantage of Kakashi's carelessness, Sasuke snatched the food from him for the first time, which stunned Naruto. Naruto smiled and approached Sasuke. "Sasuke, give me some too." "No." Sasuke raised his chin proudly and rejected Naruto firmly. Then, under Naruto's resentful eyes, Sasuke calmly scooped up a full spoonful of porridge and blew it gently in front of his mouth to cool it down. It can be seen that the sticky porridge surface ripples layer by layer as he exhales, and then floats towards the edge. Along with the steaming heat of lava porridge, wisps of light smoke mixed with sweet and fragrant aromas slowly enter Sasuke's nostrils. For a moment, Sasuke felt that his nose was full of lingering fragrance, and his appetite was already opened before he ate. Sasuke opened his mouth and put the full spoon into his mouth. After blowing it to cool, the surface of the porridge has cooled down and tasted cool. When the tip of the tongue rolled, the lava porridge was stirred up, and the porridge liquid hidden under the surface was tossed up, and a hot stream fell on the tip of the tongue, making the tongue hot and numb, very comfortable. Sasuke chewed slowly, and his eyes lit up. The porridge was sweet, sticky, and soft, and it slid into the stomach with the slightly cool air. A spoonful was full of calm sweetness. The sunlight outside the window was warm and bright, shining so lightly and calmly, and the heart was also melted with a slight satisfaction, making people feel that the trip was worthwhile. When the warm lava porridge slid down the throat into the stomach, a warm current that came out of nowhere spread along the limbs and meridians, making people feel like they were in a hot spring, and they wanted to moan comfortably. It was also the first time for Sasuke to eat the food cooked by Wanbao purple clay pot after being injured. He was kicked in the abdomen by Uchiha Itachi before, and the injury was very serious. The force penetrated the outer layer of the skin and messed up his intestines and stomach. If he returned to the village for treatment, it would take at least several days to recover. But now, just after drinking a spoonful of lava porridge, Sasuke felt a tingling sensation in his abdomen, which was a sign that the wound was healing. For a moment, Sasuke stood there. At this time, Sasuke suddenly recalled. It seems that the roast duck was taken away by Uchiha Itachi and others. Where is it now? When he thought of the magic of Boss Yang Ming, as long as he ate the roast duck, he could absorb natural energy and make himself stronger. The flame of revenge burned in Sasuke's eyes. Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 236, Opening a Tavern. After breakfast, Yang Ming handed the kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique to Jiraiya, and then parted ways with everyone and returned to Konoha village. Net. At this time, Yang Ming's shop decoration was upgraded to level 4, and it had undergone a great change. There were still flowers on both sides of the shop entrance, but there was an extra row of lush green bamboos. When the breeze blew, a piece of floating light and green shadows appeared green. The door of the shop was also changed. It was made of a 1,000-year-old phoenix tree, and the door was carved with dragons and phoenixes. At first glance, a high-end atmosphere came to the face. The slightly old wooden door gave people a trance and an illusion of time and space. Creak. When the slightly heavy and simple door was opened, a hall that could accommodate hundreds of people came into view. The environment was very unique and very ancient. Green plants, wooden tables and chairs, dim candles on the tables, and the gurgling sound of flowing water can make people who are physically and mentally exhausted find comfort here. Many details were not spared in the decoration of the shop this time. There is a lotus lamp on the table, which reveals a hazy halo through the thin outer cover, giving people a soft visual enjoyment. At this time, Yang Ming found a difference in the hall. In a small corner where peach blossoms are in full bloom, a small door was opened. The very narrow entrance and exit, like the fisherman looking for a way in peach blossom spring, walked into the door and found a different world. What comes into view when entering the door is a bamboo-shaped water display, and below is a small pond. In the ripples, there are goldfish swimming. Looking at the water flow and the goldfish swimming in the water, people's hearts will also calm down inexplicably. This is a small cottage, fresh and retro, elegant and restrained. Wooden tables and chairs, lanterns and candlelight. The front door is not big, the inner winding path, pink walls and black tiles, peach blossom carved windows, the environment is like a garden, which makes people bright. In the center is an antique bar, and there is a wooden sign hanging above the counter, which reads An Ran Wine. This is obviously a tavern. Yang Ming looked at the wooden sign, puzzled. System, what's the matter with this wine? Host, considering your low cooking level, this is the wine given by the tavern, and 1 jar is automatically brewed every day. The system said seriously and seriously. Then, Yang Ming saw how big the so-called jar of wine was, which was only the size of an adult man's fist. An Ran wine is contained in a clay jar, with a bottle cap wrapped with a red cloth, and a red print on the outside of the jar, a word wine. When it comes to wine, many people, including many people who have been drinking for many years, can't tell what kind of wine is considered good, and in the eyes of many people, whether the wine is good depends on personal taste. But in fact, there are certain criteria for judging whether a wine is good or not. Net. The ancients often said that being drunk was not drunken, but a comfortable and peaceful state, so there is often a saying that people fall asleep and have sweet dreams after drinking. Nowadays, when people say drunkenness, it is often accompanied by a series of adverse reactions such as headaches, nausea, and vomiting. If there is a dream, it must be a nightmare. However, good wine must not be like this. Instead, you can smell the aroma when you open the bottle, it has a taste but not alcohol, and it is not pungent. It feels mild when you drink it in your mouth, and it doesn't drink it. It is spicy and has no obvious smell. When Yang Ming opened the bottle cap, a faint fragrance came out. It smelled very comfortable, without the pungent smell, but if you smell it for a long time, you will feel a little tipsy. Yang Ming found a wine glass, sat down, and poured the wine into the crystal goblet. I saw that the amber-like golden wine, as if it was transformed from gold, flowed in the goblet and could reflect people's faces. The wine has no impurities and looks beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Yang Ming first held the wine glass and swung it back and forth several times. By shaking the glass, the wine and air are in contact with a large area, which will enhance the flavor of the wine. At the same time, a wisp of more intense fragrance overflowed in the ripples, making people unable to stop. Yang Ming took a sip, and the smooth wine slid into his mouth, and the fragrance filled his tongue for a while. This wine is not an ordinary wine. There is no hot and pungent smell of white wine, nor the sourness of wine. The taste is moderate. When you hold it in your mouth, the fragrance lingers and your mouth becomes salivating. This wine seems to have no special features, but when you really want to put it down, you feel reluctant to drink it, which is very strange. Yang Ming thought that the name of this wine is An Ran. Maybe it is just that he has not had this experience, so he can taste the taste. In other words, this can of wine is really small, probably only 4 or 5 cups, and then it will be gone. After finishing the wine, Yang Ming returned to the hall. Looking at the space expanded to a scale of 100 people, Yang Ming frowned. The expansion of the hall means that it can accommodate more guests. If Bai is the only waiter, he may not be able to handle the staff. For a restaurant, if there are not enough employees, it will delay the time of serving dishes, which will make customers unhappy and produce bad feelings. Yang Ming called all the employees together and said, I plan to recruit more employees. What suggestions do you have? Zabuza crossed his arms over his chest and said indifferently, I have no objection. Ding Kai grabbed a handful of potato chips and ate them crazily. It would be great if we could hire another chef. The dishes cooked by the boss are almost too expensive for my salary. In response, Ning Kai shook his head speechlessly, you guys only know how to eat. Ningkai secretly glanced at Bai and felt that it was time to show off himself. His mind turned quickly and he thought for a long time. Boss, I think if you want to recruit waiters, you must recruit employees with good image. Hearing the dry goods, Yang Ming immediately became energetic. Seeing this, Ningkai continued, the waiter represents the face of the store. An excellent waiter will be able to improve the overall image of the store. Interesting. This is exactly what Yang Ming thought. Ningkai, then tell me, what should we do? Ningkai glanced and saw Bai Ye looking at him seriously, and he immediately became excited. Boss, I think the store should hold a beauty pageant. In order to encourage everyone's enthusiasm, each participant can get a coupon from the store. The top 3 can eat and drink for free for a day, and the first place can also be honored to become a part of the store. Hearing this suggestion, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. At this time, the system also jumped out. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, recruit new waiters. Task description, Ningkai's suggestion is very constructive. According to what he said, hold a beauty pageant and select the most beautiful waiter. Task reward, pangolin production method. Yang Ming patted Ningkai's shoulder, feeling that he deserved the name of a genius, and it was really wrong for him to let him wash dishes. Yang Ming was considering whether to give him a promotion and a raise. Ningkai, you organize the people and go to the village to promote it. Yang Ming said. Mobile users please browse Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 237 Beauty Contest. Yang Ming's shop is recruiting new employees. As soon as this news appeared, it exploded and spread to the whole village at an astonishing speed. Haiga clan. Haiga Hayashi called Hinata and Hanabi and showed them the beauty pageant poster of Yang Ming's shop. Hinata, Hanabi, the future of the Haiga clan depends on you. You must strive to get the first place. Father. Hinata said puzzledly, isn't Niji already working in Yang Ming's shop? Why do we need to go? Besides. Hinata touched the little head of Hanabi, who was much shorter than her, my sister is still so young. Haiga Hayashi hugged his hands in front of his chest, with a calm demeanor like a towering mountain. He stared at the 2 daughters in front of him. Ningji didn't enter the core layer at all in Yang Ming's shop, and his role was limited. His deep eyes were filled with wisdom. The magic of Yang Ming's shop is obvious to all, and it will definitely enjoy a high status in the ninja world in the future. If you can seize this opportunity, I won't have to worry about you so much. For Hanabi. Hinata Hayashi said calmly, just let her see the world. In fact, Hinata Hayashi still has some expectations for Hanabi. After all, there are still many people who like lowly. Yes, father. Seeing that Haiga Hayashi had made up his mind, Hinata and Hanabi had no choice but to obey. Net. The same scene happened in the various clans in the village. After the roast duck auction, these clans had long wanted to get close to Yang Ming, hoping to get the magical roast duck through special channels. Now seeing this beauty pageant, how can they not be excited? They sent the best girls in their clans to participate in the competition. And those clans that did not have beautiful girls in their clans could only cry without tears. In front of Yang Ming's shop. With the experience of the previous few times, Ningkai had already cleared the way here, set up a registration shed, and a beauty pageant stage. A large number of people who learned the news lined up honestly in a long queue, with no end in sight, a large black mass. Ningkai sat upright on the chair, his face full of energy. Ningkai did not expect that after washing dishes for so long, he finally won the appreciation of boss Yang Ming and asked him to preside over the screening work. Although this was just a minor job transfer, it made Niji's eyes well up with tears, and he felt touched that a man would die for his friend. My boss is so good to me, I must do my job perfectly. Thinking of this, Niji suddenly raised his head. At first glance, damn! It was actually an old lady. What is this big and strong woman doing? Elephant legs, bucket waist, flower-like face, hippopotamus teeth, it's simply amazing. In response, Niji rejected the other party's registration with a serious face. At first, Niji didn't expect the villagers to be so enthusiastic about participating in the competition, and the rules set were a bit simple. Now it's different. The applicants must pass him before they can participate in the competition. After this old lady, Tian Tian handed the registration list to Niji. Niji showed a surprised expression on his face. I didn't expect that Tian Tian would also participate in the beauty pageant. Oh, don't mention it. Tian Tian looked helpless and said, it's my family who asked me to come. I really don't understand what these adults are thinking. Tian Tian is above average in both appearance and figure. Ning Kai quickly filled in the information and gave her the green light. Then, beauties from the village appeared one after another. The jewel in the crown of the Inyazuka clan, Inyazuka Hana, who is beautiful and intelligent. Sexy and charming, with a proud bust and good strength, Hongdu. Looking at these beauties who are famous in the original book, just because he reported a competition, they came to participate enthusiastically. Yang Ming felt a sense of pride in his heart, and had the pleasure of winning all the beauties in the world. However, Yang Ming felt a little bit of pity. If this recruitment is for the entire ninja world, maybe there will be more beauties to sign up. Just as Yang Ming was thinking this, the beauty pageant began. The competition is very simple. Each contestant changes clothes and walks around the stage. The first one to go on stage is Yamanaka Ino. Ino, contrary to her old-fashioned outfit, wore a sexy pink dress, crystal high-heeled boots, cat-like steps, and a head of golden wavy hair fluttering in the wind, adding a bit of charm and tenderness to her. Her dress was open at the back, revealing her smooth and silky skin, and the sides could barely cover the beautiful scenery in front of her chest, which made people excited. Ino's beautiful eyes rippled, and she secretly glanced at Bai, with a blush on her face. I must get the first place this time. With her excellent observation skills, Ino had long discovered that Bai was a beautiful boy, and had always wanted to pursue Bai, but unfortunately, Bai was too busy with work and had no time to date her. This time, it can be said that Ino's chance. And after her, it was Hongdu, who was always known for her breasts. She was wearing a purple tights, outlining her upper body like an oil painting, showing her beauty. On it, golden stripes were used to paint a flying golden phoenix, which added a bit of nobility to her. It was really purple air coming from the east, and the beauty was intoxicating. Walking on the road, Hongdu was light and beautiful like spring clouds, with dark clouds on her hair, apricot face and peach cheeks, light spring mountains, delicate waist and willow, skin like snow, and bright and charming. She was really like a crabapple drunk in the sun, a pear blossom with rain, and she was more beautiful than the world, with jade-like appearance and pearl-like beauty. She was really more beautiful than flowers, making the audience on the side intoxicated. Her every move showed her charm. No matter her shape and movement, she gathered the most beautiful posture in the world, which completely attracted the eyes and spirits of men, and an indescribable graceful feeling surged in her heart. Seeing that the eyes of men were about to pop out, Hongdu pursed her red lips and hooked a charming arc, feeling proud in her heart. It seems that the first place must belong to me. Afterwards, the famous and unknown beauties in the village appeared one by one, like there were beautiful landscapes one after another, and even the air here seemed to have the scent of perfume. A light breath of the nose would give you an intoxicating aroma. When the last contestant came on stage, everyone, including Yang Ming, was stunned. This was a little Lolita, Fireworks. On the platform stood a Lolita, with long hair like silk threads scattered on her shoulders. Under the dim light, she was wearing a black dress with layers of lace decorations, and metal chains wrapped around her waist. Her white pupils were full of determination, without any stage fright. When Fireworks came on stage, the whole audience was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, even such a young girl came to participate in the beauty pageant. At this moment, a sentence flashed through Yang Ming's mind. 3 years to start, life imprisonment. Mobile users please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 238, Unexpected Champion. When many beauties came on stage one by one, everyone's focus was on Yang Ming. At this moment, they were just waiting for him to announce the final result. And below the stage, the villagers who came to watch the excitement had already exploded. Tisk tisk, Hongdu's breasts are really big, she will definitely win first place. That's not necessarily true, didn't you see Ino's outfit? The two sides are hollowed out, the side view is really beautiful. I think Inyazuka Hana is also good, with a proud figure and full of wildness, like a wild horse, which makes people want to conquer her. Don't say it, I really envy Boss Yang Ming, so many beauties come to participate in the beauty pageant, aren't they just trying to be a waiter? Yes, if I were Boss Yang Ming, how happy I would be, with beauties on both sides, it's not a dream. As they talked, the eyes of many villagers looking at Yang Ming changed, full of men's envy and jealousy, they really wanted to kill Yang Ming and sit in that position themselves. Many beauties were also nervous. Many of them came from the big families in the village and were tasked with the mission of conquering Yang Ming. All the big families were determined to get the roast duck that could absorb natural energy. These beauties were comparable to modern school beauties in any place, and even more beautiful than stars. They were the focus of attention wherever they went, and were often surrounded by a group of men with ulterior motives. But now, the treasures in the eyes of these men stood in front of Yang Ming one by one, with a pair of charming eyes, staring at Yang Ming nervously, and their hearts pounding. Some beauties even flirted with Yang Ming and made seductive poses to make themselves more attractive. Even Zabuza, a dull man, couldn't help but bleed from his nose when he saw such a scene. During this process, Yang Ming secretly observed these contestants and shook his head at most of the beauties. The first place requires not only beauty, but also a good image. This alone is enough to eliminate these flirting beauties. Yang Ming secretly remembered a few beauties who were not fake to him, and then began to announce the top 10 list. 10th place, Saratobi Ha. 9th place, Abarame. 8th place, Saratobi Kurane. 7th place, Duzuki Yujeo. 6th place, Inyazuka Hana. 5th place, Tenten. 4th place, Yamanaka Ino. 3rd place, Red Bean. 2nd place, Hyaga Hinata. 1st place, Hyaga Hanabi. When the list was announced, the whole audience was shocked. The first and second place were actually all taken by the Hyaga clan. Moreover, they were a pair of sisters. What's more surprising is that the first place was actually a little lowly. Involuntarily, everyone looked at Yang Ming with a different look, revealing a strange look in their eyes, and secretly guessed whether boss Yang Ming had a strange hobby. Otherwise, how to explain that the first and second place were actually a pair of sisters? If there was no ulterior motive, they would not believe it. At this time, seeing the results announced, Hongdu's chest rose and fell violently, and her chest surged. She looked at Hinata and Hanabi's chests, then looked down at her own, gnashing her teeth secretly. Yang Ming, why did I only get 3rd place? Hongdu said with an unconvinced look on her face. Her voice was also the voice of the other unsuccessful contestants, and their eyes could not help but focus on Yang Ming, wanting to see how he would explain. However, facing Hongdu's questioning, Yang Ming had no intention of explaining at all, but just smiled faintly. What's the matter? Yang Ming's words immediately choked Hongdu, and the other beauties could only secretly guess whether boss Yang Ming had a strange hobby. Then, Yang Ming ordered Niji to distribute the rewards. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and Yang Ming and his group returned to the store. Yang Ming walked in front of the pretty Hanabi, and the little girl looked she was delicate, with regular features, but she had a heroic spirit. Even when she saw Yang Ming coming, she still did not show any color, and raised her head proudly, like a proud swan. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but want to tease her, and pretended to be serious on his face. Hinata Hanabi, is this how you greet the boss? Do you still want to be the first place? When she heard that she might lose the opportunity to become a waitress in Yang Ming's shop, Hanabi was immediately anxious. She was still young, and although she was smart, she didn't have that much experience. She didn't see that Yang Ming was doing it on purpose, and she took Yang Ming's words seriously. For a moment, Hanabi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, which made people feel pity. However, Yang Ming didn't plan to let Hanabi go so easily. At the beginning, he chose Hanabi as the first place because he saw her excellent appearance, good temperament, and she was still so young. After all, the temperament of older beauties has been fixed, and it is difficult to change. But if you catch a lowly from childhood, you can train your ideal waiter according to Yang Ming's idea. What is this called? This is called the training of beautiful waiters. Yang Ming grinned, revealing a weird smile. I say, Huahuo, when you see the boss, shouldn't you do something? Huahuo wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at Yang Ming in confusion, and said crisply, what to do? Yang Ming found a stool and sat down, looking like you really can't do it. Huahuo, I'm not saying anything to you, don't you see that the boss has been sitting here for a whole morning, my shoulders are almost not my own. This time, Huahuo understood immediately. She widened her cute big eyes, as if she knew Yang Ming again. You said this is a hidden rule. Puff. Puff. Hearing the words about hidden rules, the employees who were watching the show burst into laughter. Should I say that children nowadays are very precocious? Hanabi is so young, but she already knows so much. It's really scary. Hanabi looked like a little adult. She glanced at the employees and said to Ninkai, "Brother Ninkai, is it because you have been doing the dishwashing job for so long that you have not been under the hidden rule of Boss Yang Ming?" Puff. Originally, Ninkai was eating peanuts and drinking tea calmly, like a spectator. He never thought that Hua Hua would divert the line of fire in an instant, and even start 1,000 waves with one word. What does it mean to be under the hidden rule of Boss Yang Ming? He is a man. Ninkai firmly stated that he absolutely did not make a pie deal with Boss Yang Ming. As if she felt that she had not finished, Hanabi took Bai's hand and asked curiously, "Miss, what did you do under the hidden rule of the boss?" Ahem. Yang Ming looked embarrassed, and his heart was broken at this time. It turned out that he actually hired a naughty kid. Unfortunately, Yang Ming didn't know that for a long time in the future, this naughty kid would continue to cause trouble for the store in her own unique way. Of course, at this time, Yang Ming still thought that he could train Hua Huo into an ideal waiter. As the saying goes, a royal sister should start from a lowly. Starting from today, 3 years will be the starting point, and the maximum penalty is death penalty. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 239 Little Kids. Time flies, and soon it's time for the store to open. Net. Asuma and Yui Hong came to line up early, and seeing the big change in the store, they couldn't help but look forward to it. "Hong, what do you think Boss Yang Ming will do this time?" Asuma asked. Yui Kurane glanced at Asuma charmingly. Although the other person seemed to have a calm look on his face, only Yui Kurane knew that he had become depressed after losing to Danzo in the competition for roast duck some time ago. Yui Kurane lifted her long hair beside her ear and smiled charmingly, "Won't you know if you go in and take a look?" "Okay," Asuma said calmly. As he said that, he took Yui Kurane's slender waist under her shy expression and stepped into Yang Ming's shop. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The whole hall has expanded a lot, and the antique flavor is stronger than before. The lotus lanterns on each table emit a hazy yellow light, exuding a warm atmosphere. The sound of gurgling water came from my ears, and there were green plants scattered in the hall, making people feel like they were in nature, creating a refreshing feeling. Asma, who had sharp eyes, immediately noticed the peach blossoms blooming in the corner. Under the branches, there was a locked small door. At this time, Yang Ming had an avatar cooking in the kitchen, so he really became a hands-off boss. He sat at the cashier and watched the customers come in quietly. Accompanied by Xi Hong, Asma came to Yang Ming. "Boss Yang Ming, what is this newly opened small door used for?" Asma asked curiously. "Oh, it's the expanded tavern, which opens at 10 p.m. Yang Ming said. Asuma's eyes lit up. "Boss Yang Ming, how do you calculate the wine money?" Yang Ming had already prepared, took out the lottery box, and said, "Every customer who comes to consume has a chance to draw a lottery. Currently, only 3 people are allowed to enter the tavern, first come first served." Asuma originally wanted to draw a lottery, but unexpectedly, a sudden pain came from the waist. Ziri Hong calmly withdrew her jade hand and smiled, "Why, you still want to come out so late?" Although Ziri Hong was talking with a smile, Asuma suddenly shuddered, waved his hand quickly, and said, "Hong, you have to believe me, I'm just curious for a moment." Puff. Seeing that Asuma, a big and strong man, was afraid of a delicate wife, Hinata Hanabi couldn't help laughing. Asuma turned his head to see who was the blind man who dared to laugh at him. When he saw it was Hanabi, he could not move his eyes away. At this time, Hanabi was wearing a black maid outfit with white lace and pink stockings that tightly wrapped her delicate legs. She was wearing red leather boots. Just one glance at her made people want to hold her in their hands and play with her. Being stared at by Asuma, an old man, Hanabi frowned, raised her handsome eyebrows, pinched her waist with her little hands, and looked unhappy. "Uncle, do you know that it is very rude to stare at others like this?" Ahem. In front of Yui Kurane, being taught a lesson by such a little loli, Asuma felt embarrassed. Although he felt that Hanabi looked familiar, he couldn't remember it for a while, so he pretended to be an adult and taught Hanabi a lesson. "Little boy, how do you talk to adults? How can you be so rude?" Unexpectedly, Hanabi did not flinch at all, but instead pinched her waist and raised her head proudly. "I'm not a little boy, I'm already an adult." Even Asuma couldn't help but smile when he heard it. "Then tell me, how are you an adult?" Hanabi's eyes turned slyly, and a trace of cunning flashed across them. "Of course I'm an adult, if you don't believe me, ask the boss, I've been subconsciously ruled by him. When she said this, Hanabi looked serious, as if she was stating a truth. Puff. Puff. But Asuma couldn't help laughing when he heard it, his eyes widened, and he looked at Hanabi with a strange look. You are so young, do you know what the subconscious rules are? Of course I know. Hanabi's eyes wandered between Asuma and Yui Kurane, and a cunning arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, like a little fox. She pointed at Ziriong and said seriously, it's just like my aunt is under your hidden rules. Yang Ming. Asuma. Ziriong. Asuma looked at Yang Ming strangely, I didn't expect that you, boss Yang Ming, are such a person. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he really wanted to hit Huahuo a few times, it was so infuriating. What do you mean by being under my hidden rules? Isn't it just asking you to give me a back rub? Is it that serious? Yang Ming half closed his eyes, tried to calm down, and said lightly, this kid's worldview is a bit problematic, you just ignore her. Hearing this, Huahuo disagreed. She raised her head and raised her chin proudly, who said I don't understand the hidden rules? Isn't that just doing shameful things? As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience was silent. It was terrifyingly quiet. It was weirdly quiet. A pair of eyes suddenly focused on Yang Ming, like a pair of sharp knives stabbing at him. Yang Ming understood the meaning of those eyes in an instant. Such a delicate little loli, boss Yang Ming, you actually killed her. It's unbelievable. If eyes could kill, Yang Ming would have died by now. Many diners shouted in their hearts, let go of that loli, let me do it. In this regard, Yang Ming could only cry without tears. It turned out that back massage is also a shameful thing. Yang Ming patted Huahuo's little head and begged, I say, my aunt, you don't have to do this to me, isn't it just asking you to massage my back, do you have to hold a grudge like this? Who knows? Huahuo said seriously, I didn't lie, it makes me feel very embarrassed to massage your back. Puff. 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 When they learned the truth, everyone present was about to vomit blood. Asuma looked at Hanabi speechlessly, then you just said that Hong was under my hidden rule. Hanabi rolled her eyes cutely, Uncle, you are so stupid, don't you see that I am teasing you? As she said that, Hanabi blinked her eyes cunningly, and she looked like a little fox, making it hard to figure out what she was thinking. What? Asuma. At this moment, Asuma felt the same as Yang Ming before, and felt that his chest was suffocated, as if a stone was pressing on him, and he felt uncomfortable. This kind of naughty child really deserves to be beaten. Hey! Asuma took a deep breath and decided to ignore this naughty child. He was afraid that if he continued to talk to her, even if he didn't have a heart disease, he would be angry to death by her. Asuma found a seat, and remembered that the third-generation old man had mentioned Yang Ming's fried rice many times, so he said to him, give me a portion of fried rice. Mobile users please visit M-Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 240 You will regret not eating fried rice for the rest of your life. While waiting for the food, Asuma looked at Huahuo doing nothing, just watching with his eyes open, and couldn't help but smile. Little girl, are you new here? Hanabi pouted, a trace of contempt on her face, Uncle, you don't even know this. Asuma pinched his nose awkwardly, I really don't know. Hanabi proudly puffed out her chest, but with her washboard, she really couldn't reveal anything, but instead pretended to be an adult. I am the champion of the beauty pageant held by the small shop. You. Asuma looked up and down at Hanabi in surprise, and laughed, you have no figure and no face, and you are the first with this, are you bragging? Humph. Hanabi raised her head proudly, that's because you don't have vision and can't find my beauty. Puff. On the side, Yui Kurane was amused after hearing this, and felt that this little girl was really interesting. Just as they were talking, Bai came over with a fragrant egg fried rice. The wisps of air drifted along the wind and flowed into Huahuo's nose, which immediately made her, a rich lady, stunned. How can there be such a fragrant egg fried rice? Huahuo stood on tiptoe and stretched her neck, but she could only see a hint of it. The color, like cast gold, almost blinded her eyes. As the jewel in the crown of Hyuga Hayashi's hand, Huahuo had eaten egg fried rice countless times, but she had never been so eager for a bowl of egg fried rice. Asuma nodded to Bai and said politely, thank you for your trouble. Bai Zanyan smiled, revealing a pair of cute dimples, you're welcome, it's my duty. Seeing her predecessor working diligently in the position of waiter, Huahuo was thoughtful. No wonder Yang Ming didn't give her work immediately, but observed and learned here. Look at Bai's service attitude, that's really a good word, really treating customers as God. Asuma looked at the egg fried rice in front of him, which looked like gold flowing on a silver plate, exuding an alluring fragrance that whetted his appetite. Just as Asuma was about to pick up the spoon, he unexpectedly had it taken away by Kurane Yui. Kurane Yui raised a charming arc at the corner of her mouth, revealing a heart-stirring smile, and said in a sweet voice, "Look at how hard you've worked these days, let me feed you." Through Kurane Yui's misty eyes, Asuma felt a sincere love, and was moved. After the Sarutobi clan lost the third generation, there were signs of decline today, and the big clans that once approached them became distant from Asuma one by one. Especially a while ago, Asuma's failure in confronting Danzo in person made his prestige plummet, and no one was optimistic about him. Asuma was desperate, like a drowning baby, unable to find a way out. But he didn't expect that he had never been alone, at least, Kurane Yui was by his side. Okay. Asuma looked at Ziriong affectionately, without saying anything more, everything was self-explanatory. Ah! Asuma opened his mouth and let Ziriong put the spoon into his mouth. The two of them never left each other's sight. The chewy egg fried rice fell into his mouth, like a layer of dough wrapped in soup breaking open. As he chewed between his teeth, a strong egg fragrance was like a volcanic eruption, and a huge whirlwind swept across the entire tongue. Each grain of fried rice was as plump as jade, and it tasted like silver beads falling on a jade plate. The taste of each grain of rice could be fully tasted, as if they were not a whole, but a separate delicacy, allowing Asuma to taste the ultimate taste. Undoubtedly, compared with the past, Yang Ming's egg fried rice has improved. The fried rice was hot enough, and it melted in the mouth, like being poured with hot oil, and the tongue was numb, which was really refreshing. Especially since this was fried rice fed by Yui Kurane herself, it added a sweetness out of thin air. Hot in the mouth, sweet in the heart. At this time, Asuma remembered that before the old man passed away, he came to Yang Ming's shop. In addition to ordering noodles, his favorite thing was fried rice with egg. Although ordinary, it is meaningful. The big family of Konoha village is composed of every villager, not just one person or a group of people. It is because of the green leaves of the towering tree of Konoha village made up of many villagers that it has today's prosperity. Asuma thought, quietly savoring, enjoying the tranquility of this moment. Maybe, I can't become a Hokage. But I can train a better next generation. Thinking of this, Asuma suddenly became motivated again. He knew his talent very well. If there was no accident, the elite Jonin would be the end. Although he couldn't kill Orochimaru himself and avenge the old man, he could train a cage-level strongman. Just as Asuma was thinking about these things, a discordant voice sounded beside him. "Uncle, you are so shameless. You actually show your affection in front of a child like me. Do you know that you can easily teach bad people like this?" Asuma looked back, and it turned out to be Hanabi, the naughty child. Seeing Hanabi's angry look, Asuma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hey, didn't you just tell me that you're an adult? What? Are you going back on your word now?" "Nonsense." Huahuo's face was still thin, and a blush flew up her cheeks. "Anyway, uncle, you're just not shy. Shameless." As she spoke, Huahuo's eyes turned cunningly, never leaving the plate of fried rice on the table, and she didn't know how much saliva she swallowed secretly. Her little action could not escape Asuma's eyes, and she couldn't help but feel happy. "Why, do you want to eat fried rice?" Asuma picked up the plate and gestured to Huahuo. Gurgle. Huahuo's eyes were fixed on the plate, but even if she wanted to eat it, she refused to admit defeat. "Who said I want to eat it?" Hearing this, Asuma wanted to tease her in his heart. "In that case, uncle won't leave it for you," Asuma said, pretending to eat a lot. Suddenly, Hanabi was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. "No, no, no." "What?" Asuma looked down at Hanabi. "You don't want to eat, and you don't let me eat, what do you mean?" Hanabi was anxious, her eyes turned cunningly, and when she glanced at Yui Kurane, a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. "I want auntie to feed me." Seeing Hanabi, the pretty little girl, making trouble, Asuma didn't take it to heart, but felt a little interesting, so he gave the fried rice to Yui Kurane. "Hong, what do you think we should do?" Yui Kurane glared at Asuma. You already have an idea, but you still ask me. As she said that, Yui Kurane waved her hand and signaled Hanabi, be good, sit on Auntie's lap, and I'll give you delicious food. Mobile users please browse M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 241, Drinking depends on one's character. While Ziriong was feeding Hanabi with egg fried rice, Asma quietly left the table and went to the cashier. At this time, Yang Ming was counting money until his hands cramped. The stacks of banknotes turned over in his hands, and the strings of zeros were simply blinding. Asma walked up and said, "Why, boss, Yang Ming doesn't cook anymore, but counts money instead. That's not right." Yang Ming raised the banknotes in his hand, with an expression that labor is the most glorious, this money is a good thing. Hearing this, Asma had other meanings and suddenly changed the subject. But unfortunately, there are some things here that you can't buy even if you have money. Why? Yang Ming looked at Asma strangely, do you have something to ask me? This. Asma secretly looked back at Ziriong, and saw that she was playing with Hanabi in her arms and didn't notice him, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Asma stretched out his middle finger and thumb, rubbed them together, and said, "Boss Yang Ming, I really have something to ask you. Look, I spent money today, can you let me draw a lottery?" Yang Ming suddenly realized and looked at Asma speechlessly. "So you want to go drink? Why do you act like a thief?" As soon as he finished speaking, Asma's face showed a mixture of pain and happiness. "Boss Yang Ming, you've never been married, so you don't understand. It's hard to explain." Yang Ming's mouth twitched, "You don't mean to say that marriage is the grave of love, do you?" "Oh." Asma looked at Yang Ming up and down as if she was meeting him for the first time, "I didn't expect you to have such an understanding." Yang Ming's mouth twitched even more, "Just say you are henpecked and afraid of your wife." "No, no, no." Asma waved her hands hurriedly, and said seriously, "I respect her, so I'm humble. Come on." Yang Ming took out the lottery box, "Let's not talk about this. If you want to draw a lottery, I have to say this in advance. Only 3 people have a chance to win. You have to be mentally prepared." Asma blew on his hands and reached into the box. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A shaking sound was heard, and Asma pulled out a scarlet card. "Boss Yang Ming, did I win?" Asma looked at Yang Ming expectantly. "Unfortunately, you drew the wrong one," Yang Ming said lightly. "How could it be?" Asma looked disappointed. At this time, Hengdu twisted her waist, stepped on the cat step, and walked over with fragrance all the way. "Boss Yang Ming, I want to draw the lottery too." Asma frowned, "Hengdu, why are you here to join in the fun?" Hengdu frowned coquettishly, "What do you care?" Then she reached into the lottery box. Asuma watched coldly from the side, "Hengdu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the chance of winning is too low, you'd better not draw." "Anyway, I don't believe it," Hengdu retorted. As she said that, she pulled her hand and a purple card appeared. Hengdu glanced at Asma with pride and saw that he looked confused and was secretly proud in his heart. "How about it, my luck is very good." This. Asma still couldn't believe it. How could the gap between people be so big? The two of them were less than 5 minutes apart, so why couldn't Asma draw it? It's really annoying to compare people. However, Asma has also been addicted to alcohol recently. He often waits until Xiri Hong falls asleep at night and drinks alone to relieve his sorrow. He is very curious about what is so special about the wine mixed by Boss Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Asma's attitude changed 180 degrees and smiled, "Hengdu, you make an offer, how much is this card, I will pay." If it were a romantic place, Asma's words would really sound like a playboy bidding for a beauty. Hengdu's eyes curved into a charming arc, and she looked at Asma with a full smile, "You said it, don't regret it." Asma patted his chest and promised, "As long as it is within a reasonable range, I will never regret it." At this time, something strange happened. A figure appeared silently behind Asma, and a familiar perfume smell drifted over. With a delicate hum, Asma's body trembled and turned back with an embarrassed face. I saw that Xiri Hong still looked gentle and virtuous, with a touch of charm between her eyebrows. But Asma felt that in the depths of Xiri Hong's beautiful eyes, a storm was brewing. "Hong, listen to me, this must be a misunderstanding," Asma explained hurriedly. "Misunderstanding?" In order to maintain her image, Yui Kurane raised a slightly cold arc. Really, I was just chatting with Hongdu, there was no other meaning. What else do you want to mean, hey? Zirihong's smile looked more and more dangerous. It is said that this woman is jealous, and it is true. In the original book, Asuma died not long after he married Zirihong. At that time, the relationship between the two was very deep, and they did not suffer such torture. But now, Asuma is a few years ahead of the original book, and naturally like a young couple, there are more frictions in daily life. Zirihong put her sexy red lips on the side of Asuma's ear, and whispered softly, after you go back, kneel on the washboard for me for an hour, otherwise. Before Zirihong finished speaking, Asuma felt his legs begin to weaken. Oh my god! Kneel on the washboard for an hour. Does he still need to walk? Asuma didn't know how he walked out of Yang Ming's shop. He just felt that the sky was so sunny, but there was no pure land left for him. In the shop, Hongdu shook the card in her hand at Yang Ming, leaned forward with her soft body, and asked curiously, Boss Yang Ming, what kind of wine do you sell in your bar? Why are you so mysterious? Yang Ming counted the money calmly and said in his usual indifferent tone, I won't tell you. You. Hongdu was so angry. She really wanted to slap him. Didn't you see that such a beautiful woman asked you humbly, couldn't you give her some face? Hongdu was so angry that her chest surged, attracting countless hot eyes, which made Hongdu secretly proud. After all, if a woman doesn't even want to look at a man, it only means that she has no charm at all. But when Hongdu glanced at Yang Ming, she was almost pissed to death by him. Yang Ming actually turned a blind eye to her surging chest, but lowered his head and counted the money seriously. Hongdu laughed angrily, Boss Yang Ming, it's strange you must have no girlfriend. Mobile users please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 242, When it comes to pretending, I only admire Boss Yang Ming. Boss Yang Ming, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Hongdu looked at Yang Ming with a smile, wanting to see how Yang Ming would react. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming still counted the money calmly, as if it had no effect. Hongdu's chest rose and fell again, and she said meaningfully, Boss Yang Ming, you don't like men, do you? Yang Ming. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Hongdu speechlessly, I already have a girlfriend. I don't believe it. Hongdu suddenly raised her voice a few ounces, attracting the attention of everyone in the shop, how could you have a girlfriend? Upon hearing this secret news, the diners present pricked up their ears. They were also very curious about who the future boss lady would be. Yang Ming ignored these inquiring eyes, as if drinking water, and said lightly, my girlfriend is Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi? At first, when most people heard this name, they felt very unfamiliar, not like the villagers in Konoha village. But when the thoughts spread, some people thought of the current Mizukage. Hiss! These people took a breath of cold air, and their whole body was horrified. What they could think of, Hongdu naturally thought of, her beautiful eyes opened an incredible arc, and a gleam of brilliance burst out of her eyes. You said that the current Mizukage is your girlfriend. Are you kidding? Wow! As soon as Hongdu finished speaking, it was like a super hurricane blowing up, sweeping wildly in all directions, causing a great uproar. Mizukage is actually the girlfriend of Boss Yang Ming. Oh my god! Countless diners couldn't accept this fact, and their faces were unbelievable. Just like a modern chef, no matter how delicious his dishes are, it is impossible to marry a country's top leader. But now, Yang Ming has done it. How can it not be shocking? But after the shock, they were full of doubts, and they didn't believe that what Yang Ming said was true. After all, this is too subversive to the world view. Some people even think that if Yang Ming's girlfriend is Mei Terumi, sows can climb trees. It's not that they are jealous of Yang Ming, but the level of their lives limits their vision, just like they don't believe that Naruto, who is the last one, can become Hokage. Facing the tide of doubts, there are only waves of money counting sounds. Yang Ming counted the money, packed it up, and looked at Hongdu lightly, do you think I need to lie to you? Indeed, in the Konoha collapse plan, Yang Ming made a bet with Mei Terumi, and Yang Ming won, so Mei Terumi naturally became his girlfriend. Hongdu leaned over, and the weapon on her chest formed a beautiful landscape. She came forward, exhaled like orchids, and said, okay, I will believe you this time. But I wonder, what on earth does the Mizukage like about you? Hongdu had a reason to be angry. In the past, she had lowered herself to pursue Yang Ming. But what about Yang Ming? He ignored her again and again, which was simply too much. Who is she, Hengdu? She is the most beautiful girl in the village. She is the dream goddess of so many people. That's why Hengdu was so angry that she wanted to get to the bottom of it. Facing Hengdu's aggressive questioning, Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile, and said in a calm tone that was so infuriating that he could not bear it, "Maybe I am more handsome." Hengdu. Just as Hengdu wanted to ask something, there was a commotion at the door of the store. A man wearing a mask and goggles led a group of people into the store in a high-spirited manner. The leader was Danzo's right-hand man, a Baramaitajan. Obviously, those who come with bad intentions will not come. A Baramaitajan came to the counter and pulled Hengdu away. Snap! A Baramaitajan slapped a piece of paper on the table, with a faint coldness on her body. Her eyes were like knives, and through the goggles, it seemed as if she wanted to cut Yang Ming into pieces. Yang Ming restrained the smile on his face and said lightly, "What do you mean by this?" A Baramaitajan raised the corner of her mouth, cracking a sinister arc. "According to the order of the elders who are temporarily acting as Hokage, Yang Ming, you are suspected of murdering the Hokage. Come with me to the Hokage building." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. No one thought that Yang Ming was suspected of murdering the Hokage. This is a heinous crime. Yang Ming also didn't expect that Danzo would be so unscrupulous that he spread such rumors that were not favorable to him in the village some time ago. Yang Ming originally thought that after rebounding the Kota Amatsukami ninjutsu, Danzo would be quiet for a while. Yang Ming never expected that Danzo had not planned to let him go. Murdering the Sandame? It was ridiculous. Yang Ming sat in the boss chair without moving, staring at a Baramaitsushia quietly, with an expression that said, "If I don't leave, you can't do anything to me." For a moment, the air was filled with a suffocating depression. Silence. Terrifying silence, terrifying silence. Yang Ming didn't even look at the wanted order for a Baramaitsushia, standing still like a towering mountain. A Baramaitsushia had already received Danzo's instructions, and had already had measures to deal with this situation. He raised his hand behind him and shouted, "Clear the field." All the younger brothers, yes. The men he brought were obviously refined members of the root, and the weakest ones were all special jonin. Once they took action, ordinary people could not resist them at all. Thus, amidst the sound of angry curses, the small shop that was originally full of diners suddenly became empty and full of silence. Seeing this, Zabuza's chest burned with anger, and he strode into the shop with big strides, staring at a Baramaitokon with his wolf-like eyes, as if he was going to devour someone, revealing a touch of wild beast red light. "You are looking for death." As Danzo's most trusted and capable general, a Baramaitokon naturally has his own pride. Being said to by Zabuza in front of his younger brother, he was a little embarrassed for a while. Under a Baramaitokon's clothes, bulges suddenly appeared one after another, densely covering a large area, constantly surging back and forth, looking very disgusting. He stared at Zabuza coldly, and said in a cold voice, as an accomplice in the murder of Hokage, and a wanted criminal in the Hidden Mist village, "Zabuza, you are arrested today." "Oh." Zabuza laughed angrily, pointing his finger at his nose. "The boss said at the beginning that the third Hokage allowed me to stay in Konoha village, and I am not a wanted criminal here. Besides, boss Yang Ming is not the murderer." Zabuza was like an ancient beast awakening, with a bloody aura spreading, and a pair of wolf-like eyes widened, emitting a terrible light. "I think you are going to die today." Mobile users please browse Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 243 Danzo wants you to die, you have to die. In Yang Ming's shop. Yang Ming and his group confronted the Baramaitajan group, tit for tat, and refused to give in. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. As long as there was a little movement, the situation would explode instantly. A Baramaitajan smiled coldly, picked up the wanted order, and showed it to Yang Ming and the others. "Look carefully, it's written clearly in black and white that Yang Ming is suspected of murdering the Hokage, and he must go back with us today." Zabuza stepped forward and fulfilled his duty as a bodyguard, protecting Yang Ming inside, with a ferocious look on his face. "Bullshit wanted order. You said that boss Yang Ming murdered, that's the evidence." "Ha!" A Baramaitajan sneered, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" A Baramaitajan laughed so hard that tears almost fell out, and gestured to the men he brought with him. "They actually want evidence. I'm dying of laughter. A trace of cruelty flashed in Abermatajan's eyes, and she coldly swept over Yang Ming and his group. Does Danzo-sama need evidence to do things? What a joke! I'll give you one last chance. Abermatajan's mouth curled up, and a cold arc appeared. If you still insist on not changing your ways, I'll have no choice but to kill you. For a moment, the killing intent was chilling. Dozens of cruel eyes swept over Yang Ming's employees, including Niji, Koji, Hanabi, Haku, and Zabuza. In their eyes, these were their potential enemies, and they would take their lives as soon as Abermatajan gave the order. Hanabi was only on her first day at work, and she was still young, so she huddled behind Niji, with worry written all over her face. However, even in the face of this situation, Huahuo did not give up on Yang Ming. She left alone, observing the situation quietly with a pair of white eyes, and a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. These bastards, I must report to my father and let him deal with them severely. Huahuo clenched her fists, and was ruthless in her heart. At this critical moment, the system popped up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, repel the enemy who came to test. Task description: although the host rebounded Kota Amatsukami, making Danzo subconsciously think that he was a dog, this is far from crushing his conspiracy. He still covets the secret recipe of the food in the shop. Task reward: Chunin Chakra. Yang Ming never thought that the reward this time was Chunin Chakra, which really gave him a big surprise. Now that even the system tasks have come out, Yang Ming doesn't need to give Abermatsuneki a cold shoulder. Pa pa pa. Yang Ming clapped his hands, walked out from behind Zabuza, and looked at Abermatsuneki's party calmly. Including Abermatsuneki, there are 3 elite jonins, 6 jonins, and 9 special jonins. It's a really strong lineup. Even a cage-level strongman has to be careful. Net. However, facing the powerful lineup of the enemy and the weak situation of his own side, Yang Ming still treated it calmly, as if he still had no change in his expression before the collapse of Mount Tai. You guys are the only ones who want to make things difficult for me. Danzo really raised a bunch of good dogs. What did you say? Abermatajan looked angry. Even if what he did was true, he could never accept it. Try to say it again. As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying murderous intent locked onto Yang Ming. As long as he dared to speak, Abermatajan would teach him a lesson with lightning speed. As the son of the Aberme clan leader, Abermatajan has a very special poisonous insect that can only live in his body. Once he touches someone, it will definitely poison the person. That's why he wears airtight clothes. Before this, because Yang Ming had members of the Hyaga clan and the Akimichi clan under his command, these two are the big clans in Konoha village, Abermatajan was also afraid to use his weapons. But now, he can't care so much. If he doesn't take Yang Ming back, he will be punished by Danzo. Yang Ming grinned. I say, Danzo really raised a group of good dogs. Swish. Abermatsuneki moved. He stepped on his feet, and the whole person flew like a whirlwind. His body was as light as a swallow, and he didn't look like a human at all. He was still standing there the moment before, and the next moment he came close to Yang Ming, one palm turned into a claw, and grabbed Yang Ming fiercely. Once touched by Abermatsuneki, the poisonous insects in his body will enter Yang Ming's body, releasing terrible toxins, paralyzing him for a short time. This is also one of the reasons why Danzo asked him to lead the team. As long as he is there, Yang Ming will be captured alive. Comparing speed with me. Yang Ming grinned, revealing a meaningful smile. Swish. The iron claws of the oil girl swooped forward, and it seemed that they were just a little bit away from touching Yang Ming's body, but Yang Ming disappeared in a flash, and the oil girl only grabbed a handful of air. Pa, pa, pa. Yang Ming suddenly appeared in the other direction of the store, which was really unpredictable. He clapped his hands calmly, as if he ignored a dozen enemies. But these claps made the oil girl blush, as if he had been slapped several times, crackling. Although before coming, the oil girl had learned that Yang Ming had a very fast speed, there was no conclusion as to how fast he was, which also led to an illusion that with his own speed, he was enough to catch the other party before Yang Ming reacted. But now it seems that things are getting tricky. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Abermatajan's eyes. In case of any delay, he raised his hands to his subordinates and shouted, "Go!" Yes. The team composed of many strong men from the root had already experienced many battles. There was no need to talk at all. After a few glances, they attacked Zabuza, who seemed to be the strongest on the field. They used the shortest attack ninjutsu to seal and completed the seal in the shortest time. For a while, large fireballs the size of wash basins erupted from their mouths, and then gathered in midair to form a blazing fireball nearly half a floor high. The intense high temperature raised waves of strong heat, making it difficult to breathe and curling the hair on the skin. However, facing the fire escape of the strong men, Zabuza did not move at all, like a sculpture. Behind him were a group of employees such as Koji who had not yet grown up. After eating the boss's food for so long, it's time to show my current strength. Zabuza lowered his head, his arms were bulging with veins, like ferocious green snakes crawling on them, looking terrifying. Then, Zabuza suddenly raised his head, his wolf-like eyes seemed to be staring at prey, and shot out terrible light. He raised the beheading sword, like a tiger out of a cage, and rushed out with the momentum of beheading the sky and becoming a saint. One sword, cut the mountains and rivers. Mobile users please visit M. Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 244 I laugh at the sky with my sword. The huge hot fireball was accompanied by the sound of whirring wind, emitting terrifying heat. The tables and chairs that were slightly touched on the side were burned to ashes in just a blink of an eye. The high temperature can be seen. If it hits a person, it will cause huge damage. Facing the enemy's attack, Zabuza did not give in, nor could he retreat. Because behind him was the shop that had not yet been built. Growing employees. Zabuza suddenly pulled out his beheading sword and slashed it with a wild and brave posture. Ah! Go to hell! Zabuza had arms as thick as ordinary people's thighs. He wielded a beheading sword as high as a person, as if he wanted to split the world together. A thrilling momentum emerged from his body. Even his enemies couldn't help but pay attention to him. In full view of the crowd, Zabuza's slightly weaker figure rushed to the front of the fireball. Boom! That sword, with a sharp cold light, crossed a terrifying arc, and slashed the fireball with one sword. In the violent roar, the hot fire wave burst out, splitting to the left and right, and then swallowed Zabuza into the sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Hanabi thought that Zabuza was in trouble. A tear appeared in her white eyes, and her hands tightly grasped Niji's waist. Brother Niji, will Uncle Zabuza be okay? Niji touched her little head lovingly, opened his eyes, swept the scene, and then smiled, it's okay, he's fine. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure like a firefly rushed out from the blazing fire wave, his whole body was stained with a layer of black ash, and it was steaming. However, the knife in his hand was still bright, still sharp, and still able to kill people. Unfortunately, Zabuza's opponent was not an ordinary person. As early as the moment he came out, he had completed the seal again. It was still fire release. Among all the low-level ninjutsu, the Great Fireball has the lowest chakra consumption, the highest lethality, and the highest cost-effectiveness. These people knew clearly that if they wanted to deal with an elite jonin, if the opponent had a special ability, even a group fight would cause huge casualties. Therefore, they would use such shameless tactics, using joint ninjutsu to consume Zabuza's physical strength and chakra. This is no different from a round-robin battle. Facing the enemy's cunning tactics, Zabuza pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed a cruel smile, like a prey falling into a trap set by Jingzhen, with a terrible brilliance in his eyes. Flying Thunder God! Whoosh! In an instant, Zabuza disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he had come behind a special jonin. This special jonin had a wooden face, like a puppet without a soul, with only killing and listening to orders in his eyes. When the beheading sword beheaded him, a trace of relief flashed in the depths of his eyes. Puff! A fountain-like column of blood sprayed out from the broken neck, as if the space was stained with a layer of scarlet color. Suddenly, the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, which was disgusting. After Yang Ming obtained the Flying Thunder God technique, he passed this ninjutsu to the strongest Yuan and Zabuza through the system. When Zabuza blocked the fireball before, he took the opportunity to throw out the kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, the Flying Thunder God appeared, and the whole audience was shocked. A trace of horror flashed across Abaramatajan's eyes. He had never expected that Zabuza would have such a terrifying speed. Just now, he only saw a cold light like a meteor passing by, and one of his men died. It was so terrifying. Zabuza's wolf-like eyes flashed a trace of blood red, and the brutal aura surged wildly, just like a beast imprisoned in a cage, suddenly released, it must set off a bloody storm. Zabuza had been trapped at the level of elite Jonin for a long time. After taking the food from Yang Ming's shop for a long time, his chakra finally broke through the shackles and reached the level of penumbra. At this moment, after Zabuza possessed the Flying Thunder God, he was even more powerful. Zabuza swept his cold eyes over the enemies, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I said, "You will die today." Then, he took a step forward. Swoosh! As if teleporting, Zabuza disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, the beheading sword in his hand was like a wolf with its fangs spread, biting the enemy fiercely. Tear! A sound of flesh and skull separating was heard, and a good head, with doubt and disbelief still frozen on the face, was thrown high into the air, with blood gushing out from below. This scene was deeply engraved in everyone's mind, leaving a deep impression for a lifetime. One step, kill one person. Zabuza used Flying Thunder God to reach an astonishing speed, crossed the barrier of space, and with the sharpness of the beheading sword in his hand, he was like a general who took the enemy's head in a million-strong army, treating the enemy as nothing. No, he can't be that strong. Abaramatajan's mind was shaking wildly, and she kept thinking about countermeasures in her mind. For him, if he messed up this mission, he would be punished horribly by Danzo. The thought of such an inhumane punishment would make even a man as hard-hearted Ash couldn't help but tremble. Abaramatajan looked around the scene frantically, especially the two unlucky guys who died under Zabuza's sword. He was indeed the trusted right-hand man of Danzo. With his excellent observation, he soon found a strange kunao stuck in the ground. Although he didn't know the ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God, the truth came to light when he thought of Zabuza's powerful strength beyond intelligence. You bunch of idiots, watch your feet, there's something wrong with his kunao. The men brought by Abaramatajan were all elites among elites, without a single weakling, and each of them was well trained. Hearing his reminder, everyone subconsciously looked down. This sight made the two men's souls tremble, because there was a kunao nailed under their feet. Did you find it? It's too late. Zabuza laughed wildly, and suddenly took a step forward. His body burst out with a murderous aura like a mountain and a sea, which made people have an illusion that there was a throne made of endless bones under his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zabuza appeared behind the two men one after another, and the beheading sword fell without hesitation, taking two more blood. Quick! 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 Zabuza's movements were too fast. In less than a few seconds, he beheaded the enemy. Even if their accomplices wanted to rescue them, they were too late. They could only watch the bloody head fly up with a look of horror in their eyes. Once the Flying Thunder God appears, who can compete with him? One step, kill two people. Zabuza held the bloody sword and looked at the enemies with a crazy face. I just want to ask, who else? Mobile users please visit M-Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 245 The Power of Flying Thunder God. I just want to ask, who else? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zabuza's wild laughter echoed in the store, treating dozens of jonin as grass, with an arrogant face, making them look gloomy as ink's tones, as if they were about to drip ink. It was like a slap, loudly hitting Abaramatajan's face, crackling and making his face swollen and red. He had just reminded his men to be careful, and Zabuza killed two people swiftly. How could he bear it? Abaramatajan's face was extremely ugly, with a horrified look in his eyes, like a blade, looking around at all his men, as if he came out of the abyss of the underworld, exuding a palpitating breath. You idiots, you can't even handle one with so many people, do you want to wait for the punishment from Danzo-sama? Or? Abaramatajan took off her gloves, disgusting bulges appeared under her skin, and there were terrible poisonous insects surging inside. He said gloomily, do you want to become food for my little baby? For a moment, many of his men suddenly felt cold all over, a creepy palpitation surged in their hearts, and cold sweat flowed down their backs like a waterfall. A guy who looked very smart stood up and looked at Abaramatajan nervously, Sir, please give us a little more time. This time, we must take off Zabuza's head. Humph. Abaramatajan put on her gloves, a trace of impatience flashed in her eyes, hurry up. Yes. In the face of life and death, no one has the courage to face death, let alone the torture of living a life worse than death. Once they fail to complete Danzo's mission, they know very well what will happen to them. They looked at each other, nodded suddenly, and shouted together, kill! 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 With a tragic ambition, they no longer spared the chakra in their bodies this time, and immediately used their best joint ninjutsu. Fire escape. Big flame bomb. Wind escape. Send wind. The big flame bomb, which was originally the size of a fist at the exit, expanded rapidly in midair to the size of a wash basin, and then several merged together, and then expanded again, occupying the size of half a store floor. At this time, a hurricane blew from the sky, and the fire exploded from the wind, and the body shape changed rapidly, forming a huge fire dragon, and the huge dragon head almost reached the roof, occupying a large area. The high temperature radiated from it, even the surrounding paper spontaneously ignited, and set off waves of heat waves, suffocating people and even unable to open their eyes. Seeing this, Hanabi frowned cutely and hid behind Niji, revealing only half of her face, but she still felt the heat coming at her, which made her face hot, and the hair on her forehead curled up and became a little burnt. Brother Niji, can Uncle Zabuza still hold on this time? I don't know. Niji frowned, his face was tense, and he looked nervous. His white eyes felt a breath of death just by seeing the fire dragon, which made people feel like falling into the abyss, and goosebumps all over their bodies. He didn't want to deceive Hanabi, because thinks the truth is right in front of him. Lies are so fragile in front of absolute strength that they can be broken with just one poke. At this time, seeing this situation, Dinkai took out a lunch box from his arms. Inside was curry rice that could increase the strength of a chunin 10 times. Dinkai didn't say much. He was not a person who liked sweet talk. For the sake of Yang Ming's shop, if the situation was urgent, he would swallow this curry rice and the family's secret medicine to gain a terrifying power increase. Even if I die, I must protect the shop. Dinkai glanced at Bai beside him, clenched his fists, and a certain determination flashed in his eyes. Facing the huge fire dragon that almost occupied the entire field of vision, Zabuza felt the most thoroughly. The heat like waves rushed over, piercing his skin like needles, and his whole body was like being in a hot furnace. The intense high temperature spread all over his body, and a large amount of sweat just came out and evaporated. Zabuza was seen emitting visible steam all over his body, which obscured his stern face. Only his wolf-like eyes, like stars in the dark night, flashed a frightening light. Zabuza grinned, revealing a cruel and tyrannical smile, and his eyes showed no fear, as if the prey had fallen into a trap and was excited. He looked at the enemies who looked like they were sure of him, and said something strange. Do you want to travel? As he said that, Zabuza took out a special kunao from the package and pointed it at the fire dragon before it pounced on him. Flying Thunder God! A shocking scene happened. The huge fire dragon that was originally bearing its fangs and claws, with a destructive look on its body, suddenly disappeared in front of everyone the moment it touched the kunao. How is it possible? What on earth happened? What kind of ninjutsu is this? How can it have such a magical power? Shock. Shock. Still shocked. Aberame Torrigan and his group were stunned. They didn't expect that the ninjutsu launched by a group of people, which was as powerful as the power of S-level ninjutsu, disappeared before it was launched. I was so angry that I wanted to vomit blood. Aberame Torrigan felt stuffy in his chest, as if there was a stone blocking it, and he felt extremely uncomfortable and couldn't help vomiting. Seeing this, Zabuza smiled coldly, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. Are you ready to travel? Then go to another world for me. As the voice fell, the huge fire dragon appeared in front of the world again. But unlike before, it did not appear on the opposite side of Zabuza this time, but landed near the enemy killed by Zabuza before, and rushed towards them, the casters. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If others bully me 1 foot, I will return them 10 feet. Facing the evil consequences they had sown, the subordinates of Aberame were horrified, with unbelievable expressions on their faces. They had never thought that one day their ninjutsu would bounce back. Amid a burst of angry curses and resentful curses, the fire dragon attacked all the way, destroying all the tables and chairs in the shop. Even if the senior ninja touched its body slightly, it was quickly burned to ashes, leaving only a pile of black ash, proving that he had lived in this world. Although the space of the shop has expanded to a scale of 100 people, it still seems so narrow in front of this fire dragon. In just a moment, the fire dragon swept across and burned all of Aberame subordinates to death without any effort. No one was left alive. After the chakra supply was gone, the fire dragon only lasted a few seconds longer, and then slowly disappeared in mid-air, as if it had never existed. Only Aberame face was so gloomy that ink could be squeezed out. Mobile users please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 246 Bring me a message for Danzo. Abaramatajan's face was ashen, so gloomy that ink could drip out, and it looked extremely ugly. He pursed his lips tightly, almost biting his teeth to pieces, and the eyes hidden under the goggles were like a wounded beast, full of bloodshot and full of madness. This time, he failed. The men he brought were all elites from Danzo's route, and some of the senior ninjas who had just joined him, each of whom was an elite who had experienced hundreds of battles. But he never expected that in the blink of an eye, everything would be gone and everyone would be dead. All dead. It was like a hammer, hitting Abaramatajan's chest hard, making him even more uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that Flying Thunder God was too strange, he could actually transfer ninjutsu and catch him off guard. In addition, the space in Yang Ming's shop was too narrow. Even if he used the substitute technique, the body that was moved away would inevitably hit the huge body of the fire dragon, and his men would not die so quickly. What is self-inflicted? This is what happens when you do something, and God is watching. It's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come yet. Abaramatajan's chest rose and fell violently, her breath became disordered, and she stared at Yang Ming intently, like a trapped beast, brewing a desperate counterattack. The more the enemy hated, the happier Yang Ming felt. Yang Ming was secretly happy. Fortunately he could use the system to pass Flying Thunder God to Zabuza, otherwise, it would be a tough battle. Yang Ming looked at Abaramatajan, who looked like a volcano before erupting, grinned, and gave him a middle finger. It seems that you can't invite us to the Hokage building. Although Abaramatajan didn't understand what the middle finger meant, he understood it in a second from Yang Ming's words. A great sense of humiliation surged in his heart, making Abaramatajan go crazy. He wanted to tear Yang Ming apart and cut him into pieces to vent his hatred. But he didn't dare. Seeing Zabuza holding a bloody sword, leaving bloody footprints with every step, carrying the overwhelming momentum after victory, he slowly walked over. The figure was as heavy as a mountain, which made Abaramatajan's chest suffocate and he didn't dare to move at all. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Abaramatajan's mouth. He had just bitten off several of his teeth and swallowed them into his stomach with blood. He stared at Yang Ming hatefully, his eyes showing no sign of hiding his anger and hatred. Good. 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 Boss Yang Ming, you have guts. Just wait for the wrath of Danzo-sama. Hearing his harsh words, Yang Ming seemed not to hear it. He even had time to pick out his earwax, with a calm look on his face. Really? Yang Ming looked at Abaramatajan calmly, then you should also tell Danzo back a message for me. In our Yang Ming's shop, only Danzo and dogs are not allowed to enter. As soon as the voice fell, Abaramatajan widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so arrogant and didn't take Danzo seriously at all. He could already imagine how furious Danzo would be after hearing this. However, this is not over yet. Oh, right. Yang Ming clapped his hands, you can't say that, it's too boring. Abaramatajan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, I said, Danzo is famous, he is just a little chef, how dare he say that? As a result, when Yang Ming said this, he instantly regretted thinking so. Putting Danzo and dogs together is an insult to the dog race. Puff. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Hanabi covered her stomach and laughed so hard that tears fell from her eyes. The other employees were not much better, and they all showed strange smiles with unclear meanings. You guys. Abaramatajan trembled and pointed her finger at Yang Ming and his employees, but she stuttered and didn't know what to say. He could already imagine what kind of punishment he would receive if he brought this sentence to Danzo. Yang Ming looked at the messy shop and Abaramatajan who was still standing there, and waved his hand as if he was driving away a beggar, with an impatient look on his face. Why don't you get out of here? Humph. Abaramatajan threw her hand in hatred and suppressed her plan to fight Yang Ming to death. Although the poisonous insects in his body are very toxic, they cannot survive outside his body like other insects. Only when he touches the enemy's body can he send the poisonous insect into the body of another person. Or, Abaramatajan uses the corpse of another person as a parasitic explosion, turning the poisonous insect's venom into poisonous mist. Unfortunately, he couldn't do all this, and his greatest reliance was gone. When Abaramatajan left, the system prompt sounded. Hidden mission, repel the enemy who came to test. Mission description, although the host rebounded Kota Amatsukami, making Danzo subconsciously think that he is a dog, this is far from crushing his conspiracy, and he still covets the secret recipe of the food in the shop. Mission reward, Chunin Chakra. Mission completed, reward issued. The system said seriously and seriously. In an instant, Yang Ming only felt a surge of energy in his body, flowing to his limbs and meridians, and the whole person felt different. At this time, Hokage building. Danzo was sitting next to the Hokage's office, and his ambition was obvious. But strangely, most people pretended not to see it. Perhaps it was Danzo's previous dog-like behavior and remarks that made them shut up. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Danzo was working on official documents, there was a knock on the door of the office. Danzo said without raising his head, "Come in." The door opened. A barmaid tone walked in, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Danzo raised his head, his stern eyebrows frowned. He raised his head. What? Did the mission fail? Urigen lowered his head to his chest and said humbly, "My lord, it's all my fault for being incompetent. You are an old man under my command, you should know what to do. Go down and receive the punishment yourself." Danzo looked indifferent, as if he didn't know how vicious the punishment he had given was, which was enough to scare even the Jonin. "Yes, sir." Urigen felt bitter in his heart, knowing that he was doomed, but his legs seemed to be stuck to the floor, still motionless. "What?" Danzo's tone became cold. "Why don't you go?" "My lord." Urigen gritted his scalp. "Boss Yang Ming asked me to bring you a few words." "Say." Danzo started working, looking absent-minded. He said that only Danzo and dogs are not allowed to enter Yang Ming's shop. He also said that putting Danzo and dogs together is an insult to the dog race. Snap! When a barmaid finished speaking, the pen that Danzo used for work was suddenly twisted off by him. Mobile users, please visit mRead for a better reading experience. Chapter 247. Danzo is furious. He said that only Danzo and dogs are not allowed to enter Yang Ming's shop. He also said that putting Danzo and dogs together is an insult to the dog race. When a barmaid brought Yang Ming's words to the table, a suffocating sense of oppression suddenly filled the entire space, as if there was a prehistoric beast in front of him, opening its gluttonous mouth and wanting to swallow him whole. Quiet. Strangely quiet. Terrifyingly quiet. A gust of wind blew outside the house, and the sky and the earth suddenly darkened. A large group of dark clouds rushed in, covering the blue sky and white clouds, giving people a dull atmosphere. In Danzo's office, a murderous atmosphere suddenly swept in, and countless documents turned automatically without wind, turning the pages frantically, making a rustling sound. Gurgle. A barmaid's chest felt tight, and she swallowed hard. Her face was frozen with a look of horror, and she lowered her head even lower, almost bowing at a 90-degree angle. Because the one who exuded this terrifying aura was Danzo sitting on the chair. Danzo had a gloomy face, and the only eye that was exposed was half closed, and a sharp edge like a knife was revealed from time to time in the gap, which made people dare not look directly at it. In Danzo's hand, the pen that was originally used for work had already been silently crushed into pieces by him and piled on the desk. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, stretched out his index finger, and knocked on the table. Boom! 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 Each blow was like a dull hammer, hitting a barmaid's chest hard, making him feel more and more difficult to breathe, as if there was a mountain pressing down on his back, extremely uncomfortable. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, when Danzo put away the momentum emanating from his body, a barmaid's legs softened and he almost collapsed on the ground. He seemed to have just been pulled out of the water, all wet, and his clothes were soaked. "You go down." Danzo looked at a barmaid quietly, his eyes returned to their usual calmness, but a barmaid knew that beneath this calmness, there must be thunderous wrath. "Yes." A barmaid bowed 90 degrees again, but never raised it, and walked out of the office slowly. "Hey!" After leaving the office, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he thought that he would be pissed off by Danzo, and his life was almost lost. After a barmaid left, Danzo's face became even gloomier, and he growled in a low voice, "These rubbish." A trace of sinisterness flashed in Danzo's eyes, and he looked at a secret document on the table, and the corners of his mouth curled up, and a sinister smile appeared. The document read: "A surprise attack force of 12 people from the Hidden Rock Village is lurking around Konoha Village, and their target is Yang Ming. Their intentions are not clear for the time being." Danzo smiled coldly, it seems that the old man from the Hidden Rock village thinks that he can do whatever he wants after Sarutobi dies. However, Danzo snorted coldly, now my main focus is on hunting Orochimaru, so let these people cause some trouble for Yang Ming. Soon, a newspaper about Danzo once again set off a huge wave in the village. If anyone offends Konoha, he will be punished no matter how far away he is. Orochimaru's death is not far away. Shock. Danzo officially declares war on Otagakure on behalf of Konoha village. While the village was discussing the war in full swing, Yang Ming felt sad when he saw the messy shop. System, how much will it cost to restore the shop to its original state? Host, since the shop was severely damaged this time, it will take 100 million to restore it. The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he felt a little dizzy. He asked uncertainly, 100 million? System, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Host, this is the price after strict calculation, there is no water. Yang Ming was almost angry to death by the system's words. 100 million? You might as well go and rob. At the previous auction of roast duck, it was only sold for 40 million, and that was because Danzo and Asuma wrestled and argued with each other, so it was so high. In addition to the income of the store during this period, Yang Ming could only barely take out 10 million, which means that there is still a big hole of 50 million left to fill. Damn Danzo! At this time, Yang Ming realized that he was too gentle when he rebounded against Kota Amatsukami, and he should be a little harder on him. If Danzo made trouble like this a few more times, he would go bankrupt just to restore the store, not to mention doing business. System, let's discuss something. Can I buy on credit first and restore the store first? Yes, but the host has to pay 20% interest every month. The system said seriously and earnestly. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. He never thought that the system would be so shady. He wanted to buy on credit 50 million, which means he had to pay 10 million in interest every month. It's simply eating people without spitting out bones. So shady. But if he didn't buy on credit, Yang Ming would not be able to pay back the money, and even whether the store could continue to operate would become a problem. Yang Ming had to bear the pain. System, restore the store. As soon as the voice fell, a halo invisible to ordinary people spread in all directions with Yang Ming as the center. A shocking scene happened. The whole store seemed to go back in time and return to its original appearance. Although it was not the first time that the employees had seen such a thing, they still looked unbelievable. Especially the little girl Huahuo, who thought she was dreaming, rubbed her eyes vigorously, opened her mouth wide, and looked very cute. Then, Huahuo ran to Yang Ming with a look of elation, pulled the corner of his clothes, raised her head, and her eyes were full of admiration. Boss, you are so awesome, how did you do this, please teach me. Yang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a bitter smile. It took a whole 100 million to restore the shop, and I have to teach others. You better spare me. Of course, Yang Ming would never make the secret of the system public, this is his deepest secret and trump card. So, facing Huahuo's curious eyes, Yang Ming had to touch her little head, with an unfathomable smile on his face. This thing is not something you can learn if you want to learn it. Huahuo hugged Yang Ming's arm and stuck her soft body tightly to it, as if she would not let go if you didn't tell me. Boss, then you teach me. Let go of your hand first. Although it felt good to be hugged by a little loli, Yang Ming still insisted on his principles. I won't. Huahuo acted like a little girl and hugged Yang Ming's arm tighter. In this regard, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly in his heart. Even if I can teach you, can you use it? That's 100 million. Perhaps, if the entire Hyuga family is sold, it may be possible to get this amount. Mobile users please browse M. Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 248 This masked man is so annoying, 5+. In a blink of an eye, the night business hours ended and it was time for the tavern to open. Hongdu came to the door of the store early in the morning and waited impatiently. Seeing that it was so late, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. Why is the tavern open so late? As soon as she finished speaking, a strange voice came from behind her. It must be fate that I met a beautiful woman like you. Who? Hongdu felt a chill down her spine. She had no idea that someone was standing behind her. It was not until she heard the voice that she suddenly realized it. This was incredible for Hongdu, a special ninja. Hongdu turned around suddenly and saw a man wearing a mask and a black robe, standing quietly under the moonlight. The bright moonlight emitted a soft light, covering the masked man with a layer of swaying gauze, adding a bit of mystery to him. From under the mask, a seemingly indecent word came. "Hey, beautiful lady, why don't you welcome a handsome guy like me?" As he said this, A-Fei also made a funny O's gesture, looking like he was hit. Seeing this, Hengdu's mind was full of black lines. She thought she had met a hidden master, but she didn't expect that the other party was a funny guy. Despite this, but Hengdu still didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was able to approach her quietly without her noticing. This alone was enough to make her alert. "Who are you? What do you want to do in the middle of the night?" Hengdu carefully distanced herself from the masked man, staring closely at his every move, fearing that he would do something out of line. "Beauty, I will do whatever you want me to do." Facing Hengdu's questioning without giving face, the masked man still answered frivolously, and made a strange move with his hand. He made a circle with his left hand and inserted his right hand into it, looking extremely obscene. Seeing this, Hengdu didn't know what the other party meant, and a blush rose on her cheeks, looking delicate and beautiful. Hengdu opened her red lips and spat, "Shameless." Unexpectedly, A-Fei was not ashamed at all, but pretended to be a gentleman, covered his belly with his hands, and bowed slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, this is the most wonderful compliment I have heard tonight." Hengdu was almost mad at him. She had seen shameless people, but she had never seen someone as shameless as A-Fei. At this time, Yang Ming's shop opened the door again. Yang Ming looked at the two people in front of the door, especially when his eyes glanced at the masked man. He was stunned. "Why are you here too?" A-Fei exaggeratedly covered his heart and said loudly, "I'm so sad, boss Yang Ming didn't welcome me." Yang Ming's mouth twitched, feeling that the other party didn't know what was wrong today, otherwise why was he so strange? "Do you have a ticket to the tavern?" Yang Ming ignored the other party's exaggerated acting and said lightly. Unexpectedly, A-Fei really did. He took out a purple card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming carefully examined it several times. This card was provided by the system and could not be forged by others. It was very credible. After confirming that it was correct, Yang Ming took back the card together with Hengdu's card, and led the two through the winding path to the quiet tavern. The interior of the tavern seemed a little dim, and the dim yellow light emitted a soft light, creating a romantic atmosphere. The sound of gurgling water came to my ears, and the pleasant fragrance of peach blossoms came to my nose. It was really intoxicating and made people feel at ease. Hengdu glanced at the wooden sign hanging above the bar and couldn't help but get angry. "Boss Yang Ming, you are too unkind, aren't you?" "Why?" Yang Ming asked puzzledly. Hengdu pointed at the only wooden sign hanging on the bar. "You only sell one kind of wine in your bar. So that's what you're asking?" Yang Ming smiled, not caring at all. "My wine is different from others, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Well, I'd like to try it and see what's special about your wine," Hengdu said indignantly. At this time, A-Fei sat next to Hengdu and said frivolously, "Beauty, do you want us to drink a cup of wine together?" Drinking a cup of wine together means giving each other your own cups to drink, and only couples drink this way. Hengdu glanced at him unhappily. "Get out." If it were someone else, they would be embarrassed to be rejected by a beauty without mercy. But A-Fei wouldn't. He was usually very thick-skinned. He came forward and said, "Beating is love, scolding is love. Beautiful, why are you so anxious to drive me away? Tell me, are you in love with me?" Hengdu's chest was pounded. She was almost mad at him. She had never seen such a shameless person. It's simply amazing. At this time, Yang Ming came over with a fist-sized wine jar and filled 2 high-heeled glasses with dark wine. Suddenly, the amber-like crystal wine filled the clear high-heeled glasses. Under the dim yellow light, the color was blurred and looked very tempting. As the wine jar was opened, a faint aroma of wine diffused and floated in the air, as if dyeing every inch of the air with fragrance. Just taking a sip made people feel drunk before drinking. But looking at such a wonderful wine, Hengdu was not happy. Hengdu comes to the shop every day to eat dongpo pork, and has a thorough understanding of the rules of Yang Ming's shop. Even with the wine in front of her, Hengdu remains vigilant and stares at Yang Ming closely. "Boss Yang Ming, you won't let people drink only 1 glass, right?" Under Hengdu's gaze, Yang Ming nodded, "You guessed right." Sure enough, this was not unexpected at all. Hengdu looked at such a small amount of wine, and felt sad in her heart. This is just a little bit, not enough for a mouthful. While they were chatting, Ah Fei had already grabbed his glass of wine. He slightly lifted his mask and took a sip. When the Anran wine entered his mouth, it was not as spicy as expected, but gave people a light heat, slightly stimulating the taste buds. The mellow fragrance was like a whirlwind, suddenly rising in the tongue, rolling up a storm. Anran wine, wine as the name suggests, only those who have experienced it can truly taste the essence of it. Just like a cup of tea, the more you taste it, the more delicious it is. At this time, Ah Fei is also the same. At first, the dark wine was not very special, but when it was held in the mouth for a long time, it quickly turned into old wine, becoming more fragrant and difficult to extricate. What is this taste? Suddenly, Ah Fei opened his eyes wide. At this moment, he remembered his past dreams, remembered Lin, remembered his friendship with Kakashi, and remembered. These memories turned into nutrients for the dark wine, turning his memories into different flavors. Mobile users, please visit M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 249 Wine into the Heart of Sorrow, 6+. Ah Fei, real name is Uchiha Obito. Originally a slacker in a ninja school, but had a dream of becoming a Hokage. Like countless cannon fodder, he followed the large team to the battlefield of the Ninja World War and unfortunately died. Originally, his life should have disappeared like this. Unfortunately, he met the legendary figure of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Then, his life changed its trajectory. He planned many conspiracies that he had never dared to think of in the past under the name of Uchiha Madara. However, when he gained power, he inevitably felt confused in his heart. At this moment, he sat in the tavern of Yang Ming's shop under the name of A Fei, tasting the dark wine, and his face under the mask changed constantly with joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. All kinds of memories in the past turned into nutrients for brewing dark wine, allowing him to taste all kinds of experiences in life again. Especially the scene when he saw his beloved Lin being killed in front of him, which was also integrated into every drop of dark wine. At this moment, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth and a pain in his heart. That kind of pain was like a pair of hands trying to tear his heart apart. It hurt so much. It was so painful. However, just when he was about to doubt his life, this pain came as inexplicably as it came, and disappeared just as inexplicably. Like the ebb and flow of the sea, Ah Fei suddenly found that when he was in the most intense pain, just like in the past, he suddenly could not feel that kind of pain anymore. Ah Fei looked down and found that the wine was finished. At this moment, Ah Fei had a kind of enlightenment in his heart. It turned out that it was the dark wine that made the memories in his mind reappear, and through the wine, he could taste the original feeling. Although the dark wine made him feel unprecedented pain, compared with the false reality, what else could compare to tasting painful memories? If there was a choice, he would definitely escape into the endless cycle of painful memories, and would not want to face the reality without Lin. At this time, Hengde was still arguing with Yang Ming, hoping that Yang Ming would give her more wine and not be so stingy. Seeing that Hengde was not prepared at all, Ah Fei suddenly stretched out a hand and snatched Hengde's glass of Anran wine with lightning speed. Hengde felt a gust of wind blowing by her side, and was wondering why there was still wind in the store. As a result, she turned her head and saw that she was almost angry to death. Ah Fei was holding her glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Hengde watched the amber-like wine flow into Ah Fei's mouth, and her lips trembled with anger. "You shameless villain!" Hengde had already been irritated by Ah Fei's frivolous behavior, and now with the wine taken away, she was really angry at the same time. It was like a fuse that was suddenly lit, and Hengde's long accumulated anger suddenly exploded. Shadow Snake Hand. When Hengde got angry, she was not so gentle. She directly used a ninjutsu to fully demonstrate her tough character hidden under her charming appearance. She is really a female man. Two slender pythons wrapped around Hengde's slender arms like white radishes, revealing scarlet snake cores, and inverted triangle eyes flashing with cold eyes. Like hunting prey, they quickly approached Ah Fei, suddenly opened their bloody mouths, and their sharp fangs brought a fishy wind, which made people nauseous. But just when the two pythons were about to touch Ah Fei, the order from Hengde made them return to Hengde's sleeves. Because Hengde saw Ah Fei crying. Although the mask still covered most of Ah Fei's face, making it difficult to see his true face. But those bean-sized tears, like a landslide, dripped down his cheeks. This scene deeply shocked Hengde. In the few experiences that Hengde had with Ah Fei, she had the impression that Ah Fei was a boastful, rude, thick-skinned, and shameless person who made people want to beat him up. But she never expected, such a person would actually shed tears with emotion. How much pain did those drops of tears contain in his heart? Hangul looked at the vortex-shaped mask, and a trace of pity rose in her heart. It turned out that this person hid his true self under the mask, and others could only see the appearance he tried to disguise. Behind this mask, there is eternal loneliness, unknown to others. Perhaps, the owner of the mask does not want to share his true self with others. Because the real Afei, no, it should be Uchiha Obito, had already died in the Ninja World War. Now he is just a ghost dragging his mutilated body, taking revenge on this ridiculous ninja world. Wine enters the heart of sorrow, and sorrow becomes more sorrowful. After a glass of sad wine, Afei breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, he has been following the instructions of Uchiha Madara, planning conspiracies in various parts of the ninja world and doing many bad things. Even if he didn't want to, he did it. He was actually a little depressed. Now that he was released, he felt much better. He felt like the clouds had been cleared and the burden had been lifted off his back. He closed the mask again without any gaps and looked at Yang Ming with gratitude. "Boss Yang Ming, your wine is really delicious. I was right to come from afar this time." Tisk. Hangul was unhappy and curled her lips. Someone stole my wine and had the nerve to flatter Boss Yang Ming. How shameless. But who knew that when Afei put on the mask again, that is, hiding his true side in the dark, his moral integrity had already broken through the sky. He came forward with ill intentions and pointed his finger at his mouth. "Beauty, don't be so angry. Women get old easily when they are angry. If you really want to drink, I can spit out the wine I just drank for you." Hangdu felt angry. She really regretted it now. Why didn't she strangle him to death just now? Instead, she felt a little sympathy and pity for him. Such a shameless guy deserves to die. Hangdu was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, and her chest was surging. It was a spectacle for a while. Who knew that Afei's moral integrity was far lower than Hangdu imagined? He laughed and said, "Beauty, you don't have to be so excited. I know you have been secretly in love with me for a long time. I will now offer you the wine I have been holding for a long time." As he said that, Afei was about to embrace Hangdu in his arms. Hangdu was furious and slapped him. Sure enough, such a guy deserves to die. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 250. Yang Ming was tricked by Afei. Hangdu waved her jade hand violently, making a sound in the air, and slapped Afei in the face. But who knew that the other party was so calm, and when Hangdu's palm was about to touch the mask, a hand stretched out like a claw in the cloud and grabbed Hangdu's wrist. "Hey, beautiful girl, you don't have to be so proactive, right?" Afei looked at Hangdu with amusement, and his hand was like an iron cage, firmly grasping Hangdu's wrist, leaving a deep red mark on her smooth skin. "Let me go." "And who gave you the initiative?" "I already have a boyfriend." Hangdu struggled hard, but found it difficult to escape from Afei's hands. She looked angry and a hint of shyness flashed in her charming eyes. Afei felt that he was very strange. After coming to Yang Ming's shop, he seemed to become more open than before, and his words were more free. However, he did not reject it at all, but rather liked this feeling a little. Afei stared at the surging waves on Hangdu's chest and said frivolously, "Who is your boyfriend? I'll beat him to death." When talking about her boyfriend, Hangdu raised her head proudly and said with a smile, "I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you." Afei let go of Hangdu's wrist, hugged his hands in front of his chest, and pretended to be invincible in the most lonely posture. "Excuse me, in this huge ninja world, there are really few who are my opponents." Hearing his bragging, Hangdu rolled her eyes. "My boyfriend is Kakashi, he can kill you with just one finger." Suddenly, Afei, who has always been frivolous, fell silent. The whole tavern seemed to fall into a silent abyss. Seeing this, Hangdu raised her lips. "Why, are you scared now?" Suddenly, Afei recovered from his silence and said with a smile, "So, we are really destined to be together. If Kakashi knew that you would become my woman, I wonder what his expression would be." Hangdu thought that the other party would give up, but unexpectedly, Afei became even more enthusiastic. "I have decided, from today on, you are my girlfriend. Get out of here." Hangdu rolled her eyes. Afei said frivolously, "Hey, beauty, if you don't refuse, I will take it as your consent." "Well, I will tell you solemnly now that I refuse." Hangdu was almost furious. How could there be such a weird guy? Who knew that Ah Fei was so shameless? Beauty, I know that you say no, but your body is still very honest. Hey, why did you kick me? You don't have to be so proactive. As the two chatted, time passed quickly. Soon the tavern's business hours were over, and the two left one after another. Yang Ming packed up the tableware and took out the 2 tavern tickets, but unexpectedly, when he took out the one given by Ah Fei, something strange happened. Bang! In a burst of white smoke, the whole purple card turned into a leaf. Ah Fei, he used the transformation technique and got away with it with a leaf. Of course, Ah Fei must have secretly used the Sharingan to hypnotize Yang Ming. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not have been so easily fooled. This bastard! Yang Ming was confused. This was the first time he was deceived by a customer. This is intolerable. Of course, even if he wanted to chase him out now, it was too late. After all, Ah Fei's Manjiki Sharingan made it easy for him to escape. At this time, the system popped up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, teach the liar a lesson. Task description: as the owner of a small shop, how can you allow yourself to be deceived by a liar like Ah Fei? Task reward: raise Nan. Even if there was no such system task, Yang Ming was planning to teach Ah Fei a lesson in his heart. However, the problem came. How to find Ah Fei? Yang Ming recalled the conversation between Ah Fei and Hong Do before. It seemed that they and Kakashi formed a love triangle. Ah Fei had complicated feelings for Kakashi. On one hand, he hated him for not saving Lin in time, but on the other hand, they had a deep bond, so he decided to take Hong Do away from Kakashi. Perhaps, Yang Ming could use Hong Do as a bridge to find Ah Fei? It was late at night. After Ah Fei left Yang Ming's shop, he returned to his residence. At this time, a black and white figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Ah Fei frowned, a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. Why did you follow me? He he he. Black Zetsu laughed strangely. I didn't expect you would like that girl Hongdu. Your taste is really special. Ah Fei's eyes flashed with impatience. You didn't come here to tease me. He he he. Black Zetsu continued to laugh strangely, and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by his other half, White Zetsu. I came here this time to tell you important information. Oh. Ah Fei raised his eyebrows, revealing an interested expression under the mask. What important information? Danzo has declared war on the Sound Village on behalf of Konoha Village. White Zetsu said solemnly. Oh, it's Orochimaru who betrayed the organization. Danzo and him fighting is just dog eat dog. Ah Fei said indifferently. For Ah Fei now, how to snatch Red Bean away from Kakashi is the most important thing. Ah Fei gets excited whenever he thinks of Kakashi's painful expression after a breakup. White Zetsu looked at Ah Fei solemnly, but there is one thing related to this. In Tansho Street, Uchiha Sasuke betrayed the village. Uzumaki Naruto was ambushed and seriously injured by the people of Sound Village on his way to chase him back. He was also brought back to Sound Village. Even their teacher Kakashi couldn't stop it. What? Now, Ah Fei can't pretend to be indifferent. The Nine Tails is sealed in Naruto's body, and for their Akatsuki organization, it is a must to get it. Ah Fei is not unfamiliar with Orochimaru. He is a mad scientist who can do anything to study ninjutsu. Once Naruto falls into Orochimaru's hands, it is unknown what he will do to study the Nine Tails. A cold light flashed in Ah Fei's eyes. It seems that our Akatsuki organization will also have a hand in this excitement. For this operation, we need members who act quickly, and it is best to take Naruto away without attracting the attention of other ninja villages. Black and White Zetsu nodded, cracking an arc of excitement, then let Deidara and Sasori go. On the surface, Deidara is the main attacker, Sasori is the support, and the two of us are in the dark to prevent the plan from failing. Ah Fei looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the night, and stretched out a hand, as if to firmly grasp the moon. The Nine Tails must be ours. Mobile users please browse and read more excellent reading experience.